congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukahiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Welcome to Top 8 Sunday here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed, live from Richmond, Virginia. We started the weekend with 305 players. Now we are down to only 8. And by the time we're done today, only 1 will remain to hoist this beautiful trophy. Welcome into the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, joined by Monty DeVuti and Cedric Phillips. Top 8 Sunday, always very, very exciting. But what are you most looking forward to, Monty?
Maria, I'm just looking forward to seeing the standard games play out today, because most of the time when we come into Sunday, we have our eyes on one player. For me, I have no idea who's going to win today.
Oh, I love that. That's some exciting television. What about you, Cedric?
For me, I'm just excited to see who's going to crown themselves champion here this weekend. It's been a very fun tournament to watch in both limited and standard. We saw some things we didn't expect, certainly in the constructed portion. And we do have a returning Pro Tour champion in the top 8, of course, in Luis Salvato, so it could be a 2-time Pro Tour champion or a brand new one. Fun to find out.
Yes, and we have a very diverse top 8 as far as the metagame is concerned as well. Let's take a peek on how we got here today by taking a look at our tournament schedule. What happened on day 1, Monty?
Well, Maria, it feels like forever ago, but we kicked things off with limited Lorwyn Eclipsed draft for rounds 1 through 3. Then we swapped over to standard, our first glimpse of the format for rounds 4 through 8. At the end of that, all players with 12 match points, that's a 4-4 record or better, came back for day 2.
And day 2 is where we will go next, where we did kick things off once again with Lorwyn Eclipsed draft. Those 3 rounds were the last rounds of limited here this week. And before we transitioned into those very important rounds of standard, rounds 12 through 16, 36 match points before round 16 was the goal to automatically advance to top 8, like our #1 overall seed, Francisco Sanchez.
And that's what brings us to today, Top 8 Sunday, where it's all standard all the time. Best 3 out of 5 games is what we're seeing all day. And sideboarding will begin after game 2 as we work our way towards crowning a Pro Tour champion.
And what does that champion go home with? Of course, the title, the trophy, but also $50,000 for our first place finisher. Second place goes home with $30,000, $15K for 3rd through 4th place. 5th through 8th place go home with $9,000. It's been a terrific tournament. If you missed any of the action from the feature match area yesterday, Cedric's got you covered with these highlights.
I do indeed. We will take a quick look through day number 2 of competition. We are here in snowy and cold Richmond, Virginia, but the players are staying warm inside of the Richmond Convention Center. For day number 2 of competition, Dominic Harvey among the players that did make day number 2. Again, we did kick things off with draft, and we kicked things off with a very happy Luis Salvato. The Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan champion is back and better than ever. He made top 8 this weekend, as did #1 overall seed Francisco Sanchez, and almost last year Player of the Year Tony Portolan. Eduardo Sajulik, a player who we have seen make a top 8 over a decade ago, is thrilled, along with his teammates, to be back on the Sunday stage. For Cyprian Tron, a player who has watched a lot of coverage, as he did say in his interview, he is thrilled to be here, as is Christopher Larson, the Big Dane, hanging out with his teammates. Big hugs all around. And our last player to make it in there, a big sigh of relief for Marco Balaka, who was our overnight leader, started the tournament 10-0, almost missed, but did make it. And so his opportunity to win that beautiful trophy is still available. Those are our final 8 players. Can't wait to see which one of them is going to be our champion.
Yes, me too. Let's meet them right now.
Francisco Sanchez, Spain, ETH Lessons.
Luis Salvato, Argentina, Blue Black Ex-Crusader.
Tony Portolan, Croatia, Timur Harmonizer. Eduardo Sajgalik, Canada, Izzet Elementals.
Cyprien Tron, France, Pentarbanding.
Guglielmo Lupi, Italy, 5 Color Rhythm.
Marco Belacca, Italia, The Sky Control.
Christopher Larsen, Denmark, Spanish Demon Trap, the Mere Excrudiator.
And those are your top 8. It's been a minute, I want to say, since we've had a top 8 with no Americans in it, so a very international top 8 here at this first Pro Tour of the season. Let's check out our bracket and find out who will be playing who in our quarterfinals. This is how it all shakes out. Francisco Sanchez will be up against the Dane, Christopher Larsen. Then we had Cyprien Ton, who will be playing Eduardo Sajgalik. Tony Portolan did so very well in last year's Player of the Year race, will be up against Guglielmo Lupi. Then Marco Balaca, our overnight leader, who struggled to make top 8, but he just got in at the end, will face off against Pro Tour champion Luis Salvato. But how do the numbers break out? Who do we predict will win this whole thing? Monty, you've been crunching them behind the scenes.
All right, Maria, time for my favorite segment, the very unreliable predictor. So we've crunched the numbers, and what I can tell you is our baseline here is 12.5% for any given player to win the tournament.
Okay.
But we take a lot of facets into consideration, and for Guglielmo Lupi, our only Cub player in the top 8 in terms of the Cub archetypes, he is a chum in a world of sharks. 6% for him. He has a tough road ahead of him. Next up, we get into average numbers, just below for Marco Balaca at 11%, 12% for Cyprien Tron. He is also playing Badger Mole Cub, but he's not a Cub deck. He's on Bant Airbending. Next up, 2 more players just below average. Eduardo Sajgalik at 12% and Francisco Sanchez at 12%. But for those paying attention at home, we still have some Demon Excruciators left to show. Christopher Larsen, the first of our above average players, 15% for him. Tony Portolan getting a huge pump thanks to his quarterfinals matchup, 16% for him. And then Luis Salvato, our only previous Pro Tour champion, has 17% to his name.
Well, Mane, I do have to say, these predictor numbers have been known to be wrong.
Look, Maria, I only present the numbers. I don't crunch the numbers. I take no responsibility for how we have done in the past. All I can say is I look forward to finding out at the end of the day whether we're dealing with Frank numbers or Riley numbers.
Riley math. I like that term that we've coined this weekend. Well, I guess we'll find out. We'll check in with the predictor as we work our way through our top 8 today. Where are we starting things off? Here's our first quarterfinal. Christopher Larsen on Demir Excruciator will be up against our first seed Francisco Sanchez on Is It Lessons. Christopher Larsen, no stranger to competitive play, has top-8'd every single kind of event, including Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where he came in 3rd. He has 10 Grand Prix top-8s to his name and 1 win back in 2017. Francisco Sanchez, also no stranger to the top 8. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8 in a row, if we're not counting the World Championship. He top-8'd Pro Tour Edge of Eternities and got 2nd. He has played 15 Premier events since his first in 2014. Let's take a look at Christopher Larsen's road here to the top 8. Went 6-0 in draft. In fact, he's our only undefeated drafter here in our top 8. Went 6-4 overall in standard. It was a real sweat for Christopher Larsen to actually make the top 8 here today, coming in as our 8th seed, but was so very happy when he did get that top 8 berth. Let's take a look at his stats coming into the weekend here with Riley.
A sensational 63% constructed win rate has seen Christopher make 1 top 8 back in 2024 and perform strongly at 2 events in 2025, with 3 tidy win streaks to boot.
That's a look at Christopher Larsen, who will be up against Francisco Sanchez. Take a look here at his road to the top 8. Won 10 in a row to lock up the first place seed. Went 7-1 in standard with those 2 buys you can see awarded in the final rounds, as he was the first person to lock up a spot in our top 8. Coming into the weekend, how did his stats look? Let's talk to Riley.
With a top 8 and a fabulous 65% constructed win rate, Francisco will be looking to go 1 better than the 2nd place finish at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. Watch out on Saturday, where that day 2 win rate skyrockets.
1 better this time, Francisco Sanchez hoping for here. 1 better than 2nd place. It's not too difficult to make top 8 if you are Francisco Sanchez. Talk to me about these decks in this matchup, Monty.
Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at the Demir Excruciator deck that Chris Larsen and some of his teammates brought. This is an evolution of the deck that Javier Dominguez won the World Championship with a year and a half ago. This deck is essentially a combo control deck. You have controlling elements and a lot of removal, but also you have Doomsday Excruciator as your top end. Your goal is to get the Excruciator down, put both players' libraries to 6, and then you can finish your opponent off using a card like Restless Reef or Insatiable Avarice. The addition of Superior Spider-Man as well as Deceit really leveled up this deck. And when you're playing against a deck that doesn't put enough pressure on you to give you the time to play out your combo, you're feeling pretty great. So the matchup, in theory, should be good for Chris. On the other side, we go to Sanchez's Is It Lessons deck. Now, of course, this was the breakout deck from the previous World Championship. However, the deck hasn't gained that much since, especially in a high-impact set like Lorwyn Eclipsed, so the rest of the format caught up a bit. Now, this is a very proactive deck. You're trying to put pressure on your opponent, but also set up to start getting maximum value from your Wisdom and all of your lessons package. This deck typically wins with Monument to Endurance and Artist Talent. Now, one big thing about the evolution of Is It Lessons is it's not as aggressive as it was at the World Championship. They've had to become more reactive and cut cards like Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang Basics, and that's great news for Christopher Larson, who needs time to set up.
Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you so much, Monty, for a look at the decks. How are the players feeling ahead of this quarterfinal? They talked to Cedric.
Here are Christopher Larson at the top 8 of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Chris, how you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I feel like my team did a lot of prep work for me for this matchup, so probably in a good shape coming into this. But we'll see how it plays out. Patchy's a strong player. He touched me when I visited Malaga 2 weeks ago and told him, you can't touch me now.
Chris, good luck.
Thanks, man.
Here with Francisco Sanchez, #1 overall seed at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Francisco, how are you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I haven't played too much that matchup, but I'm feeling good. I think I have the tools to beat him, and I'll try my best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's how the players are feeling, but how are you feeling, Monty? Who's going to win this one?
I think this matchup is way too close to call. In the Swiss, we actually saw Lessons going 4-0 against Excruciator, but I don't think that tells the full story of the matchup. And of course, it's a very small sample size, as I can almost hear Frank yelling from backstage. I think for me, this one is too close to call.
What about you, Cedric?
I'm going to lean the way of Christopher Larson. He went 6-4 in the standard portion of the Swiss, but he said he felt like he should have went 8-2. He said he felt like he threw 2 matches away because he wasn't sure exactly how to play in those matchups. So he's had a little bit more time to prepare specifically for this matchup against Is It Lessons alongside a very, very powerful team. That's a dangerous player. I'm going to lean his way.
All right, let's find out what happens. It's time for our first quarterfinal. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here, and we are all set for our first quarterfinal match here. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're super happy to bring you coverage of Top 8 Sunday here from Richmond. This is where the nerves rise. This is where the prize money goes up with every win. You know, there's that initial relief that you get, Paul, when you make the top 8, because many players' goal for the tournament is to do that. But now you got to kind of aim a little higher and try to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the initial goal is a top 8 event, but now every single person here has a chance to become the Pro Tour champion. So lots on the line.
That's right. Now we've got 2 players facing off with a lot of experience at the highest levels here. You see Christopher Larson versus Francisco Sanchez. And 2 very different takes on the format, however. You know, people were kind of like, are you going to play a Cub deck or are you going to attack from a different angle? And these players both chose to attack from a different angle. This is Demir Excruciator, as you see Christopher take his seat here for his quarterfinal match, versus Is It Lessons in the hands of Francisco Sanchez.
Yeah, super interesting matchup here. Not sure that Francisco had Demir Excruciator kind of as a deck that he thought he would be playing against coming into this tournament. But yeah, this is just, you know, kind of going back and forth with this matchup here. I think the most important thing here for Christopher Larson is to just try and resolve Doomsday Excruciator. If he can get that into play, you know, turn 6 or perhaps turn 4 with a Spider-Man, then, well, Francisco Sanchez will only have 6 cards left in his deck. All of a sudden, all of his Accumulate Wisdoms don't do anything, and he's going to have a tough time actually closing out the game with only 6 cards left.
You see our staff enter the frame as well, and that means we are ready to go for game number 1 of our first quarterfinal. Let's get underway here. Take a look at the opening hands. It looks like Francisco's on 6 cards to start, but we've seen this deck has the ability to unmulligan with the best of them.
And Christopher Larson also on 6, maybe? Did he keep a 1-lander?
It does look like he's kept a 1-lander here.
I mean, this could be over quick if Christopher doesn't find land. Oh, no.
No land, and he just says, go.
This is rough. I mean, he kept the deceits, which are very good in this matchup, but Francisco has turned to artist talent.
Are you kidding me?
Monument to endurance. If Chris doesn't find a land here, it's going to be over.
Is this game done?
If you want to scoop,
Oh, my goodness.
He asked if it was okay if he scoops.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, if you want. That has to be the fastest game one we've had in Top 8 Sunday.
I mean, that was
holy smokes.
That was a turn 3 win, and this Is It Lessons deck is not a deck that can typically win on turn 3, but of course Christopher Larson keeping a one-lander with multiple deceits to, recognizing that's one of the most important cards in the matchup, trying to just will some lands on top of his deck, but failed to do so.
Yeah, instead he got to watch 2 key permanents hit the battlefield for Francisco and said, is it okay if I can just be done at this point? And he was given the green light on that. So let's get a real game here for game number 2. This is going to be tough. Giving away a game for Christopher lowers your percent chance of winning the match by a lot.
Yeah. And, one of the important cards for Chris Larson, actually the most important card, is to try to resolve that Doomsday Excruciator. But the problem is on the other side, when you're the Dimir deck, you don't have great answers once an Artist Talent resolves, or a Monument, right? Once it's in play, Dimir typically doesn't have the tools to deal with artifacts or enchantments all that well, which means Francisco can just continue casting spells once he gets his talent in play, dig, find his counter magic, just to be able to stop what Chris Larson can do.
Yeah, Larson's deck much better at dealing with opposing threats that are just creatures, and Francisco playing even fewer creatures than the prior version of this deck did.
Look at this, Insatiable Avarice, using the draw 3 cards mode, as life total doesn't really matter all that much here. Painful way to draw some cards, but still gets it done here.
And
all
you
right.
can see why too. Yeah, when you overdraw, get up to 8 cards, you have to discard at end step, and that's going to put the Excruciator in the yard.
Yeah, and Chris Larson does have that Superior Spider-Man, so Francisco with that It'll Quencha will certainly not run out the second copy of Artist Talent in hand and keep that counterspell available.
Yeah. So Christopher is going to want to try to clear the way first if he can.
Right, going to be looking for something like a Deceit. Now the problem
he's going to go with Tactics.
Yeah, Tactics doesn't get spells out of your hand though.
No, but he'll know at least.
He'll know, so he'll be able to, but the thing is he's going to have to wait, right?
Right.
He's going to have to at least wait until turn 6 to be able to play that Superior Spider-Man and be able to pay for the It'll Quencha. Now, these are still pre-boarded games, right? This is game 2, but this is best out of 5. So Francisco might not have more counter spells here, but he is playing a version with a couple of hard counters. He does have a couple of copies of 3 Steps Ahead. So he's going to be really looking to try to find one of those hard counters for an impending Superior Spider-Man.
Ancestral.
Chris is just taking a quick note of the different cards that are in hand here, since there are so many.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised here. Francisco just runs out. I know it doesn't feel great, but Accumulate Wisdom just to get the 1 card, get a Firebending Lesson out of there, and just to try to find more counter magic and more card draw.
He's going to go for stock up here and just kind of say, hey, you want to burn your It'll Quencha on this? Fair enough. And if you don't, maybe I'll find some way to disrupt your hand otherwise.
Yeah, the issue is if stock up resolves, because Chris Larson knows about it, so he knows he's gonna play around it anyways. Maybe you can use this to find a way to find more counter magic. Also, if you resolve stock up, you're very likely to find something like a Deceit to actually clear the way for your Superior Spider-Man.
So a productive turn there for Larson. The real question is, does he just fire off here?
Yeah, I mean,
as far as he knows, the way is clear.
Francisco's only looked at 2 extra cards here. Now there is 1 extra copy of It'll Quencha, and of course the 2 copies of the 3 Steps Ahead. But Chris Larson can certainly go for it this turn. Francisco now reading the Excruciator here.
Yeah, I guess the way I would think about it is like, how bad is it if he gets his Superior Spider-Man quenched here? It's not like the end of the world for him, right?
Right, and it's also just 1 card left here, right? The issue here...
He's going for it. There's Superior Spider-Man on the stack.
Francisco can respond by casting Accumulate Wisdom, Rummage, and look for the other It'll Quencha in his deck.
That's what he's going to do. Larson says, okay, so far, you don't have it.
Okay, we're going to dig. 3 cards, by the way.
Spell Snare.
Does it resolve?
And he found a Steam Vent, so that is going to resolve.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, is that game?
No, it is not game, Marco.
What happens now?
So so what happens now is both sides, both decks will have 6 cards left in your deck. Now, if Francisco can find a way to kill the Excruciator, well, if Christopher Larson needs to find one of those extra cards to basically make it so that Francisco will have less cards left in his deck. Remember, Doomsday Excruciator makes you draw an extra card every single turn.
Right.
So you need to pair it with something like an Insatiable Avarice or a Restless Reef to actually mill out your opponent.
To offset the number of cards drawn. Now, Francisco, though, he really can't do much here, right? Like, if he casts anything, most of his stuff draws cards. Like, he really just sort of needs to let Christopher...
Yeah, it's tough to actually rummage here.
Right.
He has an Iroh's Demonstration, but that is not enough here to kill. Oh, and I like this. He's leveling up Artist Talent, because if you level it up to level the final chapter, then you can actually cast Iroh's Demonstration to deal 6 damage to the Excruciator.
Funny. Also of note, Francisco, careful with his life total there. He was still at the full 20. You know, sometimes you find yourself at 18. You can only take the 3 hits, but he's going to take 4.
Can Chris just play another Excruciator here?
Oh, that's interesting.
Just go land and just go double 6/6 flyer?
He would have to draw even an extra card?
Yeah, but it would shorten the clock. Because Chris Larson currently is not on the milieu plan. Okay, of course, can just play the Harvester.
This works better, yeah.
Yes.
Because right now, he's already down to 4 cards in library.
Right.
Yikes.
Yeah, we should have implemented a cards in library number at this point. Should have seen this one coming.
Okay, Demonstration is enough, however, to just kill.
Okay. Chooses, of course, not to rummage here. Probably just going to tick up the Artist Talent. No. Just keeping up Spell Snare instead. Okay, how many cards left?
2.
That's 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got... I mean, he needs to play out another thread here, right?
He does.
But if he does...
He will draw...
He will deck himself.
He will just deck himself, so he can't do a demon.
Okay, Deadly Cover-Up. Is there a way that Francisco has multiple copies of a card left in his deck? I don't know if that's enough, though, right?
Oh,
unless
that's really
both of the cards left in the deck are the exact copy of the card that Chris Larson is targeting. So now Chris has to just see what he can get with this Deadly Cover. Oh, never mind. Removing his Excruciator, of course.
So he will get to slow back down again and only draw one
Right, but
card
how
per
is he
turn.
still going to win with only 2 cards left in his library? He needs to draw Insatiable Avarice or get a Restless Reef going. He doesn't have one in play.
He's going to look and see if there's a Firebending Lesson in the library, but there's not.
Yeah, I mean, the Excruciator is a double-edged sword. It doesn't end the game by itself, right?
Not at all,
It is kind of a 2-card combo. You want to pair that with Avarice or the Restless Reef.
Can I watch my level? No,
Also interesting that, and thankful that the rest of the libraries are exiled face down. Those are not public information. Nice cut. So he just has to hope that Avarice or whatever is one of those bottom
I mean,
2
on
cards.
top. Or Restless Reef, right? Draw a card, play a Reef.
Then
on
get
your
to
turn,
attack the next
activate attack, and hope Francisco has nothing. I mean, he has to draw it here, though.
Right, and he also...
he could also draw Avarice. Does he have an Avarice left in his deck?
We don't know.
Oh, there's the Reef!
That is
There's
the Reef! He says go!
Oh, Francisco!
Oh, no!
All right, so let's see. There's 3 lessons in the yard. He does have Combustion Technique.
It's
no
a
Firebending lessons.
4/4, and he does need to turn it
I will tell you
sideways.
the honest truth as you ask me, Patchy. I'll give you the straight answer.
Okay.
Because Larson knows the library.
Right. All right. This has to be Combustion Technique. What a rip.
One good top deck deserves another.
Is this
2
gonna
cards
do it
left
here?
in library.
Restless Reef with...
I mean,
the second
Larson
last
has no
card?
choice. He
He's
just fires it
attacking.
up and attacks because he knows that there wasn't a Combustion Technique in the library.
Winning with
And
no
that's
cards left.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, my
That
goodness.
is absolutely incredible. both players on no library, but it's Francisco Chances' turn, and he's the one that has to draw first, so he loses.
What a draw. I mean, he had only 2 cards he could have drawn there and found the perfect card to win. Francisco still had a chance. I mean, that's the way
that reef was clutch. That is, and he needed, if it was the reef, it had to be the top of
it. It couldn't be the last card.
Avarice could have been either, but
right.
Wow.
Oh, man.
That was a little better than game 1, I'll say. Okay, we're going to catch our breath and take a break here from Richmond. When we come back, though, we'll be back with more quarterfinal action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We're in Richmond, Virginia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are in Top 8 Sunday. That's right, we've got our first quarterfinal match underway. Very quick game 1. Lasted about a minute, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Chris Larson just kept, Mulligan kept the one-lander. But I will say this, very entertaining game 2.
Game 2 made up for it. Let's just say that. Now, remember, we're playing best 3 out of 5 here on Top 8 Sunday. So that means that the first 2 games, no sideboards, but any subsequent games do have sideboards. So the players have had a chance to consult their boards, and now they're going to play out as even money here, 1-to-1. Best 2 out of 3 like normal from here on out, but with sideboards. So let's see how this goes. Weird matchup, I have to say. These 2 decks were both kind of aimed at the same thing, but not at each other.
Right, and so game 1, both decks are going to be packing their deck with all kinds of removal, right, just to be able to kind of handle all the various Badger Mole Cub decks. But after sideboard, I mean, taking a look here, I mean, both sides just boarding out a ton of removal here and kind of setting up for kind of a controlling mirror here. I mean, from Chris Larson's side, he is bringing in 3 copies of Quantum Riddler, 4 copies of Duress, a Negate, and 2 copies of Soul Guide Lantern. You can tell there was a matchup that they had in mind in the sideboard.
Absolutely. Jeez, all those Duresses too?
Yeah. Yeah, along with the Deceits, so tons of hand disruption here from the Demir side.
Yeah, this seems difficult for Francisco. I mean, if he does land those key permanents, they do have a good chance of sticking on the battlefield, but...
Yeah. Yeah, for
Larson has the ability to take him out of hand quite easily.
Yeah, from Francisco's side, he absolutely just wants to try to stick one of those enchantments or artifacts. In fact, just digging here, firing off 3 steps ahead because he has no action. It's a very reactive hand. He wants to find a monument or an artist talent here.
Gets rid of combustion technique, draws his card for the turn.
Finds the monument here as well.
There's a monument and an Idolquentia as well.
This could be a good window to just slam the monument here, play around some counter magic. There isn't a Doomsday Excruciator in the graveyard right now, so you're not really concerned about a turn 4 Superior Spider-Man copying that creature.
But Larson is really loading up on future gains here. He's got 2 Quantum Riddlers already warped, and he has another in his hand.
Yeah, so lots of cards coming up here. However, on the flip side, you know,
there's a dress.
Francisco does have that Monument to Endurance, and he's got Agnikella in play. So he's already got his own card draw engine online. So even through hand disruption, Francisco can pretty easily kind of refuel, because every single turn you activate Agnikella, you're looting, drawing a card, discarding a card, triggers the Monument to Endurance. So basically it's draw 2, discard 1 from your land.
I'll take the lesson.
Okay, well, Christopher, off of the Winter Night Stories, is going to discard 2 copies of Requiting Hex, and then he's going to play Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, keeping it in just to be able to deal with Gran, which is a very, very problematic creature if she stays on the battlefield. Yeah, but Chris Larson likely going to want to set up, trying to resolve one of these Riddlers. Maybe start things off with the Duress here. Lots of cards.
How about
just
Riddler
number
3?
3. Sure.
Chris is on the QR code here.
Yeah.
That's 3 of them.
And then Winter Night Stories here, potentially. And plays the land to play around Idolquentia. And, of course, Francisco does have it here. It's a good sequencing.
Wow, Chris has seen so many cards in such a short period of time. There's a demon, by the way.
Might discard that. You have to discard a creature card or 2 cards.
Yeah, this deck does have the ability to cast Doomsday Excruciator quite easily. It is not mono black, but if you look at the mana base, you basically every...
I believe every land just taps
for black mana,
yeah.
Right.
So tricky spot here, just lots of option in terms of what you want to actually discard.
It's really interesting. You know, a normal Dimir control deck would have a real problem with Is It Lessons. Yes, you can take away a bunch of stuff, but they always can see more cards, and those decks typically don't apply enough pressure to really back up the hand disruption. But this deck does. Like, this is the type of deck where you can go, like, play 2 hand disruption spells and clear the way for the Excruciator. And then you kind of don't care what they did up until.
Ooh, all right, Abandoned Attachments. This is going to give Francisco 3 extra cards here, because you're gonna discard a card here, draw 2, and then you also have the Monument trigger. Now, Chris Larson does have the option here to go for a negate.
Yeah, he's going to fight over this, actually. That is just so much raw resources. And are we going to see Francisco fight back with Idolquentia?
I think so,
we are.
Because this is just so many extra cards, right?
Yeah. It's interesting because, you know, generally speaking, both players will let them, draw some cards, whatever. You know, I have to focus on the cards that really matter. But both recognizing that that's just so many cards that it could just become overwhelming for Christopher Larson if he were to let Francisco resolve that. So he went for the negate, but it got countered back. So Francisco gets this huge bump in card advantage.
Wow, and Francisco finds another Monument here. So can run that out and has another Abandoned Attachments, but actually just choosing to keep all of his mana up, has access to negate, and you can just still activate the Agnikella.
Oh, and look at this. Superior Spider-Man just goes right on the stack. No duress.
Going for it here, and Francisco doesn't have a counterspell here.
Seriously?
So if this resolves, this will be a Doomsday Excruciator.
And he's going to have to dig.
All right, cast Accumulate Wisdom. Now, there is a Soul Guide Lantern in play, so you can prevent Francisco from drawing the full 3 cards. But right now, Francisco is just looking for 3 steps away.
Can he find a 3 steps ahead, or is he going to Or is this
or are we going to have
Spider-Man going to resolve?
Right. Remember, this time there is a Restless Reef in play. Right. We have a little more action to instead of just hoping to get lucky with something on top, you actually have the ability to mill your opponent out.
So interesting too that Larson has duress in hand.
Right.
Like, how tempting would it be to just fire that off to try to clear the way?
It.
And there's the streak 3 steps ahead. It counters the superior Spider-Man, but there's good news for Larson. He has another one in hand. So this is one that he could afford to get countered.
Yeah, there's a second copy. There's 2 copies. He used one earlier to just kind of loot, and now he doesn't have any left. So now I wonder if Francisco is looking for something like a Soul Guide Lantern. Could perhaps just cast Abandoned Attachments this turn, right? He did board them in to deal with Superior Spider-Man. Could be something that we see here.
Sanchez has to be very worried about a second copy coming out, especially because Larson just sort of threw it out there. You got to figure he's got another one.
There's probably a backup, right?
Right. But next turn, Larson can go land, duress, have 2 mana up, and still cast Superior Spider-Man all in the same turn. That is going to be a lot to get through. A Soul Guide Lantern would be much better for Sanchez here.
Yeah, it looks like Francisco digging this turn.
Here, can he find it? He found what he needed last turn.
Okay, discards the barrage. So this will find him. Monument trigger on the stack. Finding an extra card. Okay, and then there are 2 lessons in the graveyard. Does find an Accumulate Wisdom.
So that would allow him to continue to dig, but he has not seen anything relevant just yet.
As not here. You could just fire off this Wisdom here. The just 2 mana Anticipate option here.
He's going to play Grand.
Okay.
And he's passed the turn back.
Passing the turn.
Now, there is a bitter triumph here for Larson, so he figures, well...
Right. Might as well.
Might as well.
I think
that's what it's there for.
I think Francisco's probably okay with just letting this die. Still has the ability to...
So what instant speed stuff does Francisco have access to at this point that could interact with this Superior Spider-Man?
Yeah, I mean, he brings in a Negate and a Spell Pierce, but those don't actually do it here.
Wow, he found Deceit, too.
Yeah, I mean, and Larson not going for Duress. Looks like he's still just happy playing out the Spider-Man here.
So gutsy from Larson. He's going to put Superior Spider-Man on the stack yet again.
I mean, at this point, given that he's used both of the 3 steps ahead, I guess you're thinking it's just the coast is kind of clear here, unless you have double Quench.
Right.
But 1 Quench has also been cast.
Oh, it has.
Right. So there's only 1 Quench left.
Okay, well then he just knows. So
right. Exactly.
I guess you don't need to have. You don't need to speculate if you're Christopher Larson. You can just throw it on the stack. And Larson looks nonplussed. He's just like, look.
Yeah, I think what Larson's trying to do is set this up. If this resolves the turn before he activates the Reef, that's when he wants to fire off his hand disruption to make sure Francisco doesn't have a removal spell for the Reef.
Because he knows that the counters have been used up.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's only the 2. And I'm not saying it was incorrect for Francisco to fire off the 3 steps ahead. He absolutely needed to find some action here. But, you know, when you know exactly, and you have a full night to kind of prepare for this matchup, you know all the interaction that your opponent can have. I wonder if Francisco may have wanted to still cast that Accumulate Wisdom on his turn to dig. You know, find a Soul Guide Lantern. Also brought in a singular copy of Torpor Orb, which also would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think Francisco's racking his brain for things that could matter here and isn't able to come up with anything.
He's like, oh, I don't have an answer for the Excruciator, so I'm just going to activate the Agnicella, make sure I have as many cards in my hand as possible before the Excruciator resolves, right? Because you don't want to cast card draw spells after the Excruciator resolves.
But this is beautiful for Larson. He sees Sanchez tap out, and he knows that activating the Agnicella means the way is 100% clear for whatever he wants to do.
All right.
And here we go. 6 cards left in library. This worked out well for Larson last time, but barely.
Bottom 6. Larson now going
And
for
the
duress.
post-Superior Spider-Man duress, he is just showing that he knows this matchup.
There's a monument there.
Takes away the second monument.
Now Francisco can get a treasure here, as he did discard a card. Or he's...
Oh, he's going to draw?
Oh, he's going to choose to draw here. Okay.
Well, I guess he probably just says, I have to find an answer for the reef or I'm going to lose anyway.
Okay.
Does he?
4 cards left. Just a monument. Agna... Oh, this is rough. All right. I mean, this Francisco's playing his outs, and that's it.
Oh, Christopher Larson navigates that game beautifully and picks up his second win. He's up 2-1. The only game he lost, he didn't play a spell.
Right, yeah. And this, I mean, Doomsday Excruciator is the card here that completely swings this matchup on its head. Just because, if you think about it, historically speaking, you know, the Is It Lessons deck does really, really well against various control shells, right? But if you can resolve a creature that makes it so your opponent just doesn't have any cards left, they just do not have time to kind of spin their wheels. All right. Francisco with the Soul Guide Lantern now, so Superior Spider-Man will be turned off.
That was a very quick start. Requiting Hex killed Gran, and now, like you said, Soul Guide Lantern's going to be sitting there. And as you mentioned, these blue-black decks, they don't have a lot of good answers for artifacts and enchantments.
We're going to see a stock up. This, whatever this is, will likely get countered. Nope.
Oh, he's going to let it go.
Oh, well, Francisco needs to hit land drops here. So probably just going, you know what, I'm going to let that resolve because I really need to cast Abandoned Attachments here to try to keep hitting land drops. Because if you go Abandoned Attachments, discard Combustion Technique, perhaps it'll quench at the next play, then you can turn on Accumulate Wisdom.
So with that Lantern out there, does Larson just switch modes into hard casting?
Right.
Because he can do it.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, that mana cost looks oppressive, but it's actually only 6. And in his deck, that's 6 lands.
Yeah.
Like, he can cast it on turn 6 if he has.
It is a lot harder to kind of play around It'll Quench at that point, but after sideboard, Chris Larson has 7 hand disruption spells, right? 4 duress, no, 8. 4 duress and 4 deceits here.
Right, and he actually is going to go for a duress right now.
Going
and that's
for the negate.
I assume.
And then he's just going to probably fire off another duress here. That will take the Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that Sanchez doesn't have going is the engine, right? Like, he doesn't have either enchantments or artifacts.
And then Deceit the Quantum Riddler.
Right?
Yeah.
So he's annihilated his hand. I mean, Sanchez has the ability to, you know, get a lot of cards going in a short period of time, but he's kind of forcing the issue, and it was the land off the top.
Yeah, and by the way, you can target any creature in the graveyard with Superior Spider-Man. There's a Quantum Riddler in Francisco's graveyard, so that can kind of, you can play a 4/4. You could potentially force your opponent to just exile their own graveyard, which would kind of slow down the Lessons deck as well.
Larson says, I've always wanted my own Quantum Riddler. But he's going to go for Avarice here. That is actually going to draw out the It'll Quench You, though, and that means Sanchez is down to Island.
Yeah, now Francisco going, do I want to just crack the Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card?
Oh, he's in that mode.
Yeah, because he doesn't have anything going here. You could just target Deceit potentially.
Larson passes
the turn back. Francisco digging.
He is doing it.
Oh, he found another Soul Guide Lantern, I think. Artist Talent and Soul Guide Lantern.
Hey,
you can rummage as well.
That's how you get right back in this thing, Francisco.
Get the Deceit out of there. Okay.
So now he's starting to get an engine rolling, and he has that backup plan with the Lantern.
Chris Larson does have an Insatiable Avarice here to restock here. And if you can get to 6 mana and find a Deceit, Deceit is an answer to some of these enchantments, right? You can cast a Deceit for blue, blue, black, black, bounce a permanent, and then have them discard that permanent.
That's right. But another Avarice here for Larson, and he's just trying to load up on cards because right now both players have kind of attacked each other's hands enough.
Francisco has found another land, probably just going to tick up the Artist Talent. I wonder if he's going to play the Spire Bluff Canal. Nope, just the island, representing the gate. Oh, and that's a deceit here from Larson off the
And he's just
top.
going to hard cast it for the full amount.
Oh, that is brutal because now all of a sudden Francisco can't just play spells to start rummaging either. And Chris Larson has a very credible threat here in the deceit.
In response to the spell.
In response to the spell, he's going to crack. Is there anything?
Nope. He just found a land. He's going to showcase his hand of all lands.
Yeah.
Deceit in all lands.
He let him know, yeah, you're going to be discarding this one. And by the way, that's a clock now.
Right, absolutely. Oh, that is a Ral.
Ral Crackling Wit here for Sanchez.
So you can use the Ral to either draw 3, discard 2 cards to try to find more cards, perhaps a combustion technique to kill the deceit, or you can just start making 1/1 tokens and hope Chris Larson doesn't have a way to kill the token. But yeah, Francisco is actually just choosing to dig here instead.
Yeah, we saw Broadside Barrage in the last game. Francisco actually discarding it early. But that's a card that can take care of the deceit too.
Finds a Quantum Riddler.
Okay.
And Gran.
Well,
yeah, has to pitch 2 cards here.
I guess he could use Gran to keep Ral around.
So if he discards 2 cards, he's going to go down to 3, play a land for the turn, and then if you warp the Quantum Riddler, you do get to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Is he okay with letting Ral go here?
I think, well, there's also a Restless Reef in play. So I think the assumption is that the Ral will die.
That if Chris wanted to, Ral's dead anyway. That makes sense.
Oh, and he finds Accumulate Wisdom. So he's loading back up here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of momentum.
Oh, but Chris Larson finds stock up, so the Haymakers are coming here from both sides. Actually double Accumulate Wisdom here in Francisco's hand.
Holy smokes.
With the Gran. So Chris Larson going to stock up, try to find one of his 8 hand disruption spells.
Yeah, he wants to get a look.
That's a Duress.
Maybe a Deceit in there too. No, it doesn't look like it.
It was a Duress and also has a Negate. So actually both Accumulate Wisdoms
are now
are dealt
accounted
with.
for.
Yeah.
And the Ral.
Right.
Wow. This has been an incredible game. Both players just throwing everything they have at each other.
Oh, but he doesn't fire off the Duress.
He didn't Duress, though.
So one of the Wisdoms will resolve, assuming Chris Larson only has the Negate in hand here.
No, and there's a combustion technique just a little bit late for Sanchez.
Right.
So first Gran.
Now, if you're Francisco, are you going to be patient here, or do you just run it out?
First one's just coming out.
Okay. Well, if that one runs out, in response, you do this. Maybe you find a counter spell.
Right.
You can resolve both. So this is the second Accumulate Wisdom. Does this one get countered? It does.
Okay, so it stays countered. Artist Talent Island
Oh,
and
look at
Monument.
this.
Everything he needed.
What?
So he has Gran Talent and then
and
Monument at some point here?
Right, and Combustion Technique if he needs as well. And Chris Larson, I mean, at this point, we're kind of back on the maybe I need to get Doomsday Excruciator going here because Francisco just kind of found all the pieces here.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Larson passed the turn and there was nothing.
Yeah, 1 card left. That's Combustion Technique, so he didn't rummage that away. Oh, but a stock up here.
What can he find? Another
Lots of
Superior
threats.
Spider-Man and a
and a
Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
I mean, those are fine cards.
Those are
but
yeah, definitely
is that
decent
really
cards.
what he needs right now?
Now, yeah, and there's also Quantum Riddler, warped on Francisco's side, which will kind of fuel him back up here. This is a tough little spot here for Chris Larson.
No Doomsday Excruciators to be seen.
He did board one out here.
Oh, okay.
Matchup.
Maybe feeling that a little bit right now.
Yeah, the key is to just resolve one at some point. Just kind of more important to have all those hand disruption elements.
So he's going to get a Riddler here.
Yeah, I believe that's the only decent creature in the yard, right?
There's a Grand. I don't know if that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's no lessons, so you don't get the discount.
It's the only other option. So.
But I don't even.
Becomes a Quantum Riddler.
Chris Larson has so many cards in hand. I mean, it's a fine card. It is a 4/6 flyer, but that's all it is.
I mean, can he just start beating down with Deceit and Riddler?
He sure can, but Francisco Sanchez does have the combustion technique that would deal with the Deceit, and then Francisco can just hard cast the Quantum Riddler, draw 2 cards, have the blocker for the opposing Riddler, and presumably if you can find some more spells, chain those with Artist Talent plus Monument, all of a sudden Francisco could potentially bury Chris Larson in card advantage.
It's certainly feeling like that's the direction it's going. Deceit is going to attack, but it's going to get combustion techniqued.
All right.
And that exiles it too, right?
It absolutely does. All right, can Francisco find some spells here to cast to get the talent and monument going?
Attachments?
Right. Okay.
That'll work.
But no cards in hand. So you want to run out the Quantum Riddler first.
Right.
Draw 2 cards. But yeah, I mean, this is just all of the cards here now for Francisco.
Yeah, this was the card avalanche that has been forming for the last turn and a half.
And also finds a 3 steps ahead.
Oh, interesting.
Probably just want to run out Abandoned Attachments now while you get the discount for 1 mana. By the way, with that Riddler in play, you play the Abandoned Attachments, you discard, you draw more than 1 card. Because you're down to 1 card, you're down to just 3 steps ahead.
When that trigger resolves.
Right. So big. Then draw 2 off the Riddler, yes. Now, Monument Trigger still on the stack, drawing an extra card, so that's 3 cards. Abandoned Attachments hasn't resolved yet.
It hasn't even resolved.
All right, and now this will get Francisco a treasure as well.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I mean, when this deck just kind of gets this engine running, it's so hard to stop. That's another Monument to Endurance too. Oh, no, 2 more Monuments.
So what can Larson do to get out of this mess?
I think it's excruciating.
Bust. Yeah.
I think that's absolutely what Chris Larson needs here. I don't think that playing this kind of fair game of running out some Quantum Riddlers and Deceits will get it done from this point. You just need to kind of attack Francisco's deck with the Excruciator.
Man, I keep thinking about that turn when Francisco had the 2 accumulate wisdom.
Right, and Chris Larson did have the opportunity to fire off that Duress in his hand, and if he did, he would have the negate for the other one, and then Francisco would have nothing.
Right, and instead, look what happened.
Right.
Oh, there's an Excruciator.
Okay, but there is a 3 steps ahead, and this will cost, what, 6 mana to cast, but there is a Duress.
Does he have enough to do it all? Yeah, he does actually.
Yeah, and here's the thing,
So
though.
what does this mean?
Well, here's the thing, though. If you think Christopher Larson's setting up a Doomsday Excruciator, you can spell pierce this Duress, right?
Oh.
If Chris Larson pays for the Duress, he can't play the Doomsday Excruciator. Also, when you cast the spell pierce, you trigger your Monument, and then you can make another treasure, so you can actually have them, because there's already a treasure in play. You rummage,
right?
You make a second treasure, you have Grand in play, and you still have the ability to cast the 3 steps ahead in your hand as well.
That is wild.
So I think if you're Francisco, you spell pierce this, because your route to losing this game is a resolved Doomsday Excruciator.
And that would basically buy you a turn.
Right.
And a turn is so
It's
huge in these situations.
With the 3 Monuments, he can actually kill Christopher Larson over 2 turns.
Right. Oh, he let it resolve.
Okay.
Hey, 3 steps ahead.
And Chris Larson has...
So he just goes for it,
He's got the
right?
line here. He's going to go for the Doomsday Excruciator. Now, there's still a chance here that Francisco can win with those Monuments, right?
Really? He'll only have 6 cards. Like, don't you just end up
you play all
accidentally
3.
drawing a bunch
You
of
don't rummage until you get all 3 in play.
I see.
Then you play a spell, then you rummage, 9 to your opponent. On your opponent's turn, cast another spell, take another 9.
And Larson's at 17.
Right. And Larson's going to be tapped out.
So you have to be careful, but...
Very careful, yes.
But that's definitely... So, but if Larson was at 19, not so much.
That would be a lot more difficult, yes. But the Insatiable Avarice was the 3 damage. That might very much matter here. He's going for it. Excruciator. Francisco can just, might as well get all the card draw out of the way now.
I wonder also about the Quantum Riddler for Sanchez. Like, that's not a May, right?
It's not a May, but at this point, Francisco has so many cards. I don't think he's going to get to the point where he's going to have to draw 2 cards off of it anymore.
Okay, it just won't matter anymore.
Yeah, the last turn, he just drew 5 cards or something.
Okay. Because he's got to get the monuments. Yeah, it's so tricky.
Right, what he needs to do is get the monuments in play, but also find another spell to cast, because right now he doesn't. Right, so with this abandoned attachments, Francisco is going to be looking for, combustion technique or anything to kind of trigger the 3 monuments that he's going to have in play next turn.
So he's just trying to set himself up. There's Torpor Orb, a little late.
A little late. Hey, but it's a piece of cardboard that counts as a spell that you can cast.
That's right. Okay, it resolves. Both players will be down to just 6 cards in their library. And if Larson can somehow survive, he could be in the driver's seat with that Reef, but it feels like Francisco has all the tools needed to go 9.
Right.
Then on your upkeep, 9 you again.
So it needs an instant speed spell here to be able to cast
right.
Larson's
The orb does not do that.
He doesn't have any yet. Right? Doesn't have any yet.
He doesn't yet.
There are 2 more. Man, that was kind of a whiff with the abandoned attachments. Now, do you have a way? If you can kill the Doomsday Excruciator, which you can't, but if you could have attacked. That would have put Chris Larson to 9. Then you play double Monument and the Torpor Orb, and that would be lethal.
Right. But he didn't have any removal.
Well, I mean, Sanchez boarded out most of his removal in this matchup. He boarded out all 4 of the Firebending techniques and boarded out...
Lessons, yeah.
Excuse me, Firebending Lessons, and only has Combustion techniques left.
Right. This is so close. Larson has the easy job right now. He just has to sit and watch. This is very much out of his hands for the moment.
All right, taking that up. All right, because he's going to cast a lot of spells, so might as well get the full-on cost reduction here. This is the first Monument to Endurance. It'll cost 1 mana to cast.
Yep.
Not rummaging yet. Playing out the second one here. And then you can play kind of the Torpor Orb for free. It costs 0 mana with Grand and the leveled up Artist Talent here. And hopefully that will find Francisco an instant speed spell here to go for the win.
He needs to find one. Let's see what he can get.
It's the Rummage. So he goes for a Rummage here with 2 monuments.
It'll quench you.
That doesn't quite work.
No.
4 cards left.
I guess unless Larson puts something on the stack.
Right.
But won't
Larson
do that.
just wants to activate Restless Reef.
Accumulate Wisdom.
Okay. Okay.
Can he? So the triggers will resolve before the spell does.
Right. That should get it done here. Torpor Orb.
9 you.
Rummage. Take 9 on your upkeep. Accumulate Wisdom. Discard. Take 9 again.
With 0 cards in library.
With 0
again?
cards in library. By the way, Chris Larson won with 0 cards in library in the previous game.
Francisco Sanchez looks like he has found a route to victory. He actually has the Combustion technique here too.
Every single card here mattering. So just kind of, all right, upkeep.
He's just going to say go.
Spell.
And it's just going to be Combustion technique. Rummage.
Trigger, trigger, trigger. I will choose not to draw off my monuments.
And do 9 to you.
Take 9.
So he said, I'm going to do 9 to you.
What do you choose?
9. I said 9.
Oh, 9. Okay.
What do you choose?
Yeah. And there we go. That is game number 4 going to Francisco Sanchez to even things up and force a final and 5th game between these two. And I'm thrilled that we're going to get a game 5 here, Paul. This matchup, not what you would assume coming in, but boy, is it exciting.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Francisco at a couple of points early in that game with basically no resources in hand, but you see just how quickly the deck can just refuel up with cards like that Accumulate Wisdom. We were singing such high praises of the card, and of course a lot of the other decks in the format have caught up, but this is still an extremely powerful engine.
Yeah, once Francisco rounded that corner with that second copy of Accumulate Wisdom, he never looked back.
Yeah.
And was even able to win through the Excruciator. Here's stock up once again. Larson playing kind of a more of a Demir control shell with that combo finish.
Slam the Monument.
Countered, and the Monument hits immediately.
Yeah, no way to deal with the Monument, but Chris Larson does have stock up here. Gonna be looking for a duress. Hasn't played a land for the turn yet. Does find one. And I think a Soul Guide Lantern as well, so some good disruption elements if that's what he goes for.
Yeah, nice cheap interaction.
Ooh, Cruel Claws Heist. Actually a Game 5 special here, boarding this in. Another hand disruption spell.
From Bloomborough.
Getting the Lantern going here, so now Accumulate Wisdom. The first one, at least, will not be drawing Francisco 3 cards. Wait, is that, did Francisco draw all 4 of his monuments?
Oh,
it does.
It does look like it.
Yeah, but this is huge. Abandoned attachments with an active monument. This is going to be discard 1, draw 3 cards.
He's going to keep all the monuments in hand, too.
You know this, of course.
Oh, and then I guess he's deciding, oh, he didn't find a land. He might want to make a treasure here.
Oh,
He wants to fire something else. Like, make a treasure, just play Artist Talent, and just kind of hope that Christopher Larson doesn't completely punish you on the following turn.
Make a treasure.
Makes, yeah. Oh, goes for Accumulate Wisdom here instead.
Just trying to hit these lands.
Right. And it's not going to get that much better given that there's a Soul Guide Lantern in play. So it looks, I'm assuming he went for a land here.
He did it quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the cards he's putting on the bottom is Accumulate Wisdom, so yeah, we're going to see a Steam Vents from Francisco, and he's going to pass the turn back with triple Monument, Artist Talent, and a Combustion Technique.
Now, Chris Larson doesn't have a whole lot of action here, does? Oh, but he is heisting Cruel Claw.
Cruel Claw's Heist goes on the stack.
And he's, I believe he's gifting him a card.
Yeah, you draw a card. I gift you a card.
Yeah, he gifts you a card, and then he can take a non-land card from it, and he can cast it.
So you can take Artist Talent here if you want. And, I mean, that's probably the most impactful card. You're not taking a Monument doesn't do anything. So it feels like you're going to take the Artist Talent here.
I mean, haven't you ever wanted to have a Monument in play, Paul? Like,
yeah, but you know, you got a lot of spells. Artist Talent also seems pretty nice. By the way, the first time I played the Lessons deck, this was what I drew. I drew all the monuments and just didn't do anything. Francisco
yeah, I was going to say, is it a good thing or a bad thing to have all 4?
It was not, well, at this point, no. You wanted kind of when Francisco had it the last game. But right now, Francisco wants to find Grands, more abandoned attachments, or, of course, the Agna Kella in his deck.
So he wants to get these cost reduction effects going.
Yeah, so it's kind of, it's both players right now just actually don't have too much going right now.
I'll play.
Yeah. He's going to play the Artist
not
Talent,
bad.
because why not?
Okay.
He's got a pair of Bitter Triumph and a pair of lands.
This is a big
facing
draw.
down triple Monument, double Combustion Technique.
All right, so that is a land. So if you're Francisco, you just play out the other monument. Set up, right? Set up for an Artist Talent off the top. Set up for an Agna Kella.
Yeah, why not? He's under no pressure here.
Oh, and the Ral that he brought in.
There's a Deceit, though, for Larson.
And is this 6 mana?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
so
cast the thing.
you can cast it, kill one of the monuments, and then
have a
or
5/5.
Bounce a monument. Might actually just take Combustion Technique. Oh, but if you do this, by the way, the monument will trigger. Right? The one monument in play will trigger because you make them discard, which is actually not necessarily a great thing here.
No, because you're not actually solving the monument problem with this.
Right. You kind of want to... But the thing is, every land in your deck taps for black mana, so you can't not cast Deceit for just all blue, can you?
I mean, if you have 2 swamps, which he does, you're stuck.
I'm gonna guess, yeah, because...
Yeah, Chris Larson doesn't want to take a card.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call you guys, I'm an idiot. I don't intend to discard my opponent.
So the question is,
bound.
do you have
Just
that
old guy.
choice if you had 2 swamps and were forced to use black mana?
Can I choose?
You can't. I mean, if you pay 6 blues, yes, but
If you pay 6
I don't
blue,
think
you could.
Yeah, there's 2
Or
swamps.
5 blue.
There's 2
right?
swamps in play.
Yeah.
Three,
I
yeah,
have
3
to do it,
swamps.
Yeah, I think he's just got to do it.
If black was spent, target opponent reveals their hand, you choose. It doesn't say you may. So you have to choose a card.
And this isn't like searching your library where you can say, well, I didn't find what I wanted. So.
Yeah, it's not a fail to find.
Right, there are cards.
This is rough. I mean,
unbelievable.
Yeah, it might have been better to just not even play the deceit.
Yep.
Oh, and so now
Weird.
Francisco can find artist talent, accumulate wisdom, Agna Kella. Will Chris Larson be punished for this?
Not yet.
No.
Yep.
And it's extra rough because Sanchez still has a combustion technique in hand anyway.
Right.
So he still has the answer for the deceit.
There is an active Soul Guide Lantern on Larson's side, so he could,
Oh, sure.
I guess, counter it. And Chris Larson's, because at this point, Chris Larson has nothing, right?
Right, he's
His
just
game
trying to
plan-
slam for 5.
His game plan is, I mean, there's a Restless Reef in the graveyard as well. His plan might just be to just try to kill you over 3 turns.
3 monuments on the battlefield for Sanchez. He is monument flooded.
It is time to
And
get...
Larson needs to go into beatdown mode with his Dimir deck.
Attack you for
I
9.
think I'm milling me.
okay, sorry.
I don't know.
He's deciding who to mill with the Reef.
Right, he could target himself because he does have Superior Spider-Man in his deck. If you do hit Doomsday Excruciator and then draw Spider-Man, that would be good.
He's going to target himself, and
That
he'll
was a
actually
good
be
mill,
happy.
too.
Yeah,
3
3
lands.
lands and a Requiting Hex
Yeah.
at the bin. But that's just luck.
All right.
Still, what is that, 9 damage?
Francisco needs to find a way to discard a card here. All right,
Yeah.
we're going to be cycling Soul Guide Lantern, I believe.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Abandoned Attachments, Agna Kella, Artist Talent.
Something.
Another
one.
Soul Guide Lantern. Okay.
He's working his
Cycles
way
it.
through his
He's
library,
trying to find
a
something,
discard
'cause this
outlet.
combustion technique will not be successful at killing either of these creatures.
He's passed a turn back.
Oh, wow.
Did he? I guess he can play a land.
I mean,
I think he did a little
Yeah.
hand motion like, what is going on here?
Yeah, he doesn't have anything here. He just has a bunch of monuments. No
This
way
is-
to discard.
He has all 4 monuments
All
on the
4.
battlefield and nothing to do with them.
Okay, this is an attack for 9.
Larson is kind of smiling like, is this for real right now?
Hey, look, any way to win. Insatiable Avarice, too, by the way, is an out.
Right.
Francisco's at 2.
But Bitter Triumph ×2 in hand here for Larson means he just has to hold his
He
breath.
needs abandoned attachments here. Abandoned attachments to have a chance.
He
It's a
finds
land.
an island, and he loses. Christopher Larson wins the match, attacking with creatures somehow.
That is not the way Chris Larson drew it up here. What an incredible way to still find a way to close things out there. You know, and you know, this isn't Lessons deck. Monument is extremely powerful, right? But if you can't pair that with the discard outlet, it just kind of stays on the battlefield. I go back to that one moment in that game where he created that treasure and was looking for a land.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have played the Artist Talent, right? If he played out that Artist Talent, that is a completely different game. Now, I understand why you want to hit that land drop, but by doing so, Chris Larson getting that Artist Talent out of his hand, and all of a sudden, Francisco just had nothing he could do over the next 3 or 4 turns.
He tried. He saw as many cards as he possibly could over those turns, and Larson critically noted, I have nothing going. Like,
Right.
he didn't even have a temptation at another game
There were no
plan.
options,
Right. He's just
right?
like, well, fire it up and
Attack
let's
you.
go.
Yeah,
And
all right.
so it actually ended up getting him across the line. Not a typical way to win a game, but then again, none of those were. We had a very exciting match there. And luckily enough, we have Cedric with Christopher Larson right now.
I'm joined with the big winner, Christopher Larson. A 5-game set against Francisco Sanchez. Tell us about the win.
I mean, it's more like a 4-game set. As game 1, I kept the 1 lander and get it on. And game 2, I just played a Naked Demon and hope it got there. Get a little bit lucky. And game 4, thought I was winning. Got lucky. Game 5, he just had 4 monuments and no discard. So we take those sometimes. Get lucky. a little bit.
Little luck never hurts. Now, you play the winner of Iguaro Sagilek and Cyprian Tron. Who would you rather play against and why?
I think both matchup as one playing airbending should be favorable for us. I have not played against Izzet Elementals all tournament. My team, who is mostly my knowledge of this tournament, tell me Elementals should be a favorable matchup for our demonic consultations, what we're trying to do. The Spanish Demon Trap. So, but I have no idea what I'm doing against Elementals. So I'm going to go now, talk to the team and see how they feel about my matchup because they actually played it.
Well, I won't stop you any longer. Get over to that team and good luck, my friend.
Great stuff from Christopher Larson, who advances to the semifinals. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk, and we'll be setting up for our next quarterfinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Eclipsed is coming soon, February 6th through the 8th in Toronto, Canada. The Spotlight main event has sold out, but side events will still be running all weekend long. Can attend? Catch the coverage live on twitch.tv/face-to-face-games. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels, and you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 over on magic.gg/spotlight. I'm gonna need a minute after that matchup here. Our quarterfinals are underway on Top 8 Sunday here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed, live from Richmond, Virginia. Who'll be going home with this trophy and $50,000? We're one step closer to figuring it all out. Welcome back to the news desk. Mir Bertholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips with you here. And we've been following our big teams in the room all weekend long. Let's get a check-in now on how those teams are doing. In fact, after 2 days of play, starting here with Team Cosmos, Monty.
Yeah, Team Cosmos heavy play where they're certainly not going to be sad because they put 2 players into the top 8, Luis Salvato and Christopher Larson. Unfortunately, 10 is what most players would like to hit, and only 2 other players, Jack Potter and Alejandro Mora, hit that number. So not the best weekend for Cosmos heavy play, but you can't complain with 2 people in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely not. Let's check in on the Italian, Cedric.
We will dive in indeed. A small little upstart team of just players from Italy that have grouped up together. They have put 1 player in the top 8 there, and Marco Balacca, who was our overnight leader at 8-0, our last undefeated player at 10-0 on the weekend. Marco with 12 wins, 9th place. Tiebreaker stings, but requalification. Same can be said there at 10-6. But this is a smaller team with maybe a little bit lower expectations. I'd say they put up one heck of a weekend.
Absolutely they did. Let's check in now on Team Moriyama Japan. They've, of course, dominated some tournaments over the past couple of years. How did they do this weekend? Let's peek in here. Nobody into the top 8, unfortunately, for this team. Your player of the year, Ken Yukihiro, coming close at 11-5. Then we had 3 players on 10-6, so they requalify to come back here and do it all again. I would say slightly disappointing for only that many people to have hit that requalification mark. Next up, the Boulder Money.
Yeah, so taking a look at the Boulder, of course, this is a team of mostly Midwestern grinders, but players that have been in the game for a very long time, and they had a fantastic start to the weekend. We were hyping them up as doing great, and look at
this is incredible.
This. Look at the number of players that were able to hit that requalification purely thanks to just how good their constructed deck was. They had every single player on the team play the same deck as the Spelementals. They all made day 2, and 10 of the 15 players requalified.
Incredible. And there you can see on your screen, how did it all shake out? The Boulder was our #1 team in the room this weekend. Made up a lot of players from the Midwest with a win percentage overall at 60.8%. That is incredible, especially with such a large team. The Italians coming in 2nd place, followed by Cosmos Heavy Play and Moriyama Japan. Well, if you watched coverage this weekend, you know Riley Knight can't be here with us in person, but he is phoning in remotely, and he graced us with his presence and some really interesting Riley math.
Phoning it in remotely.
It was a little sketchy. Dr. Frank Karsten wasn't a fan of it. So Riley was like, hold on, you know, I'm going to check my math again. I'm going to go back, do some numbers, and do some more numbers. Let's find out what he has cooked up for us this time.
Hello everyone, it's your good friend Riley Knight joining you once again from across the Pacific, from beautiful Queensland, Australia. I wasn't able to make it to the Pro Tour to be part of the broadcast team this weekend, but it has freed me up to keep a very close eye on the numbers, on the stats that have emerged from this weekend, this Pro Tour. And there are some very interesting trends that I'd like to share with you now as we dial in on the top 8 and attempt perhaps to predict a winner. And if previous form is anything to go by when it comes to some of these players, there are, as I say, some very interesting trends we can examine here. As we look at Francisco Sanchez, who topped the Swiss, did very well indeed, and we're looking at his day 1 win rate at recent Pro Tours. It is 53.8%, a solid win rate, of course, on day 1, but it only gets better from there. On day 2, Francisco's win rate jumps up to 65.2%, and then on day 3, 66.67%. So, Francisco, you would think hot stuff heading into this top 8. He made it all the way to 2nd place at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, of course, and looking to do one better this weekend, and those numbers certainly back up a strong performance from the Spaniard. Tony Portland, on the other hand, well, the numbers aren't doing him any favours when it comes to day 3 performances. On day number 1, Tony has the best win rate in the field, 80.6%. This is not a joke. Tony Portland wins 4 out of 5 matches on day 1. But unfortunately, this is not a trend that is maintained across following days. 54.8% win rate on day 2. Still respectable, of course. By the time we get to day number 3, it's a coin toss for the Croatian. Coming 4th, the Pro Tour Final Fantasy gives him a 50% win rate on day 3. Still a strong contender, and someone we'll keep an eye on. But the player I really want to focus on here is the Frenchman, Cyprien Tron. Now, the numbers for Cyprien are very interesting indeed. On day number 1, Cyprien has a 50% win rate. This is a fine place to be, certainly, you know, you're not losing any more than you're winning at least. But on day 2, Cyprien's win rate skyrockets to 87.5%. Now, Cyprien hasn't played in a day 3 just yet, so we don't have a day 3 win rate here. But if we are to extrapolate from the data available to us, well, once again, the results are very interesting. Going from 50% on day 1 to 87.5% on day 2 represents an increase of 37.5% in absolute terms, right? So if this trend continues, Cyprien adds another 37.5% to the old win rate here, his day 3 win rate will end up at 125%, which is a very, very strong place to be in any game, never mind just Magic. But it could be even better here, because we are, of course, talking about percentages, let's not forget that. And so if we look at the going from 50% on day 1 to 87.5% on day 2, if we look at that as a percentage increase, that is a 75% increase to the old win rate there. If Cyprian manages to increase the win rate by another 75% heading into day 3, if there is consistency once again, then his win rate will be, at the end of today, 153.13%. And isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that yesterday when I came with all of these numbers, that people were laughing at me, that people were being scornful about my prediction that someone may win 1.4 Pro Tours? Well, look, yes, I'll admit, I was wrong. Someone might win 1.5313 Pro Tours this weekend, and that someone is Cyprian Tron. Best of luck, you know who I'm going for, and I'm looking forward to seeing a hastily cobbled together 1.5 trophies being handed over to Cyprian at the end of the weekend.
Wow, if that's the trophy we gave to somebody, that is a nightmare, whoever made this.
I'll happily take it. I don't mind. I don't mind.
What's it duct tape and Riley's face on there looking like that? That's on your mantle?
I only get to see Riley a couple times a year, so being able to see him every day, don't mind if I do ski. Miss you, buddy. Wish you were here.
No, Monty can't handle the math of magic that just went on there from Riley. Sorry there, Monty. Let's try and cleanse his palate by taking a look at our bracket here, because we've got more magic to play and 1.5313 trophies to give away. Take a look at what's happened here. Our first quarterfinal, Christopher Larson took this down. It was epic, 3-2 over Francisco Sanchez. So a lot more work to get done here in our quarters before we find some more semi-finalists. Let's take a peek at our next quarterfinal that we'll be watching here in the feature match area. Eduardo Sajgalik will be up against Cyprian Tron. This is It Elementals up against Bant Airbending. Eduardo used to be on coverage with us here, sat next to me, right where you're sitting, Mr. Monty. This he top-aided a long time ago in 2012 at Pro Tour Return to Ravnica, so it's been a long time. He's the limited coach for Team World Lake Council. It's been 6 years since he played on a Pro Tour, so he comes on back and he top-aids. Cyprian Tron, on the other hand, his pro play debut was at the Mythic Invitational back in 2020. He played Arena Championship 9 and went 11-5 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Let's take a look at the road here to the top 8, starting with Eduardo. Went 8-1 in Standard, got one bye there in the final round, locking up his spot in the top 8, 4-2 overall in draft. Only one loss on day 2 of competition. But how do things look when we turn the tables to Cyprian Tron and his journey here to our top 8, Cedric?
We will dive in. A 2-1 start in Limited to kick things off for the tournament. I see a win and mostly wins in day 1 of Constructed, as it looks like Cyprian did go up against 5 different strategies. Another 2-1 through Limited means that Cyprian had a 4-2 record in Limited, quite good of course, and then started off just win, 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 and another win again to make the top 8. So a very nice Constructed record of, it looks like 5-4 is 9-1 in Constructed with band airbending. Very, very impressive stuff. And now to the top 8, the place to be, and he was thrilled to make it.
Yes, he was indeed. Those are the players. Now talk to me about the decks they brought to this tournament, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Eduardo's build of Elementals. This deck is very cool, and it is one of the different variations that we saw this weekend. So the base goal for this deck is to just get these Evoke Elementals deck out as soon as possible, ideally with a Roaming Throne already on the battlefield to double your triggers, and then you get cheap Sunderflocks, and that allows you to really feast on Badgermole Cub decks. Now, the way you do that is using a card like Ashling Rekindled or Flame Braider to really amp up your clock. One of the biggest issues this deck has is it doesn't have that much interaction, especially at instant speed when you're going up against a combo deck. So I'm going to put some extra emphasis on those 4 copies of Bounce Off that Eduardo specifically chose to bring in his build of Elementals. On the other side, we're going to go over to Cyprian's build of Bant Airbending. Now, Airbending is a Badgermole Cub deck, but not really what we're used to from Badgermole Cup decks. This is more of a combo deck. Your goal is to use Dock Hourlock to reduce the cost of casting spells from exile, which of course works with airbending and allows you to do some really wonky things. Now, Aang Swift Savior, plus Appa Steadfast Guardian with the Dock Hourlock allows you to start going infinite. Now, the big innovation for this deck has been the inclusion of interdimensional Web Watch. This is something that when Bant Airbending decks started including it, it really took the deck to the next level and brought it back into consideration for Standard. Again, big issue for Cyprian. Not that much interaction, especially in the main deck, only one copy of Seam Rip. So when it comes to the matchup, we're going to see a lot of ships passing in the night here.
There's a look at the players and the decks. How are they feeling, though, ahead of this huge matchup here on Top 8 Sunday? Cedric had a chance to talk to the players.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajulik. How are we feeling about our Top 8 matchup this morning?
Honestly, I'm not sure, but I got the advice from the rest of the team on Bant Airbending, who collectively tried the matchup last night and gave me advice, so I'm going to trust what they're telling me and hope that it pans out.
Well, Eduardo, good luck. I'm here with Cyprian Tron. How are we feeling about that Top 8 matchup?
So, the pros and some of our teammates tested the matchup during the night, so I thank them. And I think it's not great, but it's winnable. So, and I have a plan, so I'm quite confident about it.
Confidence is good. Good luck this morning.
Thank you.
I have a plan. We'll take it. Monty, who do you like in this matchup?
I think Badgermole Cup has just been heavily targeted this weekend, and I do not like their chances. So for Cyprian, being a Badgermole Cup player, I think he's got a tough road ahead of him.
What about you, Cedric?
I have to agree with Monty here. This is a matchup that, you know, Badgermole Cubs have had a very tough time. Eduardo played this deck because he does have a good Cub matchup. This is, I don't want to say the dream pairing, but it's certainly close. Hard to pick against the deck that is going up against a green deck and exactly wants to be going up against green decks.
All right, let's find out who some more semifinalists will be. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome on into quarterfinals. 2, 3, and 4 here, everybody. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we cannot wait to jump into the magic here and determine who the rest of our semifinals are going to be. Our semifinalists, I should say. We've got Eduardo Sajulik on Elementals up against Cyprian Tron playing Airbending. And it seems like it's going to be a bit of a tough road for Cyprian.
Definitely seems like it. You know, these elemental strategies, exactly what Monty was saying at the desk, they've been very much taking advantage of these style decks all weekend. So, gotta like Eduardo for this one, but we will see.
We're going to join this quarterfinals with Cyprian Tron on the back foot here, joining in Game 3. So this is post-board magic that you're going to be seeing. Eduardo is up 2 games already, so Cyprian really needs to rally here and pull the old reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. So already tough going into this, but of course even tougher knowing that we're jumping in with Eduardo 2 games up here. So we do get sideboard now from Cyprian Tron, so, you know, things could get a little better. But on the flip side, the first sideboard card I see is from Eduardo, and it is 3 Pyroclasm. So it easily could get worse as well.
Cyprian kicking things off here with a Llanowar Elves. And you did mention that there are a couple of key sideboard cards that, you know, the players do have access to.
Yeah, absolutely.
That being one of them.
Yeah. I would think Pyroclasms are going to be probably the most important thing. Like, even if we see a Pyroclasm here, you got to think that is just about, you know, the best possible thing that can happen here. If you can just get a clean 2-for-1 on turn 2, Eduardo would have assuredly fired that off. It was there, so good news for Cyprian Tron.
And in terms of the sideboarding, we know that Eduardo took out the Deceits, 1 Pit of Offerings, 2 Winter Night Stories, and brought in 2 Seers, Disdainful Strokes, Spell Snares, and Spider Sense. And then for Cyprian, took out 2 Cubs, took out 1 Aang, brought in 2 Airbender Ascension, and brought in Seam Rips, Aven Interrupters, and Get Lost.
Wow, didn't even bring in the the Pyroclasms.
Right.
That's wild. I mean, it makes a lot more sense against rhythm decks where the Bant Airbring, there is actually 3 toughness on a decent amount of creatures. You're not going to Pyroclasm away Doc Orlok, for instance, Aang Swift Savior type thing. So that does make sense. It'll be good at a certain subset of situations, this one being one of them, but
Yeah, certainly plenty of little idiots to get off the battlefield here for Eduardo, and he has 2 of them to deal with right now, and Bramble Familiar as well as Llanowar Elves. Has named Elemental on Cavernous Souls, and is now holding up a piece of interaction, you have to guess, as Cyprian attempts to resolve a Badgermaul Cub. Eduardo says no thanks. Spell Snares.
Says absolutely not. Yeah, Spell Snare, one of the best cards here from Lorwyn Eclipse as far as the impact on Standard. And,
Nothing that you can do about Aang, though, who's going to airbend away our friendly familiar.
Yep, and did have the option of, let's say, airbending away the Badgermaul Cub and casting that later, but really prioritizing getting Fetch Quest for 2 mana. That is kind of the combo here in these Bant airbending lists, and the really nice piece of synergy being able to pass the adventure side for just 2 mana.
I mean, if you can find a Doc Orlok, that's a free 7-mana spell.
Yeah. Doc is quite good here. Yeah, and that is one of the combo pieces in play. Still need a couple more.
I mean, I was going to say, like, could he just have the combo now if Doc Orlok is on the table?
No, you definitely need the last combo piece of Abba.
Yeah. Could possibly hit the Appa here, but no such luck. Just 2 interdimensional web watch and a second copy of Bramble Familiar, it looks like.
And very important here it is. Creature, enchantment, or land. No interdimensional web watch, being able to...
So he just whiffed?
Kind of,
well,
yeah.
This is another Bramble Familiar, I guess.
Or a land, you know, sometimes you do just want to be ramping, but that's about as close to a whiff as it gets. Yeesh. And the interdimensional web watch was that new piece of technology that we saw, you know, at Spotlight Atlanta here earlier in the month. Just the card that kind of gave this deck a little bit more of a boost from the World Championship, where we saw the deck have a 35% win rate. One card really was that important. It just gives you some longevity.
One card I do want to point out that I see in Eduardo's hand is Sunderflock, and he chatted to Frank Karsten ahead of this matchup and said that's what he needs here. You know, even then, it's not a silver bullet up against this type of, you know, strategy because of the airbending, because of the flash speed interactions. So it's in hand.
Yeah.
It's still very, very expensive right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That is perfectly well said. You do that against the rhythm decks where you're able to bounce all their accelerants, all their Ouroboros, those kind of thing. They have to spend an entire turn redeploying them. Here, if Cyprian Tron has some mana available, you can just, well, replay an Aang, bounce a Sunderflock, and they can keep sending each other to the skies, essentially.
Becomes an air show at that point, but we will now see Ashling rekindled. Discarding Sunderflock there.
Incredible card here from Edge of Eternities as well. We saw this in a good amount of decks.
Yeah.
Outside of just elemental shells even.
Yeah, pretty good accelerator here. Seer now takes care of one of the problems on board, and it's going to be the Bramble Familiar. So Cyprian took a land off of that fetch quest initially.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you either take Bramble Familiar or the land, and a land can't get Pyroclasmed, where the Bramble Familiar would be a lot more vulnerable. And if you already had one, a Bramble Familiar, you can just airbend that one. But now that we did lose Bramble Familiar, maybe that might be something Cyprian Tron would regret.
Seamrip takes care of Ashling, so no acceleration for Eduardo, but he does have the Wistfulness in hand. And looks like he should be able to do both modes on that.
Yep, blue, blue, green, green. Now you could still Aang Swift Savior to be able to bounce that, but otherwise you are going to be able to get your Ashling back and come down, able to airbend out these 2 permanents.
Yeah, so Appa getting Aang and Seamrip into the airbended zone.
That was excellent, being able to airbend out Seamrip to then be able to just kill Ashling again if you want to.
Wistfulness of 6/5, so the blockers on the other side of the battlefield don't have a chance of killing that as it stands. Cyprian's down to 12, so, you know, Eduardo just doing the good old beatdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Can 2-hit with that. And 12 is actually a really good number for these elemental decks. They kind of count by 6. If you can ever get roaming thrown with Vibrance, you just get to deal 6 straight away. So even an attack with just the Wistfulness, Cyprian Tron has to respect it. But with all these 1/1s that are coming out, casting stuff from the airbend zone, you're going to have a good amount of jump blockers here.
Yeah, Eduardo would certainly love to deploy that tactic of having roaming thrown down alongside the Vibrance just to deal, you know, multiple bouts of 3 damage to the face. Wistfulness gets taken care of, courtesy of Get Lost by Cyprian, so he's doing a great job of keeping this battlefield clear. Can he capitalize now? Does he have enough pressure to get this game won? And he needs to. If he loses here, that is his Pro Tour done.
Yeah, and getting some attacks in there. Bent airbending deck, you know, it definitely does have a solid plan B. I think the plan Bs on the rhythm decks are maybe more effective. You really want to be going for the combo. The plan A of the combo is just so incredible from Bent airbending.
Played this deck a little bit last night before heading to bed, and there's so many different ways and so much value to be gained off of playing this. So the players who brought it this weekend and who have perfected it and know every little single in and out, you know, they're going to be rewarded. And we've seen that a couple times. We saw it in Atlanta. We're seeing it here now with Cyprian. So
yeah, absolutely. And it's a deck that's not very forgiving. You know, if you don't know what you have to be prioritizing, if you don't know what kind of hands you can keep against certain matchups, the deck can look very unexciting. But if you know exactly what you need to prioritize and how to sideboard, I think how to sideboard with the deck is probably one of the tougher things. And Eduardo's hand there, bunch of blue cards. And, you know, I wouldn't even be shocked to see taking out a lot more proactive elements from Eduardo and just basically turning into a control deck. Because that's the element Eduardo is doing here, is being the control player in these post-board games.
Wistfulness now, just paying the 2 mana for it, so that's not going to stick around.
Yep.
Getting Ashling back, so Eduardo really wants to keep this card on the battlefield. Draw and discard here. Off of its enters ability, or should I say discard and draw. And another Ashling found.
I think that was a Flamebringer.
Oh, Flamebraider.
Or Flamebraider, excuse me.
They're doing the same little dance.
They are, yeah. And, I mean, anytime you get a creature that can ramp once, great. That's Ashling on the other side. Anytime you get a creature that adds 2, it's incredible.
Yeah. Especially now that, you know, Cyprian is targeting all of the high mana value spells because we know Sunderflock is a thing to be looking out for from Cyprian's side of things, because basically everything on his board goes bye-bye. You know, all those lovely little 1/1s that Appa makes, well, they're going to leave and never come back.
Yep.
If Sunderflock gets to land.
Absolutely, yeah, that is a really great point. You don't need Pyroclasm as much when you can just Sunderflock away all the tokens. And Eduardo made a conscious decision here to not use the map with this extra mana, so Cyprian Tron should very much be able to think, all right, there's something. As I'm seeing it, looks like we have a bounce off. Now, some reason to also not map on something, as it could just get air bent in response, but looks like we are now going to flip and in response get bounce off. That is just the biggest tempo play from here from Eduardo. This is sped up just a little bit, but I bet that was just as fast going on the stack. That was a huge exchange here for Eduardo.
Great interaction there from Eduardo, who now flips Ashling Rhymebound and gets to play Sunderflock, bouncing all of the creatures on Cyprian's side of things. Boy.
Devastating turn of events now. Now Cyprian Tron trying to play from behind and deal with a Sunderflock. It's so brutal. Like a lot of the interaction is you're just playing, you know, seam rips. There's a couple of get lost. Actually, as I say that, there's one get lost, which was already cast.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of ways to actually remove this Sunderflock. And I mean, I'm looking at literal 0.
Avatar's Wrath, I guess?
Yeah, I do not think that one would be something you want in this matchup. And Angswift savoring a Sunderflock feels extremely bad.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that Sunderflock is just as good against Bant Airbending as it is against the rhythm decks.
Yeah, you know, He's got flying flash creatures, so he could just stick them in the way and hope to kill it. But, you know, Eduardo will have to have a plan for that and know that that is one of the only ways that Cyprian can deal with the Sunderflock.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of just having the removal spell of player removal is probably the best thing you can be doing here against Sunderflock, and that just means Cyprian Tron comboing off. And here's the thing, we don't know the hands, but if Cyprian Tron tapped out last turn to Waterbend and transform Aang,
sign of weakness.
That's a huge sign of weakness. That is not really, you know, what you're going for most of the time.
Yeah. Ashling rekindled, transforms, discard and draw. And Eduardo now, he's going to play this a little slower, just to make sure that he has a response for Cyprian. We know that he's got Appa in hand. He's got Aang Swift Savior in hand, I believe.
Yep.
As well.
So both can be played right now.
Yeah.
So that's the point, is how do you play around both? We see Disdainful Stroke for the Appa, but we do not have an answer for Aang. But, I mean, just attacking and then just replaying Sunderflock would be perfectly fine.
Let's see what happens, basically, is what Eduardo's going for here. But first things first, Wistfulness, going to draw a couple cards.
2 roaming
All
thrones.
right. Well, says we don't need both.
And we kind of saw Eduardo do the traditional stack, you know, hand signals there, one on top of the other. That is the power that you can do with Ashling, where you can actually get the 2 mana and then flip. So that 2 mana floating was able to evoke the Wistfulness, and we got to...
It's sweet. You get the best of both worlds with the transform cards from
It's
Lorwyn.
awesome.
Aang says, "Begone, Sunderflock." So, problem solved, at least temporarily.
Yeah, and I would think Eduardo is going to be very tempted to just recast that.
Yeah.
And then hold up Disdainful Stroke, but looks like with 5 mana you have 1 extra, so you can, of course, first see, do we have a land on top?
Now, from Eduardo's side of things, he needs to also be cognizant of his life total. It's at 5.
Yes.
Those are 2 creatures that can kill him in the air.
Yeah.
So we have to replay the Sunderflock just to get it off the board to not die.
Yeah. Okay, that is an interesting interaction there. So it costs 2 with airbending, but it still gets the cost reduction because you have...
It's free.
So it is free there. Okay,
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, Eduardo doesn't have a lethal threat in the skies to deal with here, but Cyprian is looking like he might be able to pull this off here if he's able to keep that Sunderflock under control.
Yeah, and we do have the ability, if we have a land, to just flip over Aang and then attack for 6.
Yeah, it
which
becomes a
would
6/6
be
trampler, right?
It 5/5, and then it gets a counter on it. So if we have land 8, we can attack for 6 trample. That does mean at least 1 chump blocker has to go in front. But the thing is, you just tried this, and you kind of got wrecked by bounce off. Do you want to try it again? We know it's not there for Eduardo. We don't necessarily know if Cyprian Tron had land 8 that's untapped.
Just going for the safe 2 damage.
Yep.
Currently, he's winning the damage race. And he's able to recast Appa and Aang next time Sunderflock comes back.
And even if you had the mana to transform here, attacking, you know, trading Ashling, going down to 2, and then Eduardo just Sunderflocks it back, and Cyprian Tron is tapped out and can't redeploy everything, that's a pretty bad exchange as well. So this is still a nice play from Cyprian.
So from Cyprian's side of things, like, he's looking to end step Aang and Appa, hope that there's no reach, no other flyers on the board other than the Sunderflock, and he should pick up the win here.
And then go for it. Yeah, like we might see Aang Swift Savior transformed if it's just lethal. If it's not lethal, it's not going to be worth the risk. Double Sunderflock now. So now it is a lot tougher to get through in the skies, especially because Eduardo also has the Disdainful Stroke. You can jam this Roaming Throne as well. Definitely Eduardo clawing back.
Roaming Throne doesn't have reach. It's on the stack here now, though. Does Cyprian have a response?
Yeah, and even if you airbend it out here with Aang. Probably don't really need to recast it or don't want to recast it as you want to have that disdainful stroke for...
What if there's 2 Aangs? Because there's no... Well, maybe it works. 2 Aangs and then transform it? That's not enough to get through, huh?
Yeah, just the legend rule, if anything.
Well, yeah. Aang, bounce the one, keep the other, transform it, try and get through.
If
but
you
yeah,
get
that works.
If you get the 2 flocks out of the way, yeah, it's just still 7, 8, 9 toughness on the ground.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing that's really nice is you can always attack with Aang, and if there are no blocks, you know, aka no flyers, then transform and get 5 through in the air. So yeah, that actually is a solid thing that you can do if we had the mana available. So getting Sunderflock out of the way somehow and then attack, no blocks, transform, that would be lethal, but you know, we have 7 lands right now. It doesn't seem like that is a feasible plan.
Yeah, and also the second flock that you know is just going to jump in the way, irrespective.
Exactly. Now, it's just one short here because you could attack with Aang, force the block with Sunderflock if you have an 8th land, and then transform, but that would be a solid play.
Just trades, right?
Exactly. That would be a solid play if it was 6/6 against 5/5. You trample over for 1, you get to keep your Aang, but paying your whole turn to lose everything.
Okay, all right, now we're cooking.
Yeah, Aang at the crossroads here is nice. So let's see what we can find.
Show us, Cyprian.
Oh.
Really?
Ah.
Is that it?
Dang. Where are the Doc Orlogs? Where are the big hits? I mean, that's so far 2 times that we have seen, you know, the variants of the deck. Like the Fetch Quest and the Aang at the Crossroad both have very minimal hits.
Yeah.
And now it is just the case of Eduardo has to have this just completely locked up right now, Sunderflock everything away, and that should just be it.
Yeah, the raccoon is an elemental, right?
Yeah, I guess it is. So yeah, that is a chump block here to stay alive on the roaming
5,
throne.
6, 7, 8. Block the roaming throne.
Yeah, a card that I feel like we're all just learning together is an elemental raccoon.
There's plenty of elementals, even some crabs.
Yeah, so that would be the trade. I mean, sure. I think if you're at 1 or you're at 3, it's exactly the same.
Yeah. Doesn't make all that much of a difference here.
Vibrance still closes the game by a mile if that's something that we can find.
Especially if this roaming throne sticks around.
Yeah. And now at this point, you got to think, like, what's the catch-up mechanism? And once again, it's the same as before. You need Doc into Aang Swift Savior.
Yeah, you need to combo off and just not give Eduardo another chance.
Exactly, and there's just not enough mana to do it. So looks like next turn is probably going to be Cyprian Tron's last turn of the tournament, but an incredible run. And so awesome to see.
Oh, yeah.
Huge reaction making it into the top 8.
Such a passionate Magic player, like you just see he loves the game so much. His reaction, his interview afterwards, if you missed it, like really go and give it a watch. Like I really hope we'll see Cyprian make it up to the top tables in future events.
And even before we got the interview with Cyprian Tron, you know, it was a solid 3-4 minutes of tearing up kind of behind stage. Just the moment meant so much to him.
Hell yeah.
It's incredible to see, and it was really a special moment late into yesterday's competition.
That's what we live for in the booth, man.
100%.
Or when it means to these players.
Or when I was playing these Pro Tours, it's what I live for, watching from the rails. I was never in these moments, of course, but watching from the rails, that still gave me goosebumps back then.
That is going to do it. Eduardo Sajgalik, a 3-0 up against Cyprian Tron, who had an excellent run here this weekend. But these elementals, they are doing the work here for Eduardo. His teammates gave him the ideas, the information that he needed. He said, okay, I'm going to trust him, and let's get it done. 3-0.
Hey, that's why you have a team, you know, because right after you just played Magic for 8 days and you just made it into the top 8, the last thing you want to do is test your top 8 match. You need to get some sleep, you need to get some dinner, but if you get a team that gives you those great ideas, you know, that's a huge benefit there, and big congratulations to Eduardo.
Yeah, shout out to Team Worldly Council there as well. Backing up there, boy. We have an interview with Eduardo after his win, so let's go hear from him now.
I'm joined by the winner, Eduardo Sadilek, coming off of a huge win over Bant Airbending. Eduardo, tell me about that matchup.
Well, I think the matchup's closer than it looked. Probably on camera, Cyprien got honestly really unlucky in the games. Like a lot of the times, managed to get a mill 7 or the 5-ang, right, and just air like a bunch of times. For me, game 1 was probably the highlight because I'm like, Winter Night, draw free. Winter Night, Harmonize, draw free. Wistfulness. And Sunderflock's like exactly the right card at the 8th card, just as he has missed on everything to like give me game 1, and then I take over as a result. Honestly, I think the matchup's closer, and just poor fortunes on Cyprien's part.
Well, as you move on to the semifinals, you play the winner of Christopher Larson and Francisco Sanchez. If you had to pick one, who would you prefer to play against?
I like playing against Lessons. It's a cool deck. I think it's also very classic Magic, right? Like kind of value mid-range against spell combo, so that's kind of a cool matchup. Historically, it's good for value mid-range, by the way, that's why. But whereas value mid-range against control varies. So probably, but Larson's also a grand time to play against, so that'd be an entertaining match, I'm sure.
We're looking forward to watching you play. Good luck.
We're going to take a short break, friends, but when we come back, we've got 2 more quarterfinals to get through. Tony Portolán versus Guglielmo Lupi is up next. Welcome back to a chilly Richmond, Virginia to Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We are into our quarterfinals. If you're just joining us, hello, hi, welcome. It's great to have you. Thank you for joining us as we look to crown another champion here this weekend. We've been through 2 quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Corey, and let the players know, let the people know at home how things have shaken out thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Christopher Larson and Eduardo Sadilek into the semifinals to battle. That will assuredly be an entertaining match here a little bit later. But of course, we're going to see who is going to be in the bottom half of the semis here in a little bit.
Can't wait to see that semifinals matchup, but we do need to get through these other 2 quarterfinals, friends. So up next, it is Guglielmo Lupi on 5-color rhythm up against Tony Portolán playing Teamer Harmonizer, or Boring Harmonizer, as Team Sanctum all like to call it.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Let's take a look here first at Guglielmo's list. This list, or this archetype, has undergone several transformations. Tell us about this latest concoction.
Absolutely. So this is the deck of the tournament. This was a deck that was about 45% 100% going in, different iterations, of course, and didn't necessarily have the greatest showing, but this deck is really teched out. You are a Cub deck that you have a bunch of toolboxes here to get yourself the W, and here most of the time you're trying to get Craterhoof Behemoth, but being able to get Superior Spider-Man or even Champion of the Weird, that's kind of the new addition that Team Handshake had. Really cool stuff.
And here we have Team Sanctum of All's latest brew, Teamer Harmonizer. It's a combo deck, of course, because why wouldn't they come up with anything else? What is this deck trying to do?
Combo for the sake of combo,
Absolutely.
that's for sure. So you're trying to warp a Harmonizer, then you can play a Fabled Passage, couple triggers on the stack to double the power. You go full bore, and all of a sudden you go up to 7 power, double that to 14, double that to 28, and attack and can win as early as turn 4. So a combo deck through and through, and it's looked really, really powerful, especially in the hands of Tony. Tony kind of makes everything look good, though, so far.
He's having one hell of a run.
So close to being Player of the Year. Last year was a couple matches away, and now it just continues his dominance, making the top 8 here at yet another Pro Tour.
Well, let's see what these players are feeling just ahead of this matchup. They both chatted to Cedric earlier.
I'm here with Guillermo Lupi. How you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I actually never played the matchup, but I got to do some research like yesterday and tonight, and I think I have good chances. I'm gonna play towards like what I think I should be doing, and hopefully it works.
Good luck. I'm joined by Tony Portalon. Tony, how you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I feel pretty confident. I think we went like 10-1 against Cub in the Swiss part, so, and I'm on the play, so I should be good, but I'm playing against a great player, so I'm a bit worried about that, but hopefully it will pan out my way.
Tony, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you know, it helps that Tony is also a great player, so this should be one hell of a quarterfinals, friends, so buckle up. Let's get into it. It is Guillermo Lupi, 5-color rhythm, up against Tony Portalon, Teamer Harmonizer. We are joining this quarterfinals. Both players are up a game apiece, so they have access to their sideboards. Now we're going into game 3.
It's going to be an exciting match between these two, and Tony and the rest of Tony's team doing extremely well in this matchup. So you got to like the chances there up top. But just like Tony was saying, Guillermo, a.k.a. Zampa, extremely talented players, just on an absolute heater. Tough to compare Tony's hot streak as well, but both players have been just dominating here in the later stages of last year and the early start of this year.
Well, as both players get set up here, we have our Llanowar Elves down. We do know that Tony took out Wistfulness, 2 Earthbender Ascension, 2 Spider Sense, brought in an Essence Scatter, Seer, and a Pyroclasm. Any thoughts there, Corey?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Bringing in the Pyroclasms here up against the Cub decks, that's exactly what it's all about. So I would think that is a huge advantage to Tony.
And then for Lupi, also known as Zampa online, he took out the Keynote Curator, 2 G-Gene Pollinators, 1 Superior Spider-Man, 1 Champion of the Weird, Explosive Prodigy, and 2 Seamrips. Brought in, geez, that's a lot. 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Shimmer Wild's Growth, 2 Ouroboros, 2 Okos, and 2 Spider Sense.
Yep, makes a lot of sense to me. Get it some of those silver bullets out that are less than exciting. The Champion, as cool as it is, same with the Prodigy, those are very much for different things, being able to kill Clarion Conquerors and stuff like that. So
yeah, sweet little tool added to the toolbox here. Spider Sense going to counter that stock up. So now Guillermo Lupi gets to untap with a Badger Mole Cub. And let's see where he can go from here.
We haven't seen it much this weekend, to be honest, on the feature match area, untapping with Badger Mole Cub, or just seeing Badger Mole Cub here in the feature match area. So great start, of course, but it did look like we had a mulligan here from both players.
Yeah,
as
both on 6, I think.
Zampa is very low on cards, but getting Ouroboros down and being able to crank up the power here looks excellent.
Again, this is another card we haven't seen very much of. You know, these decks started as an Ouroboros deck.
Yep,
that is what it was called. Yeah,
yep.
You know, it had Jackal. It would try and make copies of it. There was a whole bunch of convoluted stuff going on. But players eventually said, you know what? We can do way more in turn 4. Why don't we just kill our opponents with a Craterhoof Behemoth, you know?
Exactly.
Turn 3, possible even.
Yeah, I think the first time I saw it was Spotlight Spider-Man, where we saw Kellen Pastor top 8 with that Simic deck in the field of Vivi. And then it really transformed after having a pretty poor result at the World Championship, and it is a much different deck now.
Yeah, so targeted. Then players came prepared for this weekend as well. You know, Lessons didn't have a great time. The top decks that everyone expected, well, you know, they weren't a secret anymore, so.
Yeah, it just really shows that, you know, over the last couple weeks here since the World Championship, every time the big deck has been targeted, it has fallen, you know, and that is just the pure sign of an incredibly healthy standard metagame. And it just shows that there's so many tools to answer decks and standards right now that there's a deck that's dominating and you very much want to beat it, you can.
Yeah, I mean, how I wouldn't say how long, but it took a while for, like, the airbending deck, for example, to find interdimensional web watch.
Yeah.
That was there. It was face up.
Absolutely.
But there's still tools to be found. You know, perhaps other archetypes to unlock. It just takes a little bit of work.
Yeah, Kai Nelson taking down Spotlight, the Avatar in Atlanta with an Avatar themed deck.
Nice.
Well, being a huge Avatar fan was extremely special. But that was where the tech really came out at the first, you know, the first place that I saw it.
Nice.
And since then, that very much changed the texture of the deck because, well, it was just a creature deck that all you had to do was just, you know, pack as much removal as possible. But now when you bring in a 4-mana artifact that gives you card advantage, you know, there's not a lot of cards that both deal with creatures and interact with that. Abrade is basically the only thing, and Abrade numbers were very low. And, man, Tony is doing some serious math here.
Yeah, well, speaking of interacting with creatures and dealing damage, etc., are we not lining up for combo kill just yet?
So I think what Tony was doing is not math on, oh, can I kill you with Harmonizer type thing? It is a classic, can I take 2 with Steam Vents to probably just chart the course with Kicker here? And will I die to this attack here with Ouroboros giving 2 counters to everything? Looks like we have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. Well, Tony ran the numbers. That's why you run it a couple times because, well, there's no wiggle room whatsoever here, so.
Goodness me. I mean, he's lucky there wasn't like another land into play with a cub, you know, because that would have just been lights out.
Yeah, you don't even need another land. You could just, you know, do the very rare thing of earthbending onto your
the land already there.
Yeah, the already bent land. But as it stands, Zampa was just like, okay, I just picked up second counterspell. Looks like I saw Disdainful Stroke and Spider Sense. I could attack Tony down to 1, or I could attack Tony down to close enough, you're dead next turn, in air quotes, and then hold up 2 counterspells. So I would think this is very likely going the way of Zampa here.
I do too. So a very reserved attack there, understanding that the way he loses is by being tapped out of blue mana.
Yeah.
And that Spider Sense can, you know, prevent the triggers from either the landfall or from the creature, or whatever it is that he needs to do, or just counter full bore.
Yeah.
He's at 20, so he would be able to survive a hit from a hasty critter.
And I saw a last 4 tournament here for Zampa. I mean, we know Tony a lot. You know, we've seen a lot of Tony's results over the last years, but Zampa's last 4 tournaments, won the Mox, top 8 at an RC, took second at Spotlight Leon, and now top 8 of the Pro Tour here in Richmond, Virginia. Is that good?
He's cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible player.
You love to see it, man.
It's nice to see those players you know are extremely good start to have their results. So.
Disdainful Stroke says, no, thank you.
Yep, so the warp is 3, but it is the mana value of 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'll count to the Harmonizer, and that is going to be game number 3 going to Zampa.
That was a big game, and honestly, Zampa's draw there, pretty average, you know, I would say. You know, just got the cub here on turn 3. You were able to protect it with a spell, and then just one powerful creature, Ouroboros, going the distance.
Let's take a look at what the players sideboarded in and out. Tony took out for game number 4. Wistfulness, Earthbender Ascension, Spider Sense, brought in an Essence Scatter, Seer, and 3 Pyroclasms.
Yep, so looks to be no changes, essentially. Yeah, both players seem to have very much stayed the same.
Yeah.
Felt like not a very big play draw difference between this. Whenever you just have these type of decks, this kind of all-in combo deck versus this all-in kind of ramp deck, you don't see a lot of play draw differences, you know?
Gene Pollinator kicking things off here for Guglielmo Lupi. Tony Portolan on the other side of things. Fabled Passaging early, just to make sure he hits his land drops and can interact with what Guglielmo is going to be putting down on the board.
Yep, and I mean, we saw that this was Team Sanctum going 15-1 against Rhythm Deck, something gigantic. But I mean, so far being up 2 games, and last game, as far as the first one that we watched, it didn't look fantastic for Tony by any means.
Like, I know the Izzet Spelementals deck kind of were the winning team.
Yeah.
But, you know, I can't imagine that Team Sanctum weren't far behind them.
Yeah, I would tend to agree as well. But yeah, the Spelementals team of the Boulder, they just put so many players requalified and got a lot of their goals here. Love this piece of interaction here, being able to put that enchantment on your land and then tap it with Gene Pollinator to get a little extra land.
Yeah.
You can do that kind of with like Unable to Scream on your opponent's creature. Yeah, exactly. It's like Gene Pollinator, you know, trying its best to be Llanowar Elf.
You can make mana out of anything.
Exactly,
right?
but when you have these kind of enchantments in these ways to you know, add any mana of any color, you're able to utilize it, and it's close enough to Llanowar. But right now,
better than Llanowar. It's got 2 toughness.
That is very, very good point. Zompa's hand is quite bad, though. It is 2 lands, Llanowar Elf, and Spider Sense. So
I think he needs some rhythm in his life, huh?
yeah, rhythm is just really the card. This deck looks so different with just 1 rhythm because, well, the 1 card, it's a 1-card combo in a sense because the first rhythm always gets Badger Molko, and then the second one, you know, you're faced with 2 options and both are usually great. Oh, I can count to 12 and I can put Behemoth into play and win the game, or dang it, I can't get quite that high. I get a Riddler, I get to refuel, and you get to go from there. Or, of course, the alternative is you get one of these Silver Bullet style of effects. You get a Bright Glass Gear Hulk. You can get a Lantern with that. Like, the utility of that card is just through the roof.
One of my favorite fetches with it is the Mockingbird, which, you know, can just copy whatever your opponent's got on the other side of things, too, which is pretty great.
My favorite is very similar to that. It's Gear Hulk to go get the Mockingbird.
Ah, yes, there you go. He's not playing any Mockingbirds in this list, though. Oh, no, there they are, 3.
Yeah.
They're hiding. They were being imposters somewhere else.
Looks like they are double-checking some interaction here.
I wonder what the question could be. If we find out, we'll be able to let you know.
Yeah, it looks like we were looking at the enchantment to be able to see if it can be strapped up to a starting town, which, yeah, I don't think that seems like a problem to me.
Well, it's any land, right?
Yeah, maybe just the interaction with Gene Pollinator. Tony was making sure that you can tap that.
Sure.
And the Pyroclasm here is gigantic.
G-Genes, no.
The G-Genes are gone, and right now, the one thing we're missing is any kind of pressure, and that looks like we just top-decked another Shimmer Wild Growth, so not bad. Do some ramping, and then you can hold up your Spider Sense.
It's a Llanowar Elves in the hand there, yeah?
That was the 4 cards that we had before. I thought we top-decked another Growth here, but maybe not. Might have just been another land.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just got the 2 multiversal passages, the Llanowar Elves and the Spider Sense. So, yeah, Loopy needs some action quickly because, sure, having Spider Sense is great and all, but Tony's getting close to being able to combo off.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, we assume. We can't see the hands. We're not sure what he's got to work with here, but, you know, multiple parts of the combo.
Yeah.
Probably available for him.
And I think there is a couple spell snares here. I still do think that is the enchantment there I see in that 3rd card. And if that is the case, with the starting town and the enchantment on blue, yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Multiversal Passage naming island instead of forest, because if you were to play that enchantment, it gets spell snared and you have no access to blue and you don't have Spider Sense. That feels a lot worse, so... Yeah,
there you go. Okay, you were right. I just didn't see it the second time he threw his hand out. Shimmer Wild's Growth now.
Now we can drop a Llanowar Elf as well, have Spider Sense, all fine and good, but once again, absolutely no pressure. Tony we have been seeing it all weekend when this deck doesn't have the combo on the turn. It's like, well, you know what I'm going to be doing. It's going to be stock up. It's going to be consult the star charts. And I'm going to do that over and over and over until I have the I win button, Harmonizer, and and full bore.
Yep. Here's step 1, stock up. Spider Sense is no thank you because, as you mentioned, Tony's not really doing much else beyond that if he doesn't have it ready to go.
Big draw step. Do we have any kind of proactivity here? Quantum Riddler would be excellent. A Rhythm.
That's Riddler mana. Lovely. 2 cards drawn.
Huge. That could have been a multi-$1,000 Quantum Riddler here for Zampa, and that was Riddler into Riddler.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, so much power.
That is huge. So much cards. So if we're able, you play a land. That would have been 3 cards. Now the Riddler goes down to 2. How's 2 mana draw 3 going? But wow, it looks like we just
tapping out for it. I love it. Slam it. Let's go.
So 5 mana, 4/6 flyer, draw 3.
Holy moly, there was a rhythm.
There's a Rhythm.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
And now this is the classic. Am I dead?
Yep.
If not,
he's
I would
at 13.
think Tony is probably in a lot of trouble here.
Because what's it like at base? It's 28 power, right? So that's enough to kill him if Tony has it right now with a fetch land.
Yeah, and technically Tony's best possible draw would be Harmonizer, Fabled Passage, Sack, double full bore, and I mean the numbers. We would need Riley's math to be able to get the exact numbers on how big that creature would be.
I'll just say I'm glad Riley's a history teacher.
That's well said. That is well said.
Miss you, buddy. All right. Can Tony kill Guglielmo Lupi right now? He is tapped out, just a 4/6 body in the air, so at an effective 19, needs to get 20 points of damage over the finish line here to tie things up here at 2 games apiece.
So Harmonizer, full bore, and just 1 land. The math there is just 14. That would force the chump block with a Riddler. That just would not feel like enough. It's very clear with the pause, Tony does not have Harmonizer, full bore, as well as a Fabled Passage style land. Otherwise, the game would be over.
Yeah.
So now it's the what else can Tony do type of game. And I also see a certain 8-drop in Zampa's hand there as well.
Oh, Hoof is early, huh?
Yep.
Technically late, but early. We don't ever want to see it in hand. We would love to just have it in the...
So that's 7. That's 7 mana with the Llanowar Elf. Untap land makes 8. Crater Hoof Behemoth with Quantum Riddler, both of those getting +3/+3. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Not quite enough anyways, so we'll need a little bit more than that.
Bit more time.
Well.
No Bossing Say. The only thing here from Tony activating this land.
Yikes.
Excuse me, earthbanding it. So, yeah, that is a yikes. We've seen that a couple times this weekend, and it hasn't gone well.
Yeah, and I mean, that land is incredible. It's a solid thing for Plan B, and, you can always earthbend onto escape tunnels, Fabled Passage. That kind of interaction is awesome. But for here, it's a classic, I have nothing else I can do type moment.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get a peek at what's in hand here of Zampa. We have the Quantum Riddler number 2 off to the side, warped away.
Yeah, just imagine if that Riddler was instead just a land and Zampa was just going land go. That was just such a huge draw. Now all of a sudden Zampa has 5 cards in hand. A Riddler in the warp zone just shows that mulliganing, dumping your hand on the table, that card is just so good at restocking you. So even just 1 can really reshape a game.
Certainly catches you up to where your opponent's at in the current state of things. Badger Mole Cub, hey buddy.
Okay.
Ooh.
The map definitely changed with Badger Mole Cub if we now Crater Hoof. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we go untap land, that's Hoof. You have to tap everything. You're still only attacking with Riddler and Behemoth, but now it's +5. So that's 10, 15, 19 damage. That would be an attack for 19, but also with the -2 from the land, it would only be 17. So still would have to do more than this. But one other thing we know that we saw in hand is a Rhythm. So what does Rhythm on Cub look like? You get another Fabled Passage, Temple Garden, and Multiversal Passage that adds 6. A land would make 7, and you would not be able to cast Crater Hoof. So I think that's the math that Zampa was just doing there as he pushed the Multiversal Passage forward signifying that this is about to be airbent.
It's so funny how these two decks are basically like dancing around each other, being like, no, you go. No, no, you go.
Yes.
Please, after you. Who gets dead the quickest?
Yep.
Boy, I will say, though, it does look like Loopy's setting up for an explosive turn next turn, and Tony has got to have an answer for it somehow.
Yeah, this is... Everything feels like 1 mana short, one creature short from winning this turn, and I think that is the math that Zampa is double-checking. So much easier for us to do the math in the booth when we don't have the lights, the stress here in the feature match area. So now that is saying, okay, from Zampa's perspective, what do I do to make sure that you can't kill me when all I have is green cards in hand? And that's what it looked like there from Zampa. So this likely is going to pick a creature that has some utility to disrupt Tony.
Oh, okay. There's the Gear Hulk, Bright Glass Gear Hulk down at the bottom of the library. What's he going to go and fetch?
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I don't know if Bright Glass Gear Hulk really interacts with the combo in any way. Like a Soul Guide Lantern, that does nothing. Getting a Seam Rip, nope, that's non-land, so...
Maybe he's playing JD, right? Yeah.
So you
got
can
a
get
couple of those in there. Goes for the Gear Hulk.
You can get Melstrider's Resolve as one of the 1-drops. Insidious Fungus is a 1-drop. That also does. Yeah, every single one of these 1-drops that you can search up just seem like they have no utility.
Nice.
And looks like Zampa agrees because that's just 2 proactive elements.
Would you like 2 more Cubs? Or 2 Riddlers? Now it's just dealer's choice, right?
Yeah, could be 2 more islands too. You could even just kind of ramp with them.
You can.
But either way you slice it, from what we've seen in hand from Zampa, this is him saying, I cannot win this turn, and it looks like I can't interact either. So it's like, Tony, you got 1 more chance. Otherwise, Zampa's for sure crater hoofing next turn, or at least trying to. And as long as there's not a disdainful stroke or something like that, be Zampa into the semis.
Tense moments here for both of these players. You can see Zampa's hands shaking a little bit just as he, excuse me, maneuvers all the pieces on the board. I don't think Tony is sitting all too calmly the other side either.
I don't know if I've ever seen Tony not be calm, though, for what it's worth.
He is very chill.
Very, very composed, that's for sure. And looks like that is 2 blue floating. Looks like that is now a flying island.
Nice. Here comes Gene Pollinator. That is so many creatures on the board now. Does he have blue interaction as well in hand?
Yeah, I don't think I saw Spider Sense. That would be the only thing, is turn a creature sideways, have Spider Sense. Is that a disdainful? That is a blue card.
Yeah. He's got a piece of interaction in hand. It might be a disdainful stroke.
Wow.
That can counter the Harmonizer.
It could if we left up 2 blue. If that was disdainful stroke and we didn't leave up the mana to cast it.
Well, there's an island. There's no other critter untapped,
yeah,
right?
The island doesn't add 2 or anything.
Gene is new.
Yeah, and Gene's new.
He can't do any tapping. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if that is indeed the card that we saw in hand.
Tony just pointing out, yes, there is an island.
Oh, that looks like a Mockingbird anyways, right?
Yeah, he had one Mockingbird.
Yeah, so that was the other blue card, not a disdainful stroke.
Okay.
So there is no interaction. This is Tony knowing it is time to go all in. And wow, okay, the Bright Glass Gear Hulk was actually great interaction. First strike prevents... Oh, I guess when it goes full bore anyways, it has 6 toughness.
Yeah,
but yeah, there it is. Here is the combo from Tony.
Yeah, and no way to stop it from Loopy's side of things. So Tony is going to pull this out of the bag here. Loopy was 1 turn away from hoofing him to death, but it looks like we're going to get tied up here, 2 games apiece.
Absolutely. We wouldn't have it any other way than a game 5 between these 2 absolutely phenomenal players.
Yeah, and not enough toughness to prevent what we... 14 to 28, yeah.
Yep. So the triggers are on the stack. Yep. So it's going to be exactly 28. You're going to attack, only 4 toughness to block, going to take 24 damage. You've heard of Pestermite and Splinter Twin? Well, let me introduce you to Harmonizer and Full Bore, the new Splinter Twin. Amazing.
Lovely. Man, Tony must have just been sitting there the whole time being like, okay, please don't keep up 2 blue. Please don't keep up 2 blue. Please don't give up any interaction from me. Otherwise, I'm super dead next turn. And now we get a game 5.
And you got to think, I mean, there was one other option that Zampa could have done, and, well, there was a warped Riddler. At least you can knock the top of the deck and just hope that maybe there was a disdainful stroke, something to interact, and instead you lose the game, and now you pick up a hand of 5 cards for game 5 for your Pro Tour life.
You know, but you know what? There are Quantum Riddlers in the deck, so you don't hate mulliganing as much with this 5-color rhythm deck as you would with something else. So
yeah, absolutely. It does help a little bit, but just attacking with Gene Pollinator.
Oh, no, that's not a good sign.
We've seen a couple one-landers from Zampa throughout the tournament. All right, this one's not one of them.
Phew. Preserving the life total, nothing to do on turn 2 there, so just attacking in for 1. Tony goes down to 19 to Guglielmo's 18.
Down to 5 cards, always brutal, but like you were saying, Riddler can definitely help out.
Let's see.
Tony playing the mountain first leads me to believe that there is some interaction here, but there's just absolutely no reason to kill Gene Pollinator yet. The 1 damage, chip shot damage, that is not really what it's all about. But right here, if we see a creature, this might be the time where Tony kills a Gene Pollinator so you don't get the mana.
Nice. Gene Pollinator taken care of, courtesy of Burst Lightning. Quantum Riddler will draw a couple cards here for Guglielmo Lupi, or just the one if his hand is still stocked up.
Stocked up is used loosely.
Well,
there
sure. If he has more than 1 card in his hand, he will draw 1 card from Quantum Riddler.
I would assume it's probably still 2, based on not playing a lot of stuff, but yeah, up to 3 cards. So it did only draw 1 card, and it looks like we have 2 lands, Bright Glass Gear Hulk.
Speaking of stock up, look at that, 2 Harmonizers.
Yeah, that was Harmonizers, Pyroclasm, stock up, 4th land. I mean, that stock up kind of had everything, so that looks like the type of stock up that is going to fill any kind of hole that Tony's hands needs.
Man, are we going to see a combo deck win this Pro Tour?
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a combo deck in Standard Takedown. We've definitely seen some combo decks, you know, even our last Pro Tour.
I guess airbending kind of counts.
Yeah, even our last Pro Tour won by Mono Blue Belcher, but that's modern. You know, there's combo of aplenty in that format, but...
That's your format of choice, yeah.
I love them all. I love them all.
Good answer. See a formidable speaker in hand now for Guglielmo Lupi. Does he go to it straight away? Nope, it's going to be Bright Glass Gear Hulk first and foremost while Tony's tapped out. Let's go get 2 1-mana options out of the deck. Looks like Mockingbird's going to be one of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is just as far as the deck, there's no way that Zampa and the rest of Team Handshake were preparing against Teamer Harmonizer because it didn't exist. You know, so the silver bullets that they picked out and they were prepared for is Soul Guide Lantern, Seam Rip, Melstrider's Resolve, and Insidious Fungus. None of those interact with the combo in really any way, shape, or form. So, you know, you just have to get the proactive elements of Mockingbird, which is good. You know, no matter what, now you have 4 mana, 4/4 first strikers, basically until the end of the game. But that is just not going to be enough most of the time against the power of Tony's deck. And I mean, the game could literally be over right now with Harmonizer, Full Bore, and Fabled Passage. If Tony has the absolute dream start, which does not look like we do.
Yeah, because Harmonizer doubles the power. It doesn't affect the toughness, but Full Bore affects the toughness.
Exactly.
So it becomes 6 toughness.
So, yeah,
so if he has multiple first strikers, then yes, he can prevent himself from being dead.
Bingo.
But they need to survive.
Then you are just holding back your 8 power as well.
Yeah.
And then at any point, if Tony just goes like, all right, end step, sear one of them, untap combo, then it's time.
Alrighty, Ice Tail Explorer hits the board. We're going to mill some cards, get some extra land drops. Just a nice little...
nice little value play.
Yeah, a little value play. Another piece of the engine.
And this is a card that we've seen a lot in the landfall decks, you know, trying to combo there with Harmonizer as well.
Yeah.
So Ice Till and Harmonizer finding their way into another shell is really cool because this card is just incredible.
Yeah.
Making splashes in other formats as well as standard.
Making some birds get enormous as well in the mono green decks.
Yeah.
Little chocobos. Alrighty, multiversal passage now from Zampa. Takes 2. 19 to 18 are the live totals for those of you keeping track.
A swamp. Interesting. There is 2 cards that utilize black mana here, and it is the Champion of the Weird, which we know was sided out. Superior Spider-Man, which was not.
Yeah, so that can go and get some things back from the yard if it is killed. Looks like we're just checking land and damage taken from those lands.
Yep.
He took 2 off of the first land he played. The second shot came in tapped. So yeah, would be down to 16 then if he played that untapped. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but that would make sense to me.
Yeah, he didn't have anything else to do on turn 2, so it was just a tap Temple Garden.
Yep, that's right. So now just getting some accelerants here. Mockingbird for another Gear Hulk, and now, you know, we do have that first strike wall completely blocked up here for the combo itself, but now we'll see if Zampa wants to just play that game, right? Of just saying, all right, I'm not going to, you know, try to get aggressive or proactive and just hold back these Gear Hulks. And it looks like Melstrider's Resolve is not in the deck because this is the one time when this Mockingbird to get a fight spell here for Ice Till Explorer would have looked great.
Yeah.
So not searching that up and playing a Llanowar Elf instead is 100% saying, I don't have that in my deck.
Yeah, he didn't bring that in. There's one in the sideboard, but not sided in.
Would have been great here, that's for sure.
yeah.
But in most other situations, not good. Because Tony doesn't really play a creature until he wins the game.
Another mill trigger here.
Okay.
Spell snare in the yard. Draw. Is it go time? Can we remove one of these blockers and combo off?
Oh my! So we need Seer plus full bore here to get through.
I have it into the first strike wall.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Tony has a way to remove one of the Bright Glass Gear Hulks to be able to push through the damage necessary to get Guglielmo Lupi dead. Congratulations, Tony Portolan, Teamer Harmonizer. 3 and 2 in the quarterfinals.
Wow, what an incredible match there. Even the last game, which looked very, very close for Zampa to be able to pick that one up, just needed one more piece of interaction. And Zampa was on his way to the semifinals. Yeah. Tony was able to clutch up. Zampa didn't find it and wins 2 games to put himself into another semifinals. Incredible.
Whew. Congratulations, Tony. You are on a streak, my friend. We got to chat to him after his match, so let's go and hear what he had to say.
Tony Portolan, a huge win in the quarterfinals. 5-game match. Tell us about what was a pretty lengthy and fun back and forth.
Yeah, so we split pre-cyber games. It went as anticipated. I drew a bit of blank in game 1, so they won. And then in the post-board games, they have some counter spells, some interactions. And basically game 3, they drew 2 of the 3 interaction spells and they got me. And then game 4 and 5, I managed to squeeze a win. Yeah, they were a bit unfortunate game 5, they mulliganed the 5. But I think they weren't prepared for the matchup. So yeah, they were goldfishing a good hand.
And that seems kind of true about most people that you've played against with your deck. Your deck is really taking people by surprise this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. However, my next matchup has some interactions, so it will be a much tougher matchup than the one in the quarterfinals.
Well, we are looking forward to watching you play in the semifinals. Good luck, Tony.
Thank you.
Big congratulations to Tony Portolan picking up the win there. Let's take a look at our bracket now, Corey, and see how the cards have fallen thus far in our quarterfinals here at Pro Tour. Lorwyn Eclipsed.
These are how the cards have fallen and how the Cubs have fallen. There are no more Cubs here into the top 4, which is a very big dramatic story as well. But we see Tony going to be facing the winner of Marco and Luis Salvato, which we're going to figure out here very shortly. And of course, the finals between the winner of Christopher Larson and Eduardo.
Alrighty, here we go, our final quarterfinal. It is Luis Salvato playing Demir Excruciator, representing Team Cosmos Heavy Play, up against Marco Balaka, who brought a sweet Jeskai control deck here this weekend, representing the Italians. Luis Salvato, tell us about this list here, Corey.
Absolutely. I mean, this deck is the coolest. We saw it in the hands of Christopher Larson as well. This is the only deck that had 2 copies in the top 8 of this Pro Tour. Nobody would have guessed that going into that. I don't care who you are, except maybe the players that played this deck. We are trying to play Doomsday Excruciator, flip over the deck and leave only 6 cards, and then attack with the Restless Reefs to be able to mill out your opponent, or of course, just play some value creatures as well. So.
On the other side of things, Marco Balaka, our overnight leader on day number 1, undefeated player, playing Jeskai Control, another very, underrepresented list, but a good call here for the weekend thus far. Tell us about this one.
Jeskai Control, Azorius Control, both had great weekends as well, and this is the classic definition of control. Trying to kill all your opponent's creatures with Day of Judgments, Ultimas, as well as have a plethora of counter spells to be able to interact. It's a draw-go deck that plays Jeskai Revelation as the win con.
Well, those are the decks. These are the players. We're going to jump into the Magic, but not before we hear from both of them who spoke to Cedric.
I'm joined by Luis Salvato. Luis, how you feeling about your top 8 matchup this morning?
Well, I'm feeling great. I think it's a good matchup for me. Also, more games post-Cyber means more Duress to cast. So, feeling good.
Okay, looking forward to watching you play. Good luck. I'm here with Marco Balaka. Marco, how do you feel about your top 8 matchup?
It's not easy. The pre-sideboard game it's fine, and post-sideboard is much more difficult. So to win, I need to win pre-sideboard and still 1 game post-sideboard.
Good luck this morning.
Thank you.
Well, he said it. He has to win both of the pre-sideboarded games to stand a chance against this deck, because post-sideboard, Luis gets hold of plenty of hand disruption spells, duresses, whatever he wants. He's got a couple of deceits as well in this list. So let's jump into this quarterfinals. Let's see how things stand as we join and see who our final semi-finalist is gonna be. Both players locked in, ready to rock and roll. We join in game 3, and would you know it, Marco Balaka has done what he needed to do and is up 2-0.
We saw Luis Salvato against Marco in the round that Salvato clinched the top 8, and there was a big difference in that match. Well, he only played 1 pre-board game. Essentially has to win 3 games now instead of winning both post-board games. But the plethora of duresses and a bunch of hand disruptions, Quantum Riddler, all that stuff makes it so much better for our 2017-2018 Player of the Year.
Luis was so stoked when he made the top 8. You could just tell. Deceit now getting to take a look at the hand here. What is the biggest threat in this hand, Corey?
Yeah, so we've seen Salvato prioritize taking the Jeskai Revelations at most stages of the game, but this early on, where it is the first removal spell, you usually want to take the card that is unique, the card that kind of presents the first problem, and that would really be stock up here. So that would make a lot of sense to me. Sure, you can cast Consult the Star Charts for 2 and just have that little look at the top 2, put 1 into your hand, but not something Salvato is going to be worried about right away. So I'm definitely taking the stock up here.
There's certainly, little windows of opportunity for Luis, to find other answers for what's in hand there. So Deceit taking the immediate problem in stock up, which gets you the most value. Consult the Star Charts is a later problem, but that right there is a big, big problem.
Oh, wow. Torpor Orb off the top is huge. The one thing Demir is not great at is removing artifacts, and, Salvato's every single creature has a come into play ability in some regard. Deceit, Doomsday Excruciator, Harvester, Superior Spider-Man can put something into play, but here is the counter to that. You can just evoke out Deceit. Sure, you don't get any of the abilities anymore, but it is a 2-mana 5/5 that stays. So Torpor Orb giveth and Torpor Orb taketh for sure.
That is such a funny interaction.
It is, yeah.
But now, Marco, okay, sure, fine. There's a massive creature on the board. But now, stock up gets to resolve also found that off the top of the library, right?
Yeah.
They weren't 2 in hand,
That
so...
was the 2 draws. So,
Yeah, one more. Yeah,
you know, I mean, you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck is kind of what they say, and that those 2 draws from Marco are going really, really good. And when we saw these 2 play in the Swiss, the one thing that didn't happen, I mean, Salvato had the same kind of starts, rip apart your hand, rip apart your hand. The one big difference there is Marco kind of drew what, in air quotes, is to be expected, just a bunch of lands or something at key moments.
Get to take a look again. Duress number 2 here, in inverted commas. Deceit doing the first bit of hand disruption. So take a look at the options for Luis. There's a Day of Judgment, there's Jeskai Revelation, and Get Lost. As
I
well as
saw
Possess.
in Salvato's hand a Superior Spider-Man, so there's one option to be able to take the Day of Judgment, play Superior Spider-Man, have 2 5/5s, and just hope that's good enough.
Swing for the fences, yeah.
Exactly. You know, not the absolute greatest plan. The other plan is you could just like Get Lost and hope that Marco doesn't find a 4th land. Or of course you could go long-term plan and take the Revelation.
I do think he's got Elegant Parlor.
Oh,
in
yep,
his
that
hand.
is just
Yeah,
pulled
he just
down,
pulled
yep.
it down as it's not an option.
Still a tap land, so
Still
at
tapped,
least,
yeah.
you know, that is 1 extra turn.
Yeah, it's a turn to pressure some damage in, so Get Lost, keep the creature that's on board in action for 1 more turn at the very least.
So what this is really telling me is Salvato is never going to overextend here, aka play that Superior Spider-Man next turn on 2nd Deceit.
Found an untapped land.
It's just going to be the classic attack with this, you deal with it, play another. You deal with that, play another. Because we do see the Doomsday Excruciator, which will not have the come into play ability, which is unlike any come into play ability here in Standard of removing libraries from the game, but the ability to draw 2 cards still remains on that card.
Intimidation Tactics is in Luis's hand. That's a dead card in this matchup for the most part, right? Unless you have it on turn 1 and you hit a Torpor Orb.
Yeah, and I think that is the respect to Torpor Orb. Like, I mean, there's Kyoshi, the Unagi at Kyoshi Island. That's another hit. But yeah, totally agree. Whenever we saw that from Luis Salvato pre-board in the Swiss, we cycled it. So that's kind of telling.
Yeah, yeah. At least it has a cycle ability.
Yeah.
So we can tell you for game 3, taken out for Luis was 3 Harvester of Misery, 1 Superior Spider-Man, Arch Enemy's Charm, Requiting Hex, all of them, and 2 Deadly Cover-Up. He brought in 4 Duresses, a Cruel Claws Heist, Shoot the Sheriff, 3 Quantum Riddler, and a Negate.
Absolutely, and we did just see the cycle there of the Intimidation Tactics. So Torpor Orb doesn't shut down the ability to be able to make one of your creatures, but there's really no point because it would just be a 4/4 Deceit.
Yeah.
So Salvato's just like, it's a 4/4 Superior Spider-Man now, but let's say we saw a Quantum Riddler in the yard.
Yeah, that would actually have a static effect.
Exactly. You could exile that and have that going, but Salvato doesn't want to remove his own creatures from the graveyard.
For Marco's side of things, he wasn't super jazzed about the post-sideboard games. He took out an Abrade, 4 Lightning Helix, and 2 Ultima. Brought in 2 Tishana's Tidebinders, 2 Torpor Orbs, an Exorcise, the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, and a River Churn Monument.
Makes sense to me. The River Churn Monument is
Could
huge
be big, could be
when
big,
you lose
yeah.
the library. So
Doomsday Excruciator hits the board and does nothing.
that middle section of text, remove that. That no longer exists with Torpor Orb, but now you have a 6/6 flyer that says at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card.
Yeah.
Which is very strong now. So this is it. I think this is going to be a classic moment for Marco. Can I consult the star charts and just flip over Day of Judgment and probably lock up a semifinals berth with that big of an exchange? And if not, probably heading to game number 4. And of course, for anyone that didn't remember, Luis Salvato ended up taking down Seth Manfield, our reigning world champion, in the Player of the Year the tie when they tied to play off to see who actually gets it in 2017 and 2018. One of only 2 players to ever tie and win Player of the Year in that way, which is really, really cool.
That's sweet. You gotta figure it out some way, huh? You can't share the prize. Consult the star charts. Taking a look, there's Shauna's Tidebinder and a whole lot of land.
I think we saw this last time against Salvato where Marco made this judgment call of, should I just kick Consult the Star Charts, get 2 cards, or just cast it and try to find No More Lies?
Yeah.
And that time it backfired as he didn't find it. And this time, it's kind of the same story as no More Lies, no Day of Judgment. Doomsday Excruciator is going to resolve. We just picked up a land. And now we got 5 more looks at Day of Judgment for Marco to be a huge in the driver's seat here.
Up there.
And if not, this game is likely just over because, well, we're going to have Doomsday Excruciator, a 4/4 Superior Spider-Man, and then the land to be able to get animated, the Restless Reef there, to attack.
Yeah, certainly enough. You need to deal with both these creatures on the board, and that hand is not going to cut it.
One thing we very much might see is there is a Tishana's Tidebinder in hand from Marco. So
stop the land?
Stops the land and chumps the Superior Spider-Man and goes to 1.
Sure. I guess that is a thing that could happen.
I mean, if any deck comes back when you go to 1 life, it's a control.
Yes, for sure.
So here's
the only life that
up.
matters is the last life. So
there,
without any game.
it is. Salvato just utters nothing again, and that looks to be nothing again. So that
he used his one time, Corey.
It sure did, but that is the one thing that those selections didn't look great. But the play I was mentioning earlier, play land 6. I don't believe we played a land this turn.
No, we haven't.
Play land 6, Tishana's Tidebinder, the land, and go from there. As long as Marco doesn't Tidebinder the Doomsday Excruciator ability in the upkeep.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would shut off. That would shut off the flying.
I mean, Restless Reef was the first thing on the board, so I imagine that's his target here.
And Marco has to Tidebinder that.
Okay.
Huh.
Opted not to go for it, so Luis picks up a win here. Can he reverse sweep here in the quarterfinals?
Oh yeah, of course. Torpor Orb shuts down the Tidebinder, so that was not an option.
Sure
yeah,
does.
Of course. Okay.
Torpor Orb giveth and Torpor Orb taketh away,
Yep.
as you mentioned.
Torpor Orb is a universal effect. There's just usually not a lot of come into play abilities from the Jeskai side. So, yep, Salvato, of course, had that locked up.
Nice. All right, Luis. Here we go. Restless Reef to start things off once again. Marco Balaka. 2 lands in play. Interaction plenty from what we could quickly glean there. Deceit wants to take a look, and Normalize says no thank you. Get out of here. Land off the top. Plays Hallowed Fountain. Tapped. Has a Get Lost in hand there as well if anything does resolve. Stock up is allowed, so let's go and sculpt the hand a bit more here for Luis.
And the No More Lies was big. You know, normally Deceit, if you're just, having a duress style of effect and you get a counter spell or it gets countered, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But No More Lies exiling it is a big deal for the interaction with Superior Spider-Man.
You know, it's great against all of the graveyard decks this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else? We got the Quarry Mountain Monastery. We've got the Get Out. And another land, I think I saw Plains too.
Yep, still a solid hand. Looking like we're going to see a nice long game. But Marco, looks like we might have been on the mulligan a little bit. Only 4 cards in hand there. Spell Snare, Get Lost, 2 lands. Not a very strong hand at all. And yep, there we go. We see the mulligan to 6. And, well, how many 4-mana 4/4 do-nothing creatures are we going to see from Luis Salvato? This is not a deceit. This is just what the card says. And makes a lot of sense. Salvato just has another Superior Spider-Man in hand. So just trying to play to the board. Now, that was a Torpor Orb off the top as well, I think. Salvato's deck is not this Dimir control deck. You know, it is a Dimir tap-out deck. More closely resembles that than actual Dimir control like we saw from Nassif for Duke this weekend.
So Luis Salvato deciding what he wants to do with this turn. Has Insatiable Avarice in hand. Has another Spider-Man, so he says, you know what, I might as well. Let's get this out there. Restless Reef for land for turn, and the turn passes back.
Marco prioritizing Quarry Mountain Monastery instead of playing the Torpor Orb, and that was good.
I kind of wish he'd drawn that, though, yeah.
That was good kind of luck, in air quotes there from Marco, not having it the other way around. Drew the Jeskai Revelation and Quarry Mountain Monastery, the Day of Judgment. That was the other order. You don't get to, of course, play that. And Day of Judgment into Torpor Orb at least prevents not having libraries right now. So that was a huge hit from Marco.
Oh my goodness. Doomsday Excruciator now. Presenting a clock here for Luis Salvato. We did see one more piece of removal in the form of Jeskai Revelation, so bouncing that back to hand. Gain some life, make some critters, draw some cards.
Yeah, and the type of game that Marco was talking with Cedric here before, I need to steal, I think is the word that Marco said, steal a game in the post board, and this feels like the start of how you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a huge tempo loss for Salvato, playing a 6-drop that does nothing until you draw your extra card or get some damage in, and then Marco playing a spell that gets to draw him 2 cards, bounces it, all this kind of stuff is a huge tempo play from Marco.
3 reefs now on board here for Luis.
Yep.
Marco does have a normalize in hand, so...
And another Jeskai Revelation, though. That's the main thing.
Nice.
Marco can just go bounce Excruciator, 4 more damage to the face, 2 more monks, attack for 4, put Salvato down to 6, and that might be insurmountable. That really might be too much for our 2017-2018 Player of the Year to come back from here.
You don't really think you need to deal with the creature attack here for Luis Salvato, but he's going to have to find a way to answer these monks now. Goes down to 6, like you mentioned, Corey, and Marco is firmly in the driver's seat here. What can Luis pull out?
Deadly Cover-Up. That's really the thing that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Deadly Cover-Up, and then exile the cards in your graveyard. Get rid of the remaining Jeskai Revelations. It might be Cover-Up or Bust here. There can be a Harvester as well.
I think he took all those out.
Oh, no!
No, that's not it.
Shoot the Sheriff on one of the monks. All Marco has to do is cast 2 spells here, and that is going to be enough.
Revelation again. Marco Balaka picking up the win here in the quarterfinals. Luis Salvato putting up an excellent fight, but Marco Balaka playing Jeskai control, able to pull it out there.
I mean, what an incredible result there from Marco. Also, you just really got a feel for Marco. Went 11-1 at one point, lost 3 win-and-ins in a row, had 1 last win-and-in, got there, now makes it into the top 4. What an incredible performance. And now in the top 4 for anyone keeping track. 4 different decks.
Absolutely. You love to see it. Congratulations to Marco. We now have our semi-finalists decided, friends. We're going to take a short break, and Maria and the desk are going to set us up for those. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is happening March 6th through 8th in Richmond, Virginia. There's a super shredder with art by Chris Seaman for all participants, and a foil version for the top 128. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026. We're getting ready for our semifinals here at coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed on Top 8 Sunday, live from Richmond, Virginia. $50,000 to our first place finisher. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Cedric Phillips hanging out with you here on Top 8 Sunday. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we are, in fact, through our Top 8 this morning. Take a peek here. You can see all the results from our quarterfinals, setting up our semifinals, which we'll head to momentarily. Christopher Larson will be up against Eduardo Sajgalik, and Todi Pornalon will be playing Marco Balaka there in our semifinals. Who will the finalists be? We will find out over the next couple of hours. Well, Lorwyn has certainly made a splash here in Standard. We're going to walk you through our top 10 most impactful cards for the weekend. So drum roll please as we get ready for our first card that we are taking a look at here in Lorwyn Eclipse. We've got some really fun ones that have been added to the bunch and have been making an impact in a bunch of standard decks. First one I want to turn to is this gentleman, Cedric.
Well, thankfully not as good as the Simic Oko, but still good all the same. This 3-mana Transforming Planeswalker is a really fun one to play with here in Oko Lorwyn Liege. It goes up and down, it goes all around. Doesn't dominate a game like its former self, but is still good nonetheless, and I'm glad it is back in Magic.
Next up, we are going to be looking at Seer. Pretty simple card, just 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. And you know what? That's just the type of card that you sometimes need in Standard, as we see all of these Izzet decks considering it as an option when it comes to their sideboard specifically.
Up next, we've got Spell Snare. Ooh, I have to talk about a counter spell, but this one is great. 1-mana answer to Cub if you need it. Mostly a main deck here at this tournament, by the way. Best when in Temur Harmonizer.
We are going to move on to card number 7. Requiting Hex is another answer to Badgermole Cub, and that is kind of a reoccurring theme among some of these cards. Badgermole Cub was looming very heavy over this tournament, and a lot of players built decks to beat it. If you were playing black, you had at least 3 main deck copies of this card in your deck. Very powerful removal spell.
And next, some very familiar faces. It is a Shockland cycle. Not all 10, but they have made quite an impact, just fixing a lot of the mana issues that some of the decks we have seen in the past have. Temple Garden and Hallowfound is specifically a massive boon for decks like Bant Airbending.
All right, and coming in at number 5, who do we get? It's Ashling Rekindled and Ashling Rhymebound here. This is an absolutely fantastic turn 2 setup piece for these elemental decks and lets you ramp into super powerful elementals later in the game. Love this card, also in draft.
We are moving on to number 4. It is a couple of different elementals here in Wistfulness and Vibrance. Now, we knew these Evoke elementals were going to be pretty powerful. They are, priced to move as far as power level is concerned, but were they all going to show up in the same strategies? Well, a lot of players played elemental strategies this weekend that had access to both of these cards and then some. These Evoke elemental incarnations are really taking Standard by storm.
And next up, Sunderflock. This card has absolutely turned the tables, allowing the elemental decks to have a massive answer no matter how wide the Cub decks are able to go. This deck has single-handedly formed multiple archetypes this weekend, and its impact has just been absolutely massive on the format.
Coming in at number 2, we have Deceit. This is actually the most played main deck elemental here in the tournament. I just love seeing this card in the decks, especially ones that are running a Superior Spider-Man, because if you tap your mana correctly, you can get both effects of Deceit when that card comes into play, which is very cool.
Yeah, that card is awesome, but so is this one. Number 1, Formidable Speaker, JED, that's the way to be. This 2/4 Elf Druid allows these green decks to kind of homogenize themselves, make sure that their game plan is very consistent. The untap another target permanent, that one comes up the least as far as what's important on this card, but make no mistake about it, all the pieces of this puzzle are very powerful, just like Jean-Emmanuel Duprat himself.
Well, we recently lost a Magic Titan of the game, and that is, of course, none other than Kai Buddha. We're all feeling that loss very deeply, I would say, at the tournament this weekend. We actually got a chance to sit down with Kai last year in Amsterdam when he knew what was coming to ask him about his Magic life.
Magic the Gathering actually found me. So when I was in school, I had a bunch of friends, and with these friends, I played Dungeons and Dragons. One of these guys was playing Magic, so we started to play some multiplayer Magic. I got hooked, started to go to a shop. Then there were like pretty good people playing locally, like going to German nationals and that stuff. So I started to play, get friends with these guys, and then I kind of moved up the ladder from playing shop tournaments to playing PTQs. And back then, regionals was a big thing. So regionals, nationals, yeah, and that's how I got into tournament play. I won a PTQ, and then we went to a GP in Switzerland, and Dirk top 8 that, qualified for Proto Chicago, which was the same Proto that I was qualified for. Going to Proto Chicago, we had no idea how good we were, because suddenly we were playing against these Americans, which we didn't really have contact with before. And then Dirk won the Pro Tour, and I finished top 16. And at that point, we were like, okay, we are pretty good at this stuff. Like, we are on their level, we can play with them. And then in the same season, I played 5 GPs and won 3 of them. And at that point, we were kind of like, this is a thing, this is something we could be doing for a living for a couple of years. We are clearly good at this. We know we're good at this. We can hang out with the best. And that's how we got there, yeah.
Kai Bude, where to start? He is a true legend of this game. Like, I don't think there will ever be anyone that comes close to Kai.
The World Championship 1999 was the first World Championship I qualified for, and it happened to be in Japan. I've never been to Japan before. I mean, back then I was 18, so yeah, I didn't travel that much. I did top 8 that tournament, which obviously felt great. It was my first Pro Tour top 8. Back then we counted Worlds as a Pro Tour. And then when we saw the top 8, my mediocre center deck lined up perfectly against everyone else. The final against Mark Lepine was still the fastest finals ever, I believe. It was best of 5, and I think it was finished in 15 minutes. So yeah, that felt really good, and I ended up snatching the Player of the Year title from John Finkel in the last minute, basically. So yeah, that was a great tournament. So my second Proto Top 8 was Chicago in 2000. That was a standard-only Proto, so it was 14 rounds of standard, no other format involved. The top 8 was very strong. That was one of the stronger top 8s in the history of the game, probably. In the semifinal, I played against Brian Kibler in his trademark Dragon deck. I think he is still salty that he lost that match. I think it was a good matchup for him, but I got kind of lucky when everything played out. And yeah, then I beat Kamil Cornelissen, which is another of the very great Magic players of all time in the final. And yeah, 2 Proto Top 8s, 2 wins. It was a nice life back then.
My most enduring memory of Kai is actually from my first Pro Tour San Diego 2004. I walk into the tournament hall and I see Kai, Dirk, and Marco, the Phoenix Foundation, and I've read so much about these guys. I've followed Pro Tour coverage for years. It would have just blown my mind to learn that many years later, Kai would actually be on my team. I would play test with him. I would eat meals cooked by him. I'd listen to him to complain about things and then complain about different things. And it's just incredible, kind of the Magic journey that took Kai from being this guy I read about in coverage to someone who picked me up from the train station when I got to Amsterdam.
So the probably best city for me to play Magic in is Barcelona in Spain. I played 2 Pro Tours and the GP there. I top 8'd the Pro Tour, I won the GP, and then in 2001, I won the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which was all booster draft. At first it was super smooth for me, but then I lost 2 rounds in a row, and I had to win the last rounds against a very good friend of mine, Markus Jöbstel. I did win, made top 8. From there, it was smooth sailing again. I had a great draft deck in the top 8. I beat a close friend in Patrick Mello in the semifinals, and then I played one of the really great players in the game, in Alan Comer, in the finals. But the matchups were so good for me, and yeah, I mean, that was third Proto top 8, third win. So a special place for me are always team events. 2 of the closest friends in my life are Dirk Barbarowski and Marco Blume. I played a lot of team events with them. We did super well. One of them was the Pro Tour in New York in 2001. Again, teams, we played so much Magic together. We prepared so much for this stuff. We were really good at Team Rochester draft.
Yeah, Kai, he's obviously an incredible player, arguably the best to ever play the game. And when I started playing the Pro Tour, he won, the very first Pro Tour I played, he won. He beat me in my first GP NPT finals. And, even the first time I beat him, I was like kind of a small miracle. So that's kind of funny. I had a really good matchup, but I barely beat him. He just the Juggernaut, just incredible player. It seemed like he could never lose. He would never lose in the top 8.
So my 5th prototype 8 happened in New Orleans, again in the year 2001. This time we actually had a great deck, and this was one of the events where Dirk thought we don't have a good deck, and he didn't actually travel. We ended up doing super well in the tournament. Our deck matched up against pretty much anything that other people brought. Yeah, it was super smooth sailing. Benedikt Klauser and me made top 8 with it. The top 8 matches, the quarterfinal and semifinal were not particularly close. The final was a very long game against another good friend of mine, Tomi Valamith. It was super close. In the end, I had to draw a Morphling at the correct time. I did, and I won that one. So now we're at 5 top 8s and 5 wins.
If Magic had to have a best player, we're so lucky that it turned out to be someone like Kai. Kai shows how we can use competition to bring out the best in ourselves. So for me, Kai stands for hard work, integrity, respect, honesty, fair play. Kai is one of my heroes.
So 1 year later, Boston 2002, another team Pro Tour. Everyone kind of saw that Dirk Bobrowski, Marco and me were favorite to win. Obviously, we weren't 50% to win, but we were the most likely team to win. Then we lost the first 2 rounds. At that stage, we had to win every round to win the tournament, which we ended up doing. So, okay. 6 Pro Tours, 6 Prototype 8s, 6.
So Kai and I have a long history. He used to beat me a lot, as in 8 or 9 times in a row, until I finally stopped the losing streak. One day, I think it was after a GP Biarritz. He came to my house when I was living with my parents. And my mom asked him, are you Kai? Are you the German guy that beats my son all the time? He's like, yes. Please stop it.
Proto Chicago 2003 was a limited Proto, and it was Rochester Draft. Rochester Draft, most people probably don't know about it. You put a pack on the table and everyone picks a card. I was really good at Rochester Draft. Team Protos are all done in Rochester Draft, so that was probably my strongest format. The Swiss, like the pre-eliminary rounds of the tournament, went super well. I think I was sitting at 11-1. And then the top 8 draft, I got very lucky, had an insane deck, and yeah, now we are at the 7 Proto win.
You know, it's funny, like I said, like there's always that question, John or Kai, John or Kai. As if we got to know each other for a little bit. You know, I went to him like, dude, Kai, they always say, I'm like, I have no clue. And he's like, yeah, I have no clue either. Like, you know, we both have no idea whatsoever. You know, however, I will definitely say that when you're looking at the GOATs, there is no doubt the Kai Booty is the Michael Jordan of Magic, because nobody's peak sustained dominance will ever be what he had. He won 7 Pro Tours. He won, I mean, it was like 3 in 1 year. You know, the only person I can think of like that is Michael Jordan. Like his peak and his dominance, I don't think will ever be, you know, replicated. You know, I might, you know, end up putting up another top 8 here, another top 8 there. But I'm in 2nd place, I think, with 3 Pro Tour wins. Kai has 7. But Kai has 7. It's just, he's just incredible. And he's a lot of fun, and we've gotten to know each other really well. And, you know, and it's just been a real treat to get to know him.
So after my pretty good run of 7 Proto wins, I started to slow down a little bit. People around me left the game. Marco and Dirk both quit playing professionally. I played a couple of more events, but eventually I also picked up a job and started to do other stuff. I was still playing a little bit here and there. Eventually I got voted into the Hall of Fame, which I'm very thankful for, which meant I had 3 Pro Tour invites. So I started to use these and play about 1 event a year because, I mean, I still love Magic, great game. 2010, I went to Pro Tour Amsterdam. I didn't prepare that much, but fortunately my good friend Gabriel Nassif tested with me, and he broke it with a white aggressive deck. Paul Rietzel was also working with us, and Paul actually ended up winning the Pro Tour, and Gabriel's deck carried me to an undefeated extended record, which meant I was in the top 8 of that Pro Tour as well, where I lost to Brett Nelson in the quarterfinal. I played about 1 event a year, didn't do so well for most of them. And then the Mythic Championship in Las Vegas came around, where I did very well. I think I finished 3rd or 4th, so I don't exactly remember how that worked out. But yeah, that was a high-profile event. It felt very good to have another top finish. And then fast forward to 2023, Barcelona, the modern Pro Tour, again working with the same people. We picked up a couple of new faces, but essentially the same group. Everything was great. I picked a great deck. Edgar Mahales built it for me. It was a Cascade Rhino deck. Again, my draft record was okay. My record in Modern was great. I picked up my, I believe, 10th or 11th Proto Top 8. It felt incredibly great after such a long time. That's 4 Proto Top 8s and 4 decades of playing Magic, which means I'm playing this game for a very long time. And yeah, that was awesome.
Kai just brings that organization to the room. He brings that respect and that knowledge, right? So if you're doing something stupid, right? You make a bad play, or you bring a deck to the table that doesn't really make sense, Kyle will be straight up with you. He will shut that down. He will keep us on track, right? Like he is a no nonsense kind of guy. And when Kai speaks, you listen.
So I can't even imagine my life without Magic the Gathering. I picked it up when I was 15. I started to find friends, played Magic with them, found more friends. My entire circle of friends is essentially Magic players at this point. I got my job through Magic players. I'm still working with a lot of Magic players. I'm 44 years old. I'm playing the game since I was 15. I mean, I assume my life would have been completely different if I never got introduced to Magic. It's just incredibly important for me.
I think one of the things about Kai that really follows his career is how serious and how intense he is, and so no nonsense, and so intimidating. And one of the things I love most about Kai is when you get him to laugh. It is so unexpected, but it is so joyous and it is so heartfelt, and you feel like you just got a gold star. And I haven't done it nearly enough, and I hope I get to do it, again in the future. But it's those are the laughs you remember.
In life, everyone gets 15 minutes of fame. That's what people are saying. Obviously, for me, that's Magic. That's the only thing I'm well known for. There's 7 PT wins, there's 7 GP wins, there's 4 Player of the Year titles. One of the PT wins is a World Championship title. So these numbers might not be beaten. Right now, it looks like people are just so good at this game. There's so many great players. So that someone goes on a streak like that seems somewhat unlikely. I did get diagnosed with very likely lethal cancer a year ago. And that kind of makes you think about what you did in your life and what your accomplishments are. And in my case, that's clearly Magic. And I'm a tournament player. I'm very competitive. And these titles, these results, that's my legacy. And I'm incredibly proud of that.
Well, they say Kai Buddha doesn't lose on a Sunday, and here we are on Pro Tour Sunday, and we have certainly lost something without him in our game anymore. I'm a little bit teary-eyed after watching that, but we've got a tournament to play here, so we're going to turn our attention to the predictor. Nothing like cold, hard numbers to get you back into playing some Magic. How does it look, Monty?
Okay, well, little reset here as we have 4 players eliminated, and that means 25% is our new average. So let's take a look at of our 4 remaining players. Eduardo Sajgalik doesn't really have many good matchups remaining in the top 4. So for him, 18%. He's a pretty big dog at this point. Next up, Tony Portolan. Tony does actually have pretty decent matchups, except for here in his semifinals match. So 23% for him, just below average. Next up, Marco Bolaca. This is primarily inflated by the fact that he has a great matchup, or a decent matchup here against Tony Portolan. So 28% for him. But the new favorite, according to the predictor, is Christopher Larson. I think he's pretty happy with the remaining decks in the top 4. And as of now, since one Dimir Excruciator deck has fallen, it is Larson the Dane who is the new favorite to win the tournament.
Okay, thank you so much for those numbers, Monty. Let's set up our first semi-final here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We'll be watching Christopher Larson on Dimir Excruciator, who we just talked about has great odds in his favor, up against Eduardo Sajgalik, who's on Izzet Elementals. Christopher Larson top 8'd at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where he came in 3rd. He has 10 Grand Prix top 8s, including 1 win back in 2017. Eduardo Sajgalik, for him, he hasn't been on the Pro Tour for a hot minute. It's been 6 years since he played a Pro Tour, but he does have a Pro Tour top 8 back in 2012 for Return to Ravnica. Let's take a look at Christopher Larson's here path to the top 8. It was a bumpy one for him. He was our last player in, coming in as our 8th seed into our top 8 here today. Did go 6-0 in draft, 6-4 in standard. What about Eduardo's road to the top 8 here? Cedric.
Going to take a dive in here. You'll see a 2-1 start in Limited for the Limited coach of his team, and then picking up 4 straight wins before closing out day number 1 with a loss to Luis Salvato on Demir Excruciator. Then we transition over to another 2-1 in draft, and then just a handful of wins with that Elementals deck that he is playing this weekend to lock up his spot a little bit early. Didn't even need to worry about round 16.
And there's a look at the players and their road to here on the Sunday stage. Talk to me about this matchup, though, Monty.
Okay, we're going to start with Demir Excruciator in the hands of Larson. The only deck to put 2 copies in our top 8, and Larson is the lone remaining. Now, this is a control deck with a bit of a combo finish. And as we take a look over to the sideboard to see what tools Larson has available to him, the name of the game is going to be all of this removal in order to just stop Eduardo from being able to ramp up early and have those explosive elementals, because Larson just has the better late game. On the other side, as we take a look at Eduardo's Is It Elementals deck. Now, the primary game plan here is to use ramp in the form of Flame Braider as well as Ashling Rekindled. So the fact that Larson's deck is full of removal to ensure these creatures don't live, that is a massive problem for Eduardo. As we go over to his sideboard to see if he gets much help, the answer is not really. Ultimately, when it comes to the matchup, this is an inherent matchup between mid-range in the hands of Eduardo and control in the hands of Larson, which has historically been control favored. But Larson's deck also goes over top with that Excruciator combo, so this is going to be a tough matchup for Eduardo.
Okay, so Monty, if we're taking a look at both these decks, everything equal on paper, do you think it's just going to be too difficult for Eduardo to overcome?
I'm not saying he doesn't have a chance. He absolutely does. But I think just given the nature of the matchup, given the familiarity that Larson has with his deck, given the past experience that they have from Luis Salvato playing Eduardo on day 1, I just think there is a very uphill battle in front of him.
How about you, Cedric? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Monty on this one. This is a very difficult matchup here for Eduardo. I think that this is a pretty good spot here for Chris. As mentioned, Eduardo's already lost to this matchup against Luis Salvato to close out day number 1. Teams are, of course, working on the side, getting players prepared, but I think Chris feels pretty comfortable in this spot, so I'm going to go with the Big Dane.
All right, well, it's time to find our first finalist. I'm going to pass that on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here. We are just about set for semifinal number 1. That's Paul Ciano. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for coverage of Top 8 Sunday here from Richmond. And we've got an interesting matchup this time around, Paul. It's funny, you know, when we were doing our pre-show, we were looking at the metagame, and you know, there's all these kind of onboard creature decks, cub stuff like that, but things have changed quite a bit here in our top 8. We've got Demir Excruciator in the hands of Christopher Larson against Is It Elementals in the hands of Eduardo Sechgalik. So what do you make of the matchup as we see our players join the feature match area here?
Yeah, I think Monty did a really good job of kind of breaking down the matchup here. The way that Eduardo kind of gets ahead is, you know, you're relying really heavily on those 2-mana elemental cards to really kind of turbocharge your starts, get a bunch of mana going, and then get a roaming throne in play, and then a bunch of elementals and get a bunch of value. But I feel like a lot of what Eduardo does, Christopher Larson doesn't really care about too much. As long as he can control the early game, make it so that Eduardo can't get off to the most explosive starts, and then kind of gets his Doomsday Excruciator combo kill going, it just feels like
that was what we've got.
From an approach to the format, I just feel like Christopher Larson kind of has a fundamental edge here.
All right. Give me a second to
Hugs and handshakes all around.
Eduardo,
Great sportsmanship from both of our players. They're friends. They've known each other for a long time. They're also two of the most popular and nice people out on the Pro Tour. They're just really friendly.
Wow, you guys have really annoying names, right?
And they're pretty funny, too.
Yeah. And as you can see here, Christopher Larson with the turn 1 Intimidation Tactics, an incredible card in this matchup, as Eduardo's deck is almost entirely creatures. So you're going to be able to exile one of these cards. Let's see, and Christopher Larson also has the Requiting Hex in hand, so likely going to take here the Roaming Throne, as if Eduardo goes with the Ashling Rekindled in the hand, Christopher Larson can clean it up with the Requiting Hex.
You saw Christopher Larson pause on Pit of Offerings and a little chuckle from Eduardo, because that's a pretty good one here, actually.
And then it's roaming, right?
A land that exiles up to 3 target cards from graveyards when it enters the battlefield.
Actually choosing to go with the Ashling here, as the Ashling does allow Eduardo to rummage. And because Chris Larson does have a Deceit in hand, you can feel happy about being able to get that roaming throne before Eduardo can play it on turn number 4.
Eduardo places land, passes the turn back. It was starting town, though. And are we just going to see Deceit here?
Yeah, and it would actually be pretty good here because it would just take the Winter Night Stories possibly, because Eduardo did draw that, which would be a really good turn 3 play.
It's not.
And Eduardo says it's not a bad draw.
Pretty good one.
Yeah, that would leave the roaming throne in hand, but it can't come down next turn, so that might just be a problem for a later version of Christopher Larson. Let's see what he decides to do here.
It's really annoying, George.
Right. So, 'cause
he had a really clean.
Right. And I get why Christopher Larson did what he did, but now you're thinking, well, this Requiting Hex isn't doing anything. Did I want to just hold this to kill the Ashling, and then he would have been able to basically deal with all the threats that Eduardo has? Once Roaming Throne's in play, that Ward 2 makes it really, really tricky to actually get off the battlefield. Christopher Larson would need to find.
Okay, he is going to think long-term here and take the roaming throne. That does give Eduardo something to do this turn, and he drew another roaming throne right away.
A backup one here, so hand disruption not proving itself to be very effective here against Eduardo, as he just continues drawing exactly what he needs.
Thinking here.
Wow, into Vibrance and Wistfulness. Look at this
spells.
curve.
Yeah. Likely going to be discarding one of these elementals. Now, Vibrance would be able to kill a Doomsday Excruciator if Eduardo first plays out that Roaming Throne. Could be something you're interested in. Meanwhile, Wistfulness is just a way to kind of get some card advantage. Yeah, big decision point here for Eduardo. But we do know next turn he is going to run out that Roaming Throne and then follow it up. I wonder if he's considering discarding 2 cards. Nope, just gets rid of the Wistfulness here. Okay, and that is an answer to a Roaming Throne, but Christopher Larson, of course, doesn't know Eduardo has one in hand, as he did take the one that he saw out of Eduardo's hand, but I imagine Eduardo's gonna run it out here.
Elemental again. This thing, elemental, go ahead.
Yep.
Larson kind of smirks at it. Yeah, well, I tried.
Now, Larson did draw the Archenemy's Charm. However, needs to wait till he gets to land number 5 to be able to deal with the Roaming Throne, as it's a 3-mana removal effect.
Ward 2.
Ward 2. Got to deal with the Ward 2. Yes, absolutely. Now, there is, what is it? We see a Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, there's Deceit in the yard.
There is Deceit in the yard. And Christopher Larson does have Watery Grave, but Deceit won't be able to pick up the Roaming Throne. As again, it does have the Ward 2 here, but you could get something out of Eduardo's hand by doing so. You could also copy Wistfulness if you just want to draw 2 and discard 1. But I think he's interested in, basically, it's like you probably have 1 good elemental in your hand. I want to take that out of your hand.
Yeah, for
so I
sure.
think oh, never mind.
Well.
Okay.
Oh, was it Wistfulness?
Yeah, he took the Wistfulness here, actually.
And he did play blue for it, so he's going to get through his library a little bit.
Right, so now Eduardo will be able to run out a Vibrance.
Wow, he has Doomsday Excruciator in hand.
He does, but will Eduardo have a little too much pressure? Oh, because he's possibly looking to just cast it here.
He is two land drops away from doing exactly that.
So Eduardo now does have the ability to play Vibrance, get 2 lands, kill the Deceit on the other side and attack, and just put a lot of pressure, forcing Christopher Larson to really try to go for his combo. Now, Archenemy's Charm also has the ability to return creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Perhaps if the game goes a little bit longer, you can get back Spider-Man, possibly also the Deceit for a little bit of hand disruption. But I imagine there's a really good shot Chris Larson wants to go and use that as a removal effect for the Roaming Throne.
Yeah, which would mean that right now is the time for Eduardo to get his value going.
Yeah, I think the other consideration here might, if you're Eduardo, might just be, what if I evoke Vibrance? That's 6 damage. Then I can cast Bounce Off to pick up the Vibrance once again. Is the burn route something that I would be interested in? Although casting the Vibrance also seems good. I mean, if you evoke out the Vibrance, you can keep up the Bounce Off to save your Roaming Throne potentially, if Chris Larson does have a removal spell to cast on it next turn.
This has been a long tank session here for Eduardo, and the judge, in fact, said, you know, going to need you to make a play. And Eduardo said, I don't know, but he recognizes this is an absolutely critical juncture in this game.
I'll go to 22.
So 6 to that.
Get 2 lands.
I'll attack for 4 as well. 14 and getting 2 lands.
Yeah, he's just trying to
speed things
the
up
rest of the turn.
Sure.
Eduardo knows what's up.
Yeah.
The reason, you know, there's a reason he took that long. He actually plays very quickly normally.
Yeah, but we are now into top 4, and this is one of the most pivotal turns of this game. And you just don't want to mess it up here. And finding value engines here, getting Quarry Mountain Monastery and a Thundering Falls. Don't really need Cavern of Souls or anything like that in this matchup, just because there really isn't counter magic that Chris Larson's playing, so you just want to get the value lands in this case.
There's only 2 on your deck. Does feel like that's what you have. Yeah.
Eduardo's predicting something there. I didn't hear what he said.
Although it doesn't matter as he's completely tapped out here. Could be I think he's considering Deadly Cover-Up, right?
Cover up,
yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He said there's only 2 of those, and Chris does have 2.
Yeah, but Chris does not have it in hand here, so just going to kill the Roaming Throne.
Exiles, right?
Yeah, gets exiled, and he'll be taking 4 from the Vibrance. Eduardo might just run out of Sunderflock here just to put a little more pressure here on Chris Larson. There's also Winter Night Stories in hand, so you can go Sunderflock. It doesn't pick up your Vibrance. Then tap down to Sunderflock to play Winter Night Stories.
Larson did hit a swamp, by the way, so he can Excruciator next turn.
Yeah, but it might not be enough here. I mean, this is a 4-mana 5/5. You draw a bunch of cards. Larson's down to 10, right? And then if you have a way to get that Excruciator off the battlefield, you can just swing in for 9, get you down to 1. And he's got to bounce off at least.
Away, you're at 10.
Right. I only think of bounce off on his own creatures.
Right.
Turns out it has another mode.
Yeah, you can interact here.
That would not be lethal, though. Like, would Larson have the ability to, like, he has a reef, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but I might not do your Harvester.
It still wouldn't be enough, though.
No, sorry, well, this one doesn't really matter. You can't get it back. Let's see. No, yeah, cover up is correct.
This is that pit that we talked about before.
Taking expensive cards out of Chris Larson's graveyard,
one here,
just in case of collect evidence on Deadly Cover-Up. Chris Larson does want a sweeper. Okay, finds a Bitter Triumph. Okay, so that is a way to get Sunderflock off the battlefield
Is
here.
it better to stock up and Bitter Triumph here, or is it better just to windmill that Excruciator on the battlefield?
Right. I mean, if you stock up and find another Bitter Triumph, right, you can certainly pitch the Requiting Hex and then maybe cast both, and then just Eduardo would have no board here. And if you look at his hand, I mean, he doesn't actually have any pressure, right? It's
Not at all.
It's 4 lands and a bounce off.
Gosh, and he's completely tapped out right now, too, so the bounce off would not be available. This would be the window, but if you miss...
yeah, it feels like the riskiest line here.
Alive.
Yeah, it feels like the riskiest line might be to just play the Excruciator. I think stock up is something Chris Larson might be interested in.
He would need to hit stock up land.
Land Bitter Triumph.
Sorry, Bitter Triumph land, I meant to say.
To kill both, yes.
But if he kills the Sunderflock, that is a 3-turn clock. Like,
right?
That would buy him a lot of time.
Okay, he did find a deadly cover-up.
Ooh, okay, that gets even more interesting.
And was that a Superior Spider-Man, maybe?
Yeah.
And to play around bounce off, if you have a removal spell, you might want to cast it right away.
Yes, though he didn't.
He didn't, okay. I guess getting the Sunderflock bounced off isn't too bad because then you replay it and then you play the deadly cover-up.
Yeah.
Right? So attack. Yeah.
Yeah, something might happen here. I don't believe going to 1 is where we're winning line, yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to go to 1 against a deck with 4 copies of Vibrance.
So since he drew the Spider-Man, is he just going to discard the Demon now?
He can, or the Requiting Hex.
Oh,
That's
he has
the other option, because if Eduardo just plays a
target.
2-mana play this turn, you can still get it with the deadly cover. But actually does go for the discard of the Excruciator. And with Eduardo drawing another land here, he's just like, I need to just keep putting pressure on the life total. It's pretty clear you didn't have cover up last turn. I really hope you didn't find it with this stock up, but we know that he did.
And he does replay it, so...
All right, so Chris Larson will stabilize here at 6 life.
By the way, Eduardo's on all lands.
He is on all lands, so Chris Larson gonna fire off this deadly cover-up.
Kind of hold his breath here and let it rip. There it goes.
Absolutely.
Oh, and he has enough in there.
Eduardo not happy about this, and now you can use this to exile all the Vibrances most likely, so you don't get burned out.
That's right. He's at 6.
I'm going to guess you're not getting these, so.
Now, deadly cover-up, yes, does have the option. You can choose a card in the graveyard and look through the graveyard, look through the library and get all copies of that card and remove it from the game.
What does Eduardo have going on his side?
A bunch of lands.
Vibrance?
Does he have any value lands?
He does have a Quarry Mountain Monastery in play. That's what he fetched previously, and he's going to have to use it now unless he can draw something great here.
It was not going to be accepted. What? Did you just, if you draw them, take them out?
All right, there are all the Vibrances.
There's the last one.
I was like, pretty sure it's playing 4.
Yeah.
Sounds like a pretty important card.
That is not a good sign for you. We have 2 kids.
So what does Eduardo need to find?
That's reasonable if the household responsibility.
I guess Wistfulness would be a lethal threat.
Yeah, Wistfulness would certainly be fine here.
But his other creatures aren't.
Here you go.
Yeah.
At least not on their own.
Yes, Roaming Throne is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, any creature...
Yeah, I mean, any creature would be good here.
Would be at least a 2-turn clock outside of his
We good with this?
2 drops.
Draw?
So
Need something
find,
big here.
Find a threat.
I had 4 lands.
Whoa!
Oh, right off the top, it's Wistfulness.
Okay.
The perfect draw.
That is
And this is going to let him
fantastic.
get some of these lands out of his
Right,
hands, too.
absolutely.
This can produce blue. So I need this. Yeah, that's fine.
Holy smokes,
Wow.
Eduardo. That's the one.
I mean, that's probably the best draw here. So now Wistfulness, draw 2, discard 1. If you find something like a Winter Night Stories,
Wow.
4 lands.
Wow.
Okay. But that is a lethal threat. Now, Chris Larson does have a Restless Reef that he can use to activate and block if he can't find anything. He also has a Superior Spider-Man, right, in
Plus,
his hand.
And the Excruciator managed to stay in the yard.
And the Excruciator.
To trade.
Oh, and he actually just top-decked one here as well, so he can just hard-cast it if he wants. And then save, perhaps, the Spider-Man to copy something else in the graveyard.
Holy smokes. So now he's trying, it's interesting because he went from thinking, you know, how can I not die? I think he's actually thinking about if I Excruciator and I can get a Reef hit in, like, could I close this game out?
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is absolutely something that can happen here. And the nice thing, actually, the fact that Chris Larson has the Requiting Hex is pretty big. if Eduardo plays a 2-drop or something, that would give you a way to gain life.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, but if Eduardo here finds bounce off
it's
to get the Excruciator, it would be game.
Is there a bounce off
Eduardo
here
has 2 draws here to find it.
Yeah, or he could
all
find
lands.
Stories.
Sunderflock as well, of course.
Sunderflock off the top. That would return the Excruciator to hand. And he attacks for lethal.
Yeah.
The
Help me get
perfect
there.
amount. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Dude, the rest of his hand was just all lands.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's the thing too, right? You know, Eduardo did have a very timely draw there, but he also drew a ton of cards and whiffed and had a bunch of lands as well. So, you know, it's kind of those things where, yeah, he was likely to draw some action there, but of course, extremely well timed there.
Wow. His draw steps were Wistfulness into Sunderflock. Now there was some other stuff.
There's some lands in between.
So I don't want to I don't want to downplay it too much, but if you're sitting in Larson's seat, you got to be like, you got to be kidding me.
Right. Yeah.
Ah, forgot. Ah, oh no. the camera. Oh God.
Well, at least
I
they're
have
still
no
having
remorse.
fun.
That's yeah, I would guess. Elemental, please. Go ahead.
All right, Chris Larson on the play this time has the nice cheap interactive spell here for the Ashling that Eduardo has in hand. Can also lead out with a Deceit here, but actually chooses not to. Thinking, what's the worst thing Eduardo can do on turn 2? It's play an Elemental, and you do have the removal effect for that this turn. Now, Eduardo has Deceit in hand, but doesn't actually have the black mana to actually use the kind of the Thoughtseize effect on the card.
Discard one.
Yeah, actually, Eduardo choosing to go for the Evoke on Wistfulness instead of playing a 2-mana Elemental there, which is kind of the typical play pattern. But when you play against a deck with 4 copies of Requiting Hex in the main, you have to think it's very likely that they have it.
He discarded a Sunderflock there as well. Now the Deceit comes in.
Oh, wow, and does not find a land off
Whoa.
the
card? Yeah.
All spells?
All spells, no double green here to get a land with the Vibrance either. You might want to be interested in actually just taking the Ashling to prevent Eduardo from drawing lands.
I think this is probably not in the weird spectrum. This hand seems fine. Just the deck. What do you expect? It's not even all elementals. Yeah, this one will get there.
Chris says, "Really?" And Eduardo says, "Well, I am playing elementals. Like, if you're gonna deceit me, what did you think you were gonna see? It's elementals."
And Chris Larson does have Superior Spider-Man here. Can play Deceit for blue, blue, black, black next turn if he likes. And yeah, it's like you have so much action. I'm just going to take whatever it is you can actually play next turn, and that's just the Ashling.
That's right. Now we know that Eduardo can start using the Evoke ability here to at least do some things.
Yeah, Winter Night Stories did not find a land, so man, found all the lands in the previous game, played a Wistfulness and drew for turn and failed to find a land.
And he can't actually evoke?
No, can't, and here we go.
I guess he could have just
this is going to be a fully kicked Deceit here with the Superior Spider-Man.
This one? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Wistfulness might be better, actually.
Yeah, it's bigger.
I mean, like, you're going to ask me something. Yep.
4/4.
Oh, no, I'm thinking, but I think I'm going to take that, yeah. Okay.
He's thinking.
Yeah, because you can choose that or the Deceit.
But he wants the cards here.
He has another one here.
No, he might get that Deceit after all.
Right. All right, Eduardo needs a land. Oh, it's a Thundering Falls.
Surveil one.
Surveil one.
That is
he
brutal.
Kept it on top, so there's going to be a land there too.
Yeah, so Chris Larson's plan B coming into effect here. The Superior Spider-Man Elemental Beatdown package.
Just what he drew up.
I mean, Chris Larson has already found some ridiculous ways to win in this top 8, so this one seems a little more normal.
Which hex?
And that Spider-Man doesn't get Sunderflock now, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, they're elements.
Kind of funny. Okay, he's going to chip in for 4.
All right, here we go. Deceit, take your best card. Basically, just take any type of interactive spell you might have in hand. And right now, Vibrance doesn't deal with these cards. Roaming Throne is the only thing that can even block So yeah, so you take the roaming throne as it is a 4/4. Anything else Eduardo plays can't actually block these 4/4s quite well.
Surprise, elemental.
Okay. Can he go double Vibrance?
Surprise,
yeah.
Land.
So you could go double Vibrance if you really wanted to kill one of the 4/4s. There's Deceit, but I don't think you're at that point right now. So yeah, he might be interested in just kind of playing some defense here.
Wow.
Killing one of these. Oh no, he's bouncing. Excuse me. Sure.
That keeps the Deceit exiled. Well, there's one in the graveyard now.
Yeah. Oh, is he going to bounce it and then Deceit? Because does he have another Deceit? Oh, just bounce both.
Go ahead.
No, you were right, though, Paul. He is playing defense, but
playing tempo, but Larson can just do it again. Right.
Yeah. You want this one?
He's asking if he wants the roaming throne.
Have 4.
Could take Ashling or a Deceit.
Yeah, this is just delaying the issue, but Eduardo just wanting to do anything he can just to continue try to hit his land
How
drops.
does it work if I take this and play this and play this?
You get both. It doubles if you pick elemental.
That is hilarious. He's actually considering going for the roaming throne.
And then on the following turn, copying the Deceit to turn himself into a Dimir Excruciator Elementals deck.
Yeah, the problem, I mean, there are already 2 Deceits in the yard, so like...
Right.
But it doesn't really solve a problem, but...
Yeah, but getting a 4/4 Ward 2 creature is quite nice.
That is better.
I think I'm just going to stick to the simple solution.
He's going to keep it simple and go for
Just going to
Deceit.
take one of the cards in your hand.
I'll take the Winter Night Stories.
You got it.
Okay. All right, so if Eduardo draws a land, I mean, that does give him a 4/4 in play and some life to gain. That is an untapped land. All right, so he has one play. It's just play out the Vibrance. I mean, alternatively, you could just kill the Superior Spider-Man, but then all you would have is a Sunderflock in your hand.
Okay.
Yeah, really tough spot here for Eduardo.
Looks bad, but sure. All good.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be in the graveyard. I don't know why I got it there.
I don't know. It looks very bad out of context, yeah.
That was a little weird. Larson found his Superior Spider-Man over in the graveyard, but it was supposed to be bounced to hand.
Right.
I'll go to
So he grabbed it.
Oh, he's just getting a land here. Okay.
But he drew one.
Play it.
Oh, right.
Cut you off from
Yeah,
Deceit
because he
from-
knows about the second Spider-Man.
Right. But there's a Vibrance now.
How many cards?
Not nearly as bad.
Yeah.
But if Larson's just interested in getting some power and toughness going, he can still do
anything
it.
that's not
Yeah.
green mana.
Interesting play there by Eduardo.
You would still just get a 4/4. I mean, Eduardo's at 18, I suppose, so not quite dead just yet here. But Chris Larson has Winter Night Stories, has a lot of action in hand as well. Yeah, I mean, this is just a really, really tough fight here. Chris Larson might be looking to cast the stock up he just drew. Maybe he finds another Intimidation Tactics, perhaps another copy of Deceit.
It's a good one.
That goes for Winter Night Stories here instead.
It's like you're playing my deck.
Likely discarding Harvester of Miseries, or a couple of copies of the Requiting Hex that he has in hand.
You know, 2 of the free cards.
Son and Beagle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Larson knows about the Sunderflock and the Vibrance, but not the breeding pool.
Yeah. Did not find a land here, possibly.
Harvester of Misery in the yard.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right.
So he's got 7 spells in hand now?
That's what it seems like. And now he's, all right, loading up a stock up here. So
yeah,
wants a land for sure. Oh, and there's a Deceit there as well, but can't fire that off. So it might be Deceit land as the cards that Christopher Larson chooses to keep here.
Is it Demons for lunch?
Still no Intimidation Tactics.
Right.
All right. 14?
Yeah.
Attack for 4.
Oh, okay.
7 cards go.
It was Excruciator land. Okay.
and he played the Restless Reef out
Right.
of his hand. So 6 cards, or 7 cards in hand, all spells.
I'm going to go back up to 14.
Okay.
The life's not gonna matter.
Running out Vibrance, 3 to the
17,
face.
I don't know if your life matters.
Yeah.
It's a more matterable aspect at least.
Oh yeah, the Thundering Falls is already in play. What a great land to have.
Fake Dragonland.
I know.
Yeah.
It is embarrassing. All right, here you go.
This is just looking so tough for Eduardo. Just can't get much going.
No.
Chris Larson's just up on so many cards, right?
So many deceits.
Right. All the deceits, and you know, Eduardo's elemental's kind of betraying him here with the superior Spider-Man on Chris Larson's side.
You'll never get there.
Flame Braider is the discard there. Now, Eduardo's hand does have a lot more action in it, finally.
It does, but now, I mean, we're at the point. Chris Larson's at 17 life. He's got a ton of mana available. It's not going to take much for Chris Larson to actually go for the combo at some point here.
Oh, yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Yeah, do this. Perhaps discard the Excruciator, play Spider-Man maybe?
That does seem to be
Copy
what
the
he's doing.
Excruciator. And it's like, how can you actually kill me from this spot?
So we got 6 cards left.
6 cards left on both sides, and Chris Larson does have an insatiable avarice in hand.
I mean, this deck would have been.
He doesn't have a land drop to give here, though, does he?
He has a multiversal passage in hand. But 6 cards left. Remember, there's also a Restless Reef, and just going, I don't want you to Sunderflock me. I just want to keep the board as clear as possible. And Eduardo, you need to have bounce off to deal with the Restless Reef. That is the only instant speed interaction that Eduardo has.
And that doesn't deal with either of the two
All right.
attackers that he's already
you
got.
can take free, going to 14, and I'm at 16. What am I doing? I should keep the
Bounce
super
off
lands on top.
mana up.
You have a bounce off.
I know. All right, alert to my library. Wow.
Not great, and he's seen enough. That is game number 2 going to Christopher Larson as he picks that one up. He really just overwhelmed Eduardo with value there. The deceit after deceit after deceit really got the job done.
Yeah, and the superior Spider-Man's just doing so much work in this matchup. You know, Eduardo has to be kind of careful with when he kind of evokes out his elementals, because at any given point, Chris Larson can just play the Spider-Man and just kind of take the cards out of Eduardo's hand. So again, this matchup just seems kind of rough just from a strategic standpoint, but it's still 1-1, so it can go any direction.
That's right, and we're going to come back right after a short break and find out exactly what direction it goes in our first semifinal match. We'll be back with more right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are well and truly into our top 8 here on Sunday. We are watching our first semifinal match. This is between Eduardo Sajgalik and Christopher Larson. They have split the first 2 games. Of course, we're playing best 3 out of 5 here in the top 8, and that means that the players have now got a chance to consult their sideboards, and they're going to be playing post-board games for the rest of the way out. Very difficult to predict this matchup, Paul. These games have played out. The first 2 were very different from one another, and it's kind of hard to say. Anything to grab onto for our viewers about how it may go for the subsequent games here?
I mean, I think things will improve pretty decently here for Eduardo's side. You have a lot of those Thunderflocks, which are not very effective in this matchup. They just don't do a lot. And Christopher Larson actually has the ability to kind of shut down the cost reduction because he has so much removal in his deck. So I imagine those get boarded out. Soul Guide Lantern is a card that gets brought in by Eduardo Sajgalik, which is going to be very good at breaking up any superior Spider-Man nonsense. So if Christopher Larson wants to win with the Excruciators, he's going to be mindful of Soul Guide Lantern and be looking to maybe just hard cast the Excruciators instead.
By the way, he's staring at a Soul Guide Lantern right now, as it turns out.
Oh yeah, and Spider Sense can't counter creatures, but you can counter the triggered ability of Deceit. So Deceit gets evoked here, and you don't get to look at my hand.
I see. So you let the triggered ability that says sacrifice this thing, that one gets to stay around.
Right.
But the look at my hand one.
That would be bad if you misclick there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Flame Braider is the follow-up.
Yeah,
very powerful ramp spell.
Already see 2 sideboard cards here out of Eduardo, the Spider Sense and the Soul Guide Lantern. There's an Unagi of Kyoshi Island as well in his hand. Very difficult to kill threat, especially against the Dimir deck. Bitter Triumph, well, you better pay Ward 4. Chris Larson does have the cheap interaction here, does have the ability to use Requiting Hex on the Smoke Braider. Eduardo, however, really wants land number 4 here to be able to play out that Roaming Throne in hand.
We're going to go for an upkeep Requiting Hex here. Kind of interesting for Larson. His post-board plan here, especially now, heavily on the control side. He's got 2 removal spells and a sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 more Shoot the Sheriffs that come in out of the sideboard, and also 2 copies of Duress to help fight through whatever counter magic Eduardo might have.
And look at this. He drew both Requiting Hex and actually found targets for both. That's a card that can get awkward late in the game.
Yeah, it's just so important for those Flame Braiders to stay on the battlefield. But in this field, it's not easy. Everybody was prepared to deal with Badger Mole Cub, so on the same token, everybody was also prepared for a turn 2 Flame Braider.
Insatiable Avarice is one of the cards that you get access to because this deck is mono black in nature. It isn't literally, but its lands are.
All right, finds a land here, though, gets the Roaming Throne in play. Now, Chris Larson, however, does have a deadly cover-up. Does he want to just use it here just to kill the 1 creature? Also has Bitter Triumph to kill it, but I believe he has the ability to collect evidence and remove all Roaming Thrones.
He does. Yeah, there's a Deceit in the yard at the least.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to want to get rid of all of the ones in Eduardo's deck. Doesn't have any in hand.
So destroys this one. See if I'm getting this. I'm definitely destroying this one, and I'm seeing if I'm collecting this at the others. Yeah, I'm collecting this. I like style.
He says, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and collect.
Yeah, killing the throne seems nice. It's one of the more annoying creatures to deal with. And now he gets to take a look at the hand here. Still a solid grip of cards here from Eduardo. You have the Wistfulness and you have the Unagi. But he does not have to worry about double triggers from the Roaming Throne.
I asked Ken, do you mind if I shuffle? And he was like, no, you shuffle. Shuffle the whole thing, and then he took it and shuffled. I was like, all right. Not really what I meant.
So Eduardo would just love to probably just maybe find an untapped land here, just
you have 5 cards?
Get that Wistfulness in play.
5, and I'm at 15.
Yep. You good with these cards, by the way?
Yeah, Unagi of the thing. Yeah, you can go through.
Okay.
Does find a land, but it is a tapped land here. So and just going for the Winter Night Stories here instead. Ooh, that's another Winter Night Stories.
And a Deceit in some lands.
Right. Deceit does look like it would be pretty nice, but doesn't have the ability. Oh, can he cast it? Oh, does also have a Pit of Offerings in hand. But this is tough because every creature is good. So, oh, and it does enter tap though, so he can't play it this turn. But every creature is good. So it's like, what do you want to discard, right? It's like, do I want it? Like every single one just gives you so much value.
Figured.
Now the Wistfulness is just a 6/5, and it does draw you a little bit of cards. Maybe you want the Disruption. Okay, this card's a Deceit here.
The Deceit, the Winter Night, they have to be here because this is specific.
It doesn't matter because this makes the same color.
Yeah, because
sure.
Because of the colors.
Flame
Although
Raider.
Larson
points
out that it
Deceit's already blue and black.
Right, and it's still exiled, of course. So.
And remove the Deceit also makes it so.
All right,
Cat
land off
Spider-Man.
the top means that Doomsday Excruciator is going to hit the battlefield here.
Is there a Restless Reef in play? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
But there was an Insatiable Avarice, I believe.
The life matters now.
Yeah, there is.
There is one in hand here.
So now, more cards, Eduardo?
Yeah, now the pressure's on. That Wistfulness not looking so great anymore.
Wow.
Tough spot.
I will not have 2 blue.
Not have 2 blue for
I would like to
Wistfulness.
play a 5-mana 6/5. This is where I'm at.
Yeah, that's fine to do this.
Yeah. If you pay 2 blue, you have to draw the 2. But all these options, all these lands have the option to tap for colorless as well.
Draw an extra card.
All right.
You don't have a Restless Reef.
So then
You don't have a Restless Reef.
Yeah. Does have an Insatiable Avarice.
I will kill this thing with a stock up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
6.
Stock up no longer needed.
Think he's going to wait until the final turn to fire off that Avarice if he needs.
Right, that's a lot of mana. You just
Right.
don't want to give Eduardo any extra things.
Yeah, there is the Unagi, but if you play the Unagi, I think you have to draw extra cards.
You do. That is not amazing.
So it's like, if you play it now and the Excruciator draws Christopher Larson an extra card, then Eduardo would draw 2 cards.
So that's kind of dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
There are instances where this card is good, but I think this Excruciator is just going to get it done with the Insatiable Avarice.
I mean, Eduardo looked down at Wistfulness and Unagi and is like, what am I doing?
Yeah. I mean, he's playing the tactics like, can you just play out to Unagi here?
Don't think he can afford to even do that.
4 cards? Is this 4 cards left?
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah.
It's two for Larson.
So Chris just wants to see the hand, make sure the coast is clear. You can target your opponent with the Insatiable Avarice. Eduardo doesn't have anything that has haste in his deck.
Exactly.
So he'll draw the last card for the turn, and then he'll be dead on the following turn cycle.
Exactly. So he can just fire it off.
Yeah. I guess.
I guess I'll play the Unagi.
It's a better land.
It's not elemental, is it?
No.
It does cost 2.
Serpent, but
Yeah. Garbage.
I mean, none of these cards do anything.
I mean, you're
and
at
the
15.
Unagi is literally going to have him just dead a turn
Yeah,
sooner.
there is no roaming throne. You can even just keep the Excruciator back to block
Yeah,
if
you
you
don't
need.
need to do anything with it.
Chris Larson just wondering, should I wait to do it on my turn?
Exactly.
Or give you the full grip of cards? Is there a world where you can somehow play?
Yeah.
Are they all the Vibrances, for example? Is there
Right.
something weird that can happen here?
Yeah, I guess you just wait. You just say go.
But then what if Eduardo draws a counter spell for the Insatiable Avarice?
If he draws a counter spell, you draw your 2 cards for the turn. Eduardo draws.
Maybe that
an
gives you
extra
time to
card.
play a bunch of creatures. Is what I mean.
I hear you.
I mean, Christopher Larson's very, very much ahead, but it actually does choose to wait here.
Get kind of interesting. Because if he drew a
Also, Eduardo's at 5, so he actually just did attack here.
Oh,
it's like I
sure.
just have you dead next turn no matter what.
So he can kill him in the air
There's
or not.
multiple
That
routes
makes
to
sense.
victory here.
That's better because he can't draw a counter spell and a removal spell.
Right.
I draw 2, right?
Yeah, you draw 2.
Draw
and
2.
You don't have a choice.
All right, you can run out the Deceit here first if you'd like.
Yeah, and
this
is
the pounce
but
off.
this is why Christopher played it
Right.
this way. Is he has Deceit just to be extra sure because there is one under
Right.
the card. He has every single base covered as Christopher Larson.
Yep.
He gets to look at the hand.
Yeah.
And that was Disdainful Stroke. And
I mean, there was a glimmer of hope there for Eduardo, right?
There really
Larson had
actually
no
was.
cards left in his
Yes.
library. He needed to have Insatiable Avarice as the last card.
Holy smokes, that was another close one. I like that demon. Once it comes out, like everything
The
gets
game
real
ends,
intense.
right?
It's like, All right, 2-1 now for Christopher Larson. He is 1 game away from a seat in the finals.
Christopher Larson does have a shoot to Sheriff here. Eduardo just going, please, can I just have one of my 2-mana creatures survive just one time? Has both Flamebraider and Ashling as an option.
I'll play Ashling, discard bounce off, draw a card.
Yep.
That does need to find land number 3, actually, once again.
Is it a mercenary?
Chris Larson
An element,
killing it
sure.
immediately.
Is it a mercenary? He said. Shoot the
No, I
Sheriff
know.
is
We both know.
good here.
Does Eduardo find a land here?
Yeah, that's
Play.
question number 1.
Right. If he does, then you can just play out Flamebraider plus land and try to set up for a turn. Oh,
And
he
he did.
does. Okay. All right.
Eduardo couldn't see it, making us nervous here.
Right. Intimidation Tactics will take the best card out of the hand here. There's a Roaming Throne and 2 copies of Vibrance.
But no land.
Can't play the Roaming Throne next turn,
Exactly.
technically. But the issue is if you take a Vibrance, Eduardo would still be able to play the other one.
I'm gonna set it right up. I don't have removal for your flame break, so you don't have to worry about that.
Finally!
I figured the way this played out, but it's nice to have confirmation.
The reason he can say that is because he certainly would use it had he had it.
100%.
So Eduardo would know anyways.
If he had a removal spell, he would kill the Flamebraider and take the Roaming Throne, right? It would be very easy. That's what he would do. The fact that he's tanking, Eduardo can surmise that there is, in fact, no removal spell here from Christopher Larson.
Yeah, these two players, they both have a flair for the dramatic. They're both just really fun to watch.
I mean,
this is a dream matchup.
Testing must be really fun. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
All good? On these, you can just pick it up.
He does have a land to play here and then pass the turn back.
Right, so if he plays a Vibrance here, and did find a land actually, so you can actually, if you play the land, just play the Roaming Throne first, right? Maybe set up for a double trigger on the following turn off the Vibrance if you'd like. And we are still two turns away. Right. We are 2 turns away from Deadly Cover-Up, right? Chris Larson's only on 3 lands. No, but he's just going for the Vibrance, getting the value immediately.
Yeah, he was talking about maybe I could try to string something together here, but boy, it's got to be tempting because the Vibrance gets you the land too.
Right.
It kind of just solves your problems. It isn't aiming the absolute highest that you could go, but
Eduardo in the tank here.
He really is thinking it over.
Yeah, okay, going for the Vibrance. It's just guaranteed value.
Yep.
Take
So you're at
3,
17, I'm
some
at
pressure,
22.
get whatever value land I might like. You could just get a Surveil land here, right? Because you're not playing anything else this turn anyways. I don't know if we're at Quarry Mountain Monastery territory yet. And there's nothing too relevant in the graveyard here, so I don't think he wants to go get the land that removes cards out of the graveyard. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Eduardo gets the Thundering Falls, tries to smooth out his draws here, as that is going to be his land drop for the turn. And Christopher Larson right now, nothing for next turn, just the Winter Night Stories. That would be a very poorly timed removal spell if you fired it up.
The very, very next level. Oh no, another demon there? Well,
Okay,
I guess
so-
one can go away.
Would love to find a Wrath here. Founds the require. Oh, two requiring
hexes.
Okay, gonna fire one off surely on the Flamebraider.
Funny enough, just a turn late.
Yeah.
Big difference though.
Christopher Larson does have a superior Spider-Man in hand, so he can play that if he wants. Copy that Excruciator if he needs.
13. Elemental.
Yeah.
Oh, is that another Vibrance? Did he just find another Vibrance here?
Does seem to be the case.
Okay, I mean, that's a lot of damage, right? If you play that,
Yeah.
Larson down to 10 life here. If Larson doesn't have a sweeper, puts him down to 2, then any additional Vibrances becomes a lethal Vibrance. Granted, there's 1 exile, so there's only 1 Vibrance left in the deck. But of course, then Bounce Off also becomes an out to victory, as you can just pick up your Vibrance and then deal 3 damage.
Yeah, Larson doesn't have a sweeper right now. He does have Superior Spider-Man. But boy, it being a 4/4 makes a big difference here. Even if it copies a Doomsday Excruciator, it would still have to trade for a Vibrance.
Deadly Cover-Up. Deadly Cover-Up would be nice. And that is another land.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
So 6 each.
Okay, 6 each, but this would just trade.
And Larson doesn't have a backup here, right?
No, he has the Restless Reef.
Oh, Reef
but Larson's at 10, so this is going to be a close one.
Thought about that.
Yeah, can't play out the Winter Night Stories anymore. Not with the Restless Reef in play here. The only play Eduardo has is just running out Roaming Throne and attacking with both creatures.
And then Larson trades.
Goes to 6. There is a lethal attack, though, with the Roaming Throne. So if Larson just activates with the Restless Reef, Eduardo will still have 1 card left in his deck.
That will not
so
be enough.
So he can't do that for the win here.
So Larson still needs to find a way to deal with at least one of these threats.
But he does have the ability to just hard cast Doomsday Excruciator. But it's a watery grave in hand, so if he casts it, he's going to go to 4. Then one of the 4/4 still gets in for the win.
So he needs to find a swamp,
untap land,
or a sweeper,
Deadly Cover-Up,
right,
or a spot removal spell. There's a lot of good cards here for Christopher Larson.
Untapped land. Sweeper removal spell.
Yeah, Bitter Triumph, Superior Spider-Man, Deceit.
Spider-Man.
Lots of good cards here for Chris Larson.
This is close.
Another Shockland or a Restless Reef, those would be some pretty bad draws.
But even if he does, Eduardo still could be live to some of those, especially
Right.
if this is just an untapped land.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bounce off for the win.
What can this be?
It's a swamp.
It's an untapped land. Okay, so this gives him hope. He has a blocker.
Okay.
He has a blocker. Can Eduardo
Excruciator.
find a bounce off here?
Bounce off, something, some way to get that thing out of the way.
By the way, you can just
Deceit?
cast Winter Night Stories here and just go for the win, right?
Oh,
you got
yeah.
3 cards, because the Restless Reef's going to go off anyways. Might as well draw the cards
Yes.
here and find an answer to go for the win here. Do you have a Vibrance left in your deck? Do you have a bounce off?
Deceit good enough?
I don't think there's much else I can do.
Deceit would also work.
Play it open?
Yeah.
Lots of outs here for Eduardo. He's got 4 cards left in his library.
All right.
Tapping my mana. This does Ivory Collar.
What is left?
Thank you for that reminder.
Just being super careful here with the mana. By keeping up 2 blue, you can play Deceit.
I definitely need red, red, blue, blue, right?
He needs red, red for Vibrance.
Vibrance for red, red, because that would
Deceit,
also be lethal.
Vibrance.
Bounce off.
Or bounce off. Those are the free cards.
That's so we came up with 2, Eduardo. It is very rare that you cast Winter Night Dreams after.
He could also draw Ashling, and if the last cards bounce off, that would also work if you played it. All right, here we go.
That's not a good one.
Oh, he's going to keep him face
Oh,
up.
what else?
Oh, and there's Deceit. That is the one he needed.
Game 5.
Game 5. And I told you these guys had a flair for the dramatic. Of course we're getting to game number 5.
The mystery cards.
Unbelievable.
There's a 1 in 4.
That was the last card, too.
It was the last card. Oh, what a game. I mean, look, when you play the Excruciator, it kind of forces your hand. Eduardo goes, all right, let's go for it. Let's hope I have an out. I mean, he had a lot of draws. He had a lot of outs.
I have a duress.
What a game.
Duress, okay. Then you're getting these free cards.
Duress on turn 1 here for Larson.
All right, lots of counter magic here.
Holy smokes.
It takes the spider sense.
Yeah.
Man, they know how to put on a show here.
They sure do.
Makes
All right.
sense.
Chris Larson was kind of hoping that maybe Eduardo had a 2-mana creature here.
Maybe it
He's got
helps
that
him
shoot
now.
the sheriff.
I can thank him later, maybe.
We might actually just see a turn 3 Insatiable Avarice just to draw some cards here from Chris Larson.
Good? Yeah. I start here.
He drew Unagi off the top, starting town.
Okay.
Go.
It's a little bit slow, though.
Mm-hmm.
I go? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, keeps up shoot the Sheriff.
Yeah, ideally for Larson, Eduardo would find Ashling or something like that, and he did.
Absolutely.
Flame Braider probably would be the best case for Christopher.
And the thing is, there's not really another good play here if you're Eduardo, right? Just looking at his hand. You can't Disdainful Stroke something next turn anyways. Run out
Right.
the Ashling, rummage something
Sorry, this is
away.
complicated, sure. Not this part, this part.
Yeah, alternatively, you can also just get a land with the Vibrance, I suppose.
Oh.
If you think, I mean, Chris Larson has at least 6 removal spells that he can, no, 9 removal spells that he can cast from this point. So if you want to just strand the 2 mana that Chris Larson has up, maybe just go for a different play here than just running out the 2-drop.
Man, Larson has Insatiable Avarice here too. So he can reload.
Go to 22.
Yeah? All right.
Oh, very nice, Eduardo.
21, sorry, 21.
Yeah, takes a pain from the starting
Presuming
count.
this is fine.
Yeah. And so now Eduardo will get one of his many utility lands. Probably something. Okay.
That's the pit.
Yeah.
When I play GPs, I haven't done it before. Like I always just look at the top card, like
Is it-
ooh,
yeah,
when
yeah.
I fetch.
Then you don't have to bother fetch.
Yeah.
I did it. I asked the judge.
I
"Is that
also
elite?"
do
I
such
asked Ricardo,
things,
he was
but
like, yeah, that's fine.
it doesn't
So I played
matter.
against a guy, he lost.
I just gotta see.
Yeah.
He was like, "You're cheating." I'm like, "It's one and like whatever."
I should have checked. And
also, this is matter that my library is shuffle. I have nothing on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, here Christopher Larson almost certainly going to fire off this Insatiable Avarice here.
Right.
Draw some
Get the
cards.
cards rolling.
This is painful though. You do take 5 damage here with the Watery Grave. But this does gas you up, and Eduardo has no pressure.
Cards? $1 million, right?
Ooh, that is a great collection of cards there. Found a Superior Spider-Man and a Deceit.
Back up to the full 7 here for Larson.
Yeah, and now that he's tapped out, he might be interested in playing out a 2-drop.
20.
Nope, just drawing more cards
Winter
here.
Night Stories.
Yep.
Yeah, just wants to be mana efficient. So Winter Night Stories.
Oh, because you took one for you and not your 22.
But now the coast is clear here for Chris Larson to run out Deceit. See what Eduardo's working with here. There's also Superior Spider-Man, which you could cast, but copying a Vibrance isn't particularly strong.
Fun hand.
Might take one of the counter spells or the Unagi.
Yeah, the last time we saw Unagi, it was arguably a liability, but
I'll write it down.
Yeah,
looks a lot better here.
Yeah, but can't play it next turn.
That is
Right.
Elemental land. Yep.
So
There's
you
nothing else, right?
Yeah.
So you could play the
It's like
spider. So if
basically
you take the Disdainful Stroke now, right, and then next turn you play the
I just have to
Spider-Man
play
copying the
Secluded Courtyard 'cause
Deceit,
this is a circle.
then you could get the Unagi. But of course, we also know that
Steal
Eduardo
one.
has the Pit of Offerings, which he could use to exile some
Drafted,
creatures in
DT.
graveyard.
And Larson knows that too, right?
Right. Yeah.
Many considerations here for Larson. Definitely not straightforward at this point in the game.
Yeah. Run out the Deceit. Keep up the Shoot the Sheriff here. Tough spot. It's like you have to just kind of imagine, this is really tough because there's 7 cards in Eduardo's hand. How do you see this game playing out? There's lots of different directions this game can go, right? Do you think this is going to be one of those games where that Unagi actually matters? Or is it going to be one of those games where if I enact my game plan and just get that Excruciator in play, will I just win the game from that spot?
He decided to play a tapped Reef, so he is effectively tapped out this turn, but he did end up taking a Disdainful Stroke there, Paul.
Yeah? Okay.
So likely to go for Spider-Man on Deceit next turn.
Right.
And try to take away that Unagi at the least.
Okay, so not keeping up Shoot the Sheriff this turn.
Right, he played a tapped Reef instead.
I suppose he thinks if he goes for it, Eduardo can maybe just save the creature anyways with the bounce off. So might as well save. Maybe this is a good opportunity to kind of preserve your life total and play a land tapped.
That Deceit for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And Eduardo knows exactly what's up.
Yeah. As Eduardo doesn't really
Yeah,
have any
these two
recursion
left.
here, so
Yeah.
just wants to make sure that he can tap for all the colors.
Probably not copying Flame Braider.
Definitely won't be doing that.
more important that I prevent one.
He's thinking about collect evidence or something.
Yeah.
I'll just prevent this, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that cuts off that line of play now from Larson.
Produces all non-white.
Okay, and that is a deadly cover-up, but don't think you want to use it just for an Ashling here. Kind of want that Unagi to hit the battlefield before you fire it off.
So he's just going to shoot the Sheriff.
Right. Eduardo
on
letting it
Ashland.
resolve, but hey, Chris can just play it a little bit slow here. Still no pressure just yet. Now, if you're on Eduardo's side, do you pass and go, hey, well, I know you know I have it, but what are you going to do to stop it, right?
Give it to me. I'll do it for the...
Or do you just run out a wistfulness here, develop your board, still have a 6-5? Now, with this reef in play, Chris Larson does have the ability here to just play out a Doomsday Excruciator next turn if he wants. And Chris has nearly perfect information here.
Yeah.
Does know that the Unagi is a card that Eduardo has, and it has the bounce off as well.
I mean, it gets a little awkward here if Eduardo decides to go for Unagi, right? He just goes land, go, and then Chris just goes Doomsday Excruciator.
Right. So
like,
if
do you
you
really want to
feel
play
like that
Unagi?
is something, if you feel like that is likely to happen, then perhaps it's better to draw your cards now and just play the Wistfulness this turn.
It also
and try to
interacts
sculpt a
better
good
with
hand.
the Excruciator.
Right.
Being 6 power.
This is...
Yeah, I feel like if Eduardo could see his hand, that would be clear. He is having to try to figure out what the chances are of these different things happening. There's no Excruciators in the yard.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Eduardo. This is going to be one of the most important turns of this entire match.
Go to 18.
What 5-drop he chooses to play this
So
turn.
is it go? Oh, and he passed the turn back.
He says go.
Oh, this is not going to work out well for Eduardo. We talked about this in the prior game. Once the demon's on the battlefield, if you do play the Unagi, you are forced to draw the extra
going
card
for it. He
when
took
the demon does.
He took the disdainful stroke. He's like, all right, let's go for this.
6.
And he's going to play out the Unagi.
He's playing out the Unagi, and he has a bounce off. Can Eduardo Sagically get 15 points of damage in here?
Remember, there is a reef for Larson also, so that will be one turn fewer.
Right, and you can bounce off the reef, but if you bounce off the reef, you can't even attack this turn.
Right.
That's a Vibrance. That is a way to finish off the Excruciator.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for the bounce off. Attack for 5, put you to 10. Play Vibrance.
Which does actually produce lethal, right?
Right. Actually, you can. Oh no, you don't want to play Wistfulness because then you don't. Wait.
Just no blue.
No blue. Okay, I was like, you're just playing a 6-5. Okay.
Oh, and
deadly
there's the
cover-up.
sweeper with deadly cover-up.
So now there's no more pressure here coming in, and there's that Restless Reef that can go off next turn here.
It just needs to get in once
It
after
just
that
needs
turns
to make
over.
one attack, and bounce off is the only card that Eduardo has.
How can Eduardo possibly come up with 10 damage from this board state?
He needs to draw another bounce off, right? It's got to be another bounce off and then a Vibrance to get some damage in. But even then, I don't know if it's enough. Chris Larson has more threats in hand here.
Soul Guide Lantern, that's a redraw.
Yeah, that is. I mean, he has to go for it. There's also Thundering Fall, so you can surveil, see if you do have a bounce off, but you're just trying to survive at that point. At that point, are you even putting pressure on Chris Larson?
Larson also has the Excruciator that he could replay if he just needed a blocker. But really, he needs to get that reef in there the one time.
Yeah, because if you play Soul Guide Lantern and sack to draw a card, you won't have the mana to even cast the Vibrance this turn.
Right.
So there's just no creatures.
And the reef is that, like, next turn lethal. Like,
right.
If he gets it turned sideways, you're just
exactly. And so you need the mana for the bounce off as well. So that's 3 whole mana.
Oh, man. It's really feeling like there's no way out here for Eduardo. This is game 5 of our first semifinal. And as we've seen time and time again, once Doomsday Excruciator hits the battlefield, every single turn has an amplified importance.
Okay. And then now
So he surveilled that away.
Now we're going to cycle away the Soul Guide Lantern here.
That'll be at 20.
What is he doing?
I guess he's just looking.
Oh, he's just dead then, right?
Yeah, if
those are
there's
2 lands and a Vibrance.
Yeah, if there's no bounce off, then he's just going to get hit by the Restless Reef, and that's going to leave him with no cards left. He's going to pass a turn.
I mean,
but I think he's just posturing at this point.
Yes, certainly Chris Larson. I mean, given all the digging, given all the digging, you have to think Eduardo Sajgali likely doesn't have it here.
He's looking to see if there's a deceit somewhere because he just drew Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah. I mean, Chris Larson is at 7 life. Is there another way to win? That's what Chris Larson's thinking. If he has a bounce off, is there a better option for me this turn? Because you have the ability here to play, I don't know if you played his land drop, but you could even play 2 Superior Spider-Mans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think he's played a land yet. So that would give you 2 different blockers.
Right.
1 card in hand.
So this is the big decision. If Chris Larson activates Restless Reef,
then
he will win this match.
So I can bank on you not having a bounce off. Attack. And you can top deck a Vibrant.
Right? If his hand was Vibrance and bounce off,
play it safe.
Chris Larson would die.
Yes, that would be exactly 7. That's how he loses. Now, he doesn't know it, but Eduardo does not have the bounce off. Is he going to go for the Reef?
Nope, he's not.
He's going to go for the double Superior Spider-Man.
Okay,
Can he
6/5?
Can he play not blue for these? Yes, he can.
Yeah,
so
okay,
2
run,
4/4s.
Yeah?
I'm a simple man. Dinosaur.
Excellent.
Dinosaur?
He names Dinosaur. Passes the turn back.
But Eduardo had nothing left, right?
No, he didn't. I saw 2 lands and a Vibrance.
Yeah, so just playing it safe works.
Can I get a dinosaur break?
He wants the label of Dinosaur. And that's going to do it. Christopher Larson finishes
I
the
honestly
job
considered playing the wistfulness
and
over
beats
this.
Eduardo Sajgali to advance to the finals.
What an incredible match.
I honestly considered
back and
playing
forth. I mean, we had Eduardo, you know, Doomsday Excruciator also going in both directions, right? Chris Larson played Excruciator in the previous game, and Eduardo still finding a way to win with just a couple of cards left in his deck. So, yeah, I mean, just some incredible back and forth. And I will say, you know, whatever you want to say about this Excruciator deck, it makes for some entertaining matches.
It really does. It just seems to amplify everything once that thing hits. It's like, especially with that Reef, you know, that Reef really does apply maximum pressure because it doesn't even need to get through, right? It just needs to get turned sideways, and all of a sudden your opponent has like a turn maybe to kill you, and they have to get through a demon as well. Really impressive stuff from Christopher Larson, who advances to the finals and who is with Cedric right now.
The big dang Chris Larson, huge win. Another 5-game match against Eduardo. Tell me about that win.
The win is sweet. Eduardo is another friend of mine, and like, it's just, I have never played against the elemental deck, and my team came and gave me some good advice. I took the advice and I threw it out of the window and I did something else. That's not entirely true, but some of it is. The elemental deck is like rough, man. It does things. Those new cards are really good. But in the end, when they have 6 cards left in the library, it is hard for them to get there. So going 5 games against Eduardo was just for everyone around here getting the full experience. But for me to sit around here and just play Magic is definitely for me. And this is great.
Well, we're loving watching you play. You've got one more in front of you. You win that one. You're a Pro Tour champion. You've made some deep runs before. How are you feeling right now heading to the finals?
I feel ecstatic. I'm excited. And I'm just happy to be out playing Magic. I just love this thing. Holy, I love this thing.
Well, there are a few people who love Magic more than Chris. Chris, we're looking forward to watching you in the finals. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Give me a hug.
Man, I want one of those Chris Larson hugs. I mean, that's a real hug right there. Chris Larson takes our first final seat. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be filling in the other seat. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Secrets is coming to London, UK, May 8th through 10th, and Chiba, Japan, May 29th through the 31st. More details, including how to register, are coming soon. Can't make it to the event? Individual organizers will be live streaming the event on their channels with dedicated broadcast teams and commentary. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels, and you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 over on magic.gg/spotlight. It's one of the best days of the year. That is Pro Tour Sunday here in Richmond, Virginia for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We are working our way through our top 8. We have one finalist, but we need to find him an opponent. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, alongside Monty Devuti. How are you liking our top 8 so far, Monty?
It's been a lot of fun. I think the big thing for me is coming into the day, I really had no idea how it was going to play out. I think it's a top 8 full of surprises. The one thing I expected was we had 2 players playing Badger Mole Cub in the top 8.
Right.
I expected them to suffer. They both lost in the quarterfinals. That made sense. After that, it really felt like anyone's game.
Ooh, excellent. Let's take a look at our bracket to remind people where we've been so far today and where we have yet to go on our way towards that trophy match. Check it out. Christopher Larson has made himself our first finalist, but he needs somebody to play, of course, and he'll find that opponent either in Tony Portolon or Marco Balaka. But who will it be? We will find out oh so very shortly. Before we do, though, if you've been watching tournament coverage here all weekend long, we've been seeing a lot of sweet decks, not only, of course, in our top 8, but out in the field, too. And, Monty, you've got some deck lists for us to watch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible for Standard to be too diverse, but this format is certainly making a case for itself because we have so many viable decks after this weekend, and there's no consensus on which one is the best. Andy Garcia Romo is its Spelementals. This deck still has the best constructed win rate of the weekend. They absolutely figured out the Badger Mole Cub matchups against all the other anti-Cub decks. Who knows, but it's still a really powerful deck. Next up, Julien Henry. Now, this is the Sultai Elementals deck that is almost a bit of a scam package, featuring cards like Not Dead After All and Undying Malice, and of course 4 full copies of Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. This build of Elementals is really cool and quite explosive. Next, Petr Sahurek. Really a throwback build of Dimir midrange. You can see builds like this going all the way back 2.5 years at this point, but they still have the tools to get the job done. Deep Cavern Bat, very powerful. Kaido, incredibly powerful. And of course, Endearing Curiosity, ensuring you never run out of cards. And finally, we're going to take a look at Arna Hushembeth. Is it Blink? One of the builds that Team Handshake Moxfield brought this weekend. Just another variation of decks trying to take full advantage of Quantum Riddler, trying to ramp it out early using a card like Ashling, or just warp it into play and then keep it with Splash Portal. There really is so much you can do in Standard, and I don't think even by the end of this weekend we are going to have anywhere close to a consensus answer on what is the right thing to be doing.
Hey, that's an exciting place to be, Monty. Next weekend, what are you going to sleeve up, though?
Reanimator.
How did that do this weekend?
I don't like winning, apparently.
It is actually my favorite deck, too, so I'm right there. I'll be there losing right alongside you.
I'll see you in the 0-3 bracket.
Okay, I'll see you there. Let's set up our second semifinal. Everybody, Christopher Larson needs an opponent. Who is it going to be? Tony Portolon or Marco Balaka? This is a Teamer Harmonizer Jeskai Control matchup. Tony Portolon has just been blowing the doors off Magic coverage the past year. He's 3rd in our 2025 Player of the Year race, has 2 Pro Tour top 8s last season alone, and top 16 at World Championship 31. Marco Balaka, on the other hand, has also been no stranger to the Pro Tour. He played all of them last season, made day 2 out of 3 of those events. His best finish was 11-5 at Pro Tour Ether Drift. Made his goal this weekend of 10 match wins to re-qualify. He certainly did that and more. Let's take a look at Tony Portolon's road here to the top 8 on the Sunday stage. He actually beat Marco in round number 13, so this is a bit of a grudge match here for Marco. Went 7-2 in Standard with 1-5. Let's take a look look at Marco's journey here because it's a bit of a different one, but it was pretty outstanding on day one, Monty.
Yeah, it started out absolutely fantastic, and then you could see in day 2 is when the wheels started falling off. After that 10-0 start, a loss in draft, right at the ship initially, and then it was lose a winning in, lose a winning in, lose a winning in, and we've seen that story time and time again. You have to make sure the mental is not going with the losses, and fortunately for Marco, was able to get that midnight hour match against Andy Garcia Romo and get himself into the top 8.
Here's a look at the players and their journey here to the top 8. Now tell me about this matchup, Monty.
All right, so we're going to start with Team Harmonizer from Tony and Team Sanctum of All. This is a really cool deck that they brought, and it is essentially a combo deck. This is Teamer Twin. You're trying to warp out a Harmonizer, and then you play a land, put the landfall trigger on the stack, ideally a fetch land in Fabled Passage, fetch it, put the trigger on the stack, full bore your Harmonizer, and that's 28 damage. Taking a look at the sideboard, all you're doing is just trying to shore up some of your weaknesses. A card like Surak goes a long way when it comes to these control matchups. On the other side, we have Marco's build of Jeskai Control. The name of the game is keep the board clear. Make sure that your opponent is not able to resolve anything or not able to keep a creature on the battlefield, and then eventually grind them out with Jeskai Revelation. In the sideboard, more high-impact cards, but the biggest weakness coming out of this Jeskai Control build when it comes to this matchup is there isn't that much instant speed removal. Get Lost will have to do a lot of heavy lifting because cards like Lightning Killers just don't deal enough damage to get rid of the Harmonizer.
So which of these players do you like better here? Who's going to be other finalists?
I think it's a really close matchup, but I do think I want to still give the slightest of edges to Tony.
Okay, well, wait for this, everybody. Here you go. Will Tony Portalon live in harmony, or will Marco Balaka take control? We're about to find out. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul. Oh, it's Alien Corey, actually.
Hi, friends.
I think
I was just reeling from your joke there. Okay, that we'll work on that one.
I think it was supposed to be Marshall and Paul, but they heard that pun from Maria, and they're like,
yeah.
I'm out. Send in the other two. So, yeah.
Welcome, friends. Alien Lonely alongside Corey Baumeister to bring you the second semi-final. It is Tony Portalon representing Team Sanctum All up against Marco Balaka, who has had one hell of a Pro Tour thus far. One of them is going to face Christopher Larson. Any predictions, Corey?
You know, I mean, Monty was saying slight advantage to Tony, and Tony did win in the Swiss here, but the matchup just doesn't seem that great to me. I would say slight advantage to Marco, as there is just so much interaction. And then the fact that Marco gets to represent a threat on Tony's end step if Marco doesn't have to, you know, get lost on a Harmonizer, those kind of things, and can just Jeskai Revelation at end step. I would think that kind of dynamic favors the control deck.
Let's see if that is indeed how things play out here as play gets underway here in semifinals. Number 2, Chris Larson is waiting to see who of these players he's going to face off against. If you're Chris, who does he want to face?
I would think Christopher would probably want to play against Control more as, yeah, I don't know, that's close too, because the 2 pre-board games we saw with Marco and Salvato, that looked pretty brutal too. So I think it is pretty close, probably still Marco, but you never know.
All right.
I also think it's very fitting that Christopher goes to the finals of a Pro Tour waiting for a dinosaur label.
I hope he got it.
I hope he got it
honestly.
too, and framed it.
That's going to just live in my brain for now. Did he get his dinosaur label? We'll never know. Maybe we'll find out. Next on Pro Tour, Lorwyn Eclipsed. Tony Portalon gets a turn back now. He is chucking a bunch of things in the yard. Escape tunnels aplenty, just to get all the colors he needs to pull off his combo. And on the other side of things, Marco just content to wait for Tony to do something of importance and counter it, no doubt.
Exactly. So Tony is going to be doing a lot of setup in this games of stock ups, consult the star charts, those kind of things. And then it's really going to be, interesting to see if Marco tries to counter all of those card draw spells or just save as much interaction as possible for the big turns.
Earthbender Ascension on the stack. No More Lies says no thanks. I don't want you getting benefits off of just playing lands. So Turn passing back now, and we're going to rest in peace. So no land shenanigans from the graveyard.
Largely
It's
not very
like
important.
A do-nothing spell in this matchup.
Exactly. It's going to shut down Ice Till Explorer, bringing lands from the graveyard back. But that is really it. I would imagine that is probably a card that gets sided out in the post-board games.
I bet that's the first thing he looks at when he goes to sideboard. Just a reminder that this is best 3 out of 5. So the first 2 games, the players don't get to sideboard in anything. And then come game 3, they'll get access to those cards.
I think that is advantage to Tony, by the way. The 2 pre-board games here, you know, Marco has to leave in some less than ideal cards like Rest in Peace for next game as well. Even Spell Snare, Tony's deck very much goes from 3 and 1 as the dangerous spot. So Spell Snare is not that good except against the card Consult the Star Charts where it's excellent.
Yep.
But outside of that, there's still going to be some cards that Marco just doesn't really want. Like, this is, you're playing up against a, air quote, creature combo deck in this Teamer Harmonizer, but it's not the sense where you play a creature, say go, so the Day of Judgments, the Ultimas, those are also bad.
Yep.
So that's already 6 cards that are just really bad. Day of Judgment, Rest in Peace, Ultima.
Yep. As it stands, Day of Judgment doesn't really affect Tony because he'll just get the Fabled Passage back. He can crack that in response. Ultima, however, will result in another land, not Fabled Passage because it can be cracked, will result in the land not coming back once it's earthbended. Just because it says end the turn. No dies effects, no exiles effects, nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just get the trigger.
Earthbender Ascension gets a trigger off of the land fetched from Fabled Passage, as well as Fabled Passage returning to the battlefield. So, on to 3 now. Earthbender Ascension.
So doing a great job of ramping here, the Earthbender Ascension, even though it's not putting any counters on something right now, just getting that large enough that if you kind of play any threat, it's going to be impactful.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is kind of like plan B or C from Tony. If he doesn't get the combo going, then, you know, bossing, say, Earthbender land, try and get a large attacker from that avenue.
Yep, exactly.
Stuck up on the stack. Does Marco allow it? He's got a Lightning Helix in hand. I saw an Ultima. Consult the star charts.
And then 2 lands, it looks like, so relatively unexciting here. So this looks like this is just Marco trying to play this so there's less opportunities for Tony to have a Spell Snare, but ooh, already has it.
Nice. Oh, it always feels so good when you're able to do that.
I mean, Spell Snaring a 4-drop there essentially is unreal value, so huge exchange, and that may be the one big reason where I know you are a huge fan of that being the best card advantage spell in Standard. That might be the one reason why I give it back to stock up, as so many Spell Snares are around that it's just really brutal when you get this exchange.
Pre-Spell Snare.
I would agree with you. For
If
sure.
Vaginal Cub ever leaves the format and 2-drops aren't the be-all and end-all, you know, then Consult the Star Charts might be able to run free again.
Absolutely. But either way, now Marco's hand is just Helix, couple lands, Ultima. That feels horrible here from this situation. So Marco very much just wants to find more card advantage and then into counterspells. So stock up here would be the best draw, another Consult.
Elegant Parlor, does he like that? No, get that Day of Judgment out of there. Doesn't need another board wipe.
And I think I might have saw a Get Lost as well there from Marco, so the ability to do a little bit more defending. But we've seen Bossing Say be just okay here in the previous matches, but this feels like the type of match that it feels pretty strong. Every single time that Tony just doesn't have anything to do, has an extra 4 mana laying around, put, you know, a couple counters on a land and either start attacking in there or do this Fabled Passage trick.
Yeah, I like targeting the Fabled Passage because if there is a removal spell, then you just sacrifice it in response.
Exactly.
No life gain from Marco's side of things. And you just keep playing this, you know, pressure game where eventually Marco will be forced to answer it. Yes, he's happy to go down to 1 life, but, you know, he can't just ignore what it is that Bossing Say and now Earthbender Ascension are doing.
Exactly. It is the classic, when you're playing a combo deck, you distract them with something that is, you know, gaining some minor... Exactly. And then when they do go to fully deal with it, then you're like, okay, well, now I have the combo, and you're able to pick up the win with the full bore Harmonizer combo. And now I think Marco has, Helix. It's
Yeah,
like,
he does.
do you really want to Helix a 3/3 Fabled Passage?
It's not going to end well for you.
Doesn't feel great. Normally Helixing a 3 toughness creature, that's, an amazing exchange, but...
So Tony had another consideration there for another land to be Earthbent. Ultimately went for Fabled Passage. Do you think he was trying to, stagger it in such a way that the Fabled Passage left behind would give it 4 power?
It was
4
the
toughness?
classic, do I want to get aggressive or do I want to get value? And Tony was waffling between that of all right, do I actually want to start getting in there for 3 or do I want to have the ability to do this exchange, which we just saw, and, with perfect information, how things worked out here. Much better to do it on the Fabled Passage.
Yeah. So Lightning Helix, not gaining any life there for Marco. Earthbender Ascension, though, proving to be quite a pesky enchantment on the board.
Yep, and of course the Fabled Passage still does get to come back, even through a Rest in Peace, just because of the templating on Earthbending.
Yep.
As it's when it goes to the graveyard, or exiled, in case anyone is wondering.
It's pretty neat that it works around that.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like it would be like, all right, that would shut down Earthbending, but they definitely didn't want the feel-bads from Earthbending if you lose your creature.
Yeah, and the limited format
exile
would have
it,
been,
something like that. Yeah.
Would have been way less fun if the lands you were using as your army just all went bye-bye.
Yeah. And now just being able to do this bossing say trick every single turn on Fabled Passage just seems like a great way to get all these basics out of your library. And Tony does play a lot of them, and a lot of different kind of them as well.
And also, every draw step where he's not actually deploying anything else to the board besides a land, he just gets to sculpt and have far more resources, card advantage aplenty. There's a Jeskai Revelation in hand for Marco. BT dubs.
Yeah, and the main phase consult the star charts. That felt like it either is Tony wanting that to be perceived as bait, or it was indeed bait. Like, okay, you counter that, and maybe I go Harmonizer full bore and win the game, or you think it's going to be Harmonizer full bore, so you let it resolve, and maybe Tony didn't have anything. That's kind of the mind games and the questions that each player has to be asking themselves when you play a sorcery speed instant like this.
Yes. No answers in hand currently from Marco, I should say. In terms of countering any spells, Get Lost, Jeskai Revelation, and the Ultimate in hand.
Yeah, and the Revelation looks great. Top deck a land, and you're going to be sitting pretty going into the next turn to have some interaction. Now, Tony does have 2 Spider Sense in the main that he can interact with. But I think this is a spot for Marco where Marco is just like, yep, you have 2 of those in your deck. I can't just be main phasing Jeskai Revelations. I think Marco has to just kind of concede that battle of just saying, yep, if you have it at Tony's end step, it's just going to get countered, because if Marco goes for it in the main phase, you open the door for the Harmonizer full bore to just kill you out of nowhere.
Fabled Passage once again becomes a 2/2 creature. So pretty productive turn there for Tony, sculpting his hand, finding all the answers he needs. Like you mentioned, the Spider Sense, because it is getting into Jeskai Revelation territory now. And Tony will be well aware of that.
Yeah, and Tony, it's face up now that you just took 2. It is as much as, we can see it and we're aware of it. It's just as obvious to Tony that it's in hand. No real reason usually to shock that in, but at the same time, high-level competitive Magic at this level, it easily could be, well, shock it in anyways, because this chip shot damage game doesn't come into play that often.
I mean, either way you slice it, Marco's dead to 28 damage if it were to resolve, so.
That is factual. Wow. Okay, just to pass the turn, I would assume a Spider Sense here, yeah.
No, thank you. So, 1 problem dealt with.
And no activation of Bossing Say or anything from Tony. I think that's kind of alluding to, you're not really wanting to sack too many Fabled Passages, because you do still need those when you start to combo off. So there's a point when you don't want to actually search out all the lands in your deck.
For sure. You need those multiple landfall triggers. Thankfully, though, with airbending, you are able to get a landfall trigger off of that when it dies and comes back, even if you fail to find.
True, yep.
But still need 2.
And 8 basics. is the count. 3 islands, 3 mountains, 2 forests.
It's got all the islands out, and then a mountain and a forest, so.
And this is pretty much double demonic tutor when you have this many lands in hand, as you are just looking at so many cards and getting to pick your best 2. Hey, we do have a demonic tutor graphic. Nice.
Nice.
Good job to whoever's working the cards in hand there. It's what it feels like when you just have 10, when you're looking at the top 10, and we just saw another Consult the Star chart.
I think we saw 2 there, honestly.
That got found, yeah. So, I mean, if you don't like those cards enough, I saw Full Bore in there as well. You just consult again. It's pretty clear. It's 100% sure Margot doesn't have a spell snare. You would have fired that off. But yeah. Pretty clear you don't have any other hard counter spell. And Tony just got to this point in the game where the only real counter spells available for Marco are counter unless you pay 3 No More Lies. And it's just not available as long as Tony just never fully taps out. And
so if Tony is able to go for the combo with some counterspell backup, you know, he's free and clear to go on to game number 2 here.
Or even not even counterspell backup, just the fact that if you have 3 lands available, that is kind of like counterspell backup.
Wistfulness.
Destroy this, draw 2. Results.
Tony not wanting to put all his eggs in the one harmonizing basket, so.
Yep. And of course, exiles first. So that rest in peace. Technically exiled. Very minor, of course, and not going to come up. But
Sorry, can I change the...
I think he does keep his graveyard sideways.
Yeah, I'm just saying wistfulness exiles rest in peace, not destroys it.
Yes, yeah.
So it should be with the other exile cards. And looks like we're going to discard Burst Lightning instead of the land.
But Corey, my damage to the face.
Yeah, not usually exactly what this... this card doesn't go to the face very often. It goes to a Badger Mole Cub quite often.
Sure.
Go. And now there's a little bit of pressure from Wistfulness. Nothing that is going to likely just solo the game here. But once again, it's one of those distractions.
Yeah. Also, another thing to put some counters on, too, so... No attacks there from Fabled Passage. Quite happy just to keep it back there.
That was a Consult the Star charts. That is an excellent draw.
Ooh.
And then as far as Tony's perspective, there is 3 cards that can counter that. The last Spider Sense and then 2 Spell Snares. I guess we saw 1 Spell Snare as well, so there's 2 cards that can counter this. And Tony's seen a lot of his deck already,
yeah, he has.
So I wouldn't be too shocked.
4 mana, 2 cards.
Now Tony asking what he's paid and how many cards are in hand here. Does he want to do anything about this Consult the Star charts? Or is he more concerned about what Marco finds? Decides, nope, I don't want you having access to options. So Spider Sense it is.
And once again, you can just really look at
you're right.
like what Tony is thinking by the amount of mana efficiency and how many lands are left on tap every time. You'll notice the last couple turns, Tony just conveniently hasn't used that last 3 mana because at this stage of the game, getting a big spell No More Lies is usually leading to I made a mistake. You know, if you have this many lands, you just be patient and never run into that card. Marco doesn't have it, but Tony is doing an excellent job of playing around it if it was there.
Absolutely. Sometimes you forget that it has the unless its controller pays 3 on there, but
Exactly.
Tony certainly not doing that.
And now we'll see if it's combo time, Consult the Star charts, or if it is just, all right, let's start bossing, say, on Fabled Passage, and attack for 11.
That's a lot, yeah.
And there's double bossing, say, so if you really want to get busy, you can either
13.
put all your eggs in one basket on one Fabled Passage, start going wide on separate islands. Really, any avenue that Tony takes all look excellent right now.
And look very painful for Marco.
Exactly.
Land for turn. There's a forest. Should be a trigger on Earthbender Ascension.
Definitely should be. For sure something that you can miss.
Yep.
Yeah, and we played the land. No spells are cast, so I would assume should be no problem there.
Oh my goodness. Stuck up, burst lightning,
Yeah.
land,
Yep.
harmonizer.
At this stage of the game, consult the star charts makes dig through time look like a cantrip.
My goodness. And this is why I like it. Oh, they got access to all the cards.
There it is, one of the most iconic cards and one of the most powerful cards, and Consult the Star Charts just has extra flexibility, no real drawback of having to actually have cards in the graveyard. Really shows just how powerful this card is when we look at an all-star like that and the impact it made on Standard.
So the world is Tony's oyster at this point. He's got all the pressure on the board. He's got far more cards in hand than Marco. Curious if he'll attempt to go for it here or risk these creatures dying. If he's got the counterspell for an Armageddon or a Ultima, then yeah, we're going to go to game 2 shortly.
Yeah, and at this point with how many Consult the Star Charts we've had, I mean, Tony's probably seen every card in his deck. You know, the cards on the bottom are probably in random order from Consult and stock-ups. So you got to think, as long as, you know, there weren't any mistakes made in selecting the card,
There we go.
we should be ready to go here.
Combo time. My Form Harmonizer on the stack.
And now you can also just like sacrifice this, come into play. You can just target Wistfulness.
You're first.
Double that power.
Yeah, double
Plus
that.
one, plus one counter.
And I think we still missed putting that counter on it.
Triggers, yeah.
Tony pointed at it.
Resolve first and
Didn't do it though.
But didn't do it. Okay. And remember, you know, I mean, this is a spot where these players have played a good amount of Magic today, but they've played a ton of Magic here throughout the weekend. And
then the double power.
so now,
8, 16.
so that's creating a lethal attacker there. And then what Tony is almost assuredly going to do is, you know, go full bore on the Harmonizer as well.
Yeah.
To present maybe another lethal attacker or just back this one up.
All right, get lost. Spell Snare says no thanks. And that is going to do it. Marco Balaka not able to find an answer or multiple answers here. Tony Portolan keeping an excellent control of his card draw, or limiting the card draw, I should say, from Marco's side of things. So game 2, no sideboarding, but now Marco is on the play.
And I got to say, that looked pretty convincing. That was just Tony surgically picking apart Marco one turn at a time, playing around No More Lies, even though we didn't see it. And probably could have went for it and won a turn earlier, but just made sure. You always ask yourself the question, like, there's no pressure on me. How could I lose? And it's overextending, tapping out, getting your spell No More Lies. Instead, what's the risk is the question you ask yourself in your brain of just waiting to go till the next turn. And Tony had that risk-reward ratio going on in his head, and then took down game number 1.
Paid off for him big time there, so excellently navigated by the Croatian. Marco Balaka on the other side of things has 2 lands available to him. No white just yet. Let's see what Tony goes for on turn 2 here. Nothing. Passes the turn back, ready to counter whatever Marco may attempt, but I think it's just going to be a lot of, oh no, land go.
I was going to say, you're pretty much a blue-white deck, so it's a big signal if you only have blue-red lands on your first 2 lands. You know, so I was thinking, like, God, this could easily be a hand where you don't have a white source, but Hollowed Fawn off the top.
Drew out of it.
We are playing Magic here.
Yeah, that's relief for Marco.
Yeah, because I at least saw a stock up, so I can do that. Or, yeah, get Rest in Peace down again, but...
Yeah, it's the second match, so or a second game, so we can't do anything about it right now. If you draw it, you might as well play it.
Yeah, but if you have, like, stock up to play or something, like, I think I'd rather do that. Even if you... I mean, Marco almost assuredly would have 8 cards in hand after that. I'd rather stock up and discard Rest in Peace than play it. But it is not completely textless. It, of course, does do some good work against Ice Still Explorer.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have an answer, or at least some way to interact with this creature on the board here. So Mindform Harmonizer, Sans combo.
Yeah, believe it or not, you can just hard cast that one as well. And now look at the situation that Marco is kind of in now by not stocking up last turn. Now you have to find your land drops, where if you stock up last turn, maybe you go a land that you found off the stock up, get lost on Harmonizer, say go with a No More Lies or something available.
Yeah.
So I think that was a bit of a risk for sure. Because, yeah, we see Lightning Helix get lost in hand. There's a plethora of interaction, but, you know, Marco's definitely prioritizing making land drops here, which you definitely need to do from the control side.
Yeah, you don't want to be behind in that department, and he did miss a land drop. So he's playing catch-up here, Elegant Parlor.
But this game can just be over.
It could just be over right now. Marco's tapped out.
Looked at one card, but this was unfortunate.
Yeah, just a
Okay,
dexterity
so that was the
area.
next
Looks
one.
like we accidentally saw two.
You didn't Marian, right? They resolved the stock up. Okay. So they know the bottom three and everything else is right.
Minor things, you know.
Shuffle
When
and
I've been
then-
playing at the Pro
Yes,
Tour,
this is
I've
the
probably
story.
done this, you know, 10 times. Had opponents do it about 10 times. It's just the moment your hands are shaking a little bit, you look, you see one extra card. Usually easy fix, shuffle any known information. You keep those cards there, randomize the deck, and continue play. But all that being said, all Tony really has to have here is like Fabled Passage plus Full Bore.
We go to game 3.
Yeah.
Another land in to exile there.
Even just Fabled Passage, I think, might be lethal.
Oh, boy. Well, let's
Double
just do
trigger.
that. Double. Jeez Louise.
We're going to need Riley's math on this one.
64.
Woohoo! 64.
Quick math there from Tony as you get to double, 4. So 64. Tony knows his
Nice.
multiplications of 4 table for sure.
So I'll present the deck.
Wow.
All right. Well, Marco will be a little relieved here that now we get to go to the sideboard here. This is how the players have sideboarded. So Tony took out Thunder Magic, 3 Burst Lightning, into the Floodmaw, 1 Seer and 1 Full Bore, brought in Surak Elusive Hunter, Essence Scatter, 2 Spell Pierce, Quantum Riddler, Sandman, Shifting Scoundrel, say that 10 times fast, and Songcraft Mage.
So definitely going more blue, taking out red and some removals. So Tony's deck looks to be improving quite well with that one. So yeah, looks like some great changes for him.
Let's see what Marco has leaned on here from the sideboard. Taken out a Rest in Peace, a Braid, 2 Lightning Helix, 2 Day of Judgment, 2 Ultimas, nice, and brought in 2 Tishana's Tidebinders, those will be clutch, 1 Exercise, 1 the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, 2 Beza, Bounding Spring, and 2 Voice of Victory.
Very importantly to note that that is 1 Rest in Peace coming out and 1 staying in. And what that tells me is a large screaming, I do not have enough cards to bring in. I need to leave something in, as we've seen how Rest in Peace has looked quite average. But that's the thing is, you know, Tony, you want to guess how many times Tony has played against a control deck in testing? Probably a good amount, right?
Yeah.
How many times do you think Marco has played against Teamer Harmonizer, and how prepared is their sideboard guide ready to go for this? None, because this deck did not exist, and that is the big advantage that you gain from playing a brew like this at the Pro Tour. Now, there's risks of playing a brew like this at the Pro Tour. What if you're wrong?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're playing a deck that might just be not up to the power level, but
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of extremely good brewers and players bring their pet deck or their creation to the Pro Tour this weekend, and it hasn't worked out for a lot of them.
surprisingly, though, this is the Pro Tour of the brews.
Yeah,
like a lot
absolutely.
of them did well. It's the established deck, the people that played it safe. Those are the people that actually got punished, which is kind of wild. Usually do not see that very often at a standard Pro Tour.
Stock up attempted there by Tony Portolan, met with No More Lies, and now Marco Balaka. Is he main phasing a Consult the Star Charts?
Main phasing Consult. And that is because of Spell Snare. You just have to respect it. That exchange is so bad, but I'm going to feel like a broken record saying this again. Marco could just die next turn.
Sure could.
To the Harmonizer full bore play, but...
And if that is the case, then Tony is our second finalist.
And that would be in quite dramatic fashion.
Let's see. Do we have a Harmonizer?
Yeah, you need a Harmonizer, full bore, and Fabled Passage. So it has to be about as perfect as possible.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you're never starting with Fabled Passage when you do that. But, I mean, maybe Tony just goes for the same kind of play of Harmonizer, or this is the first game where a turn 4 Ice Till Explorer looks excellent. Because you can also get back a Fabled Passage to have untap blue in case you have Spell Snare, or if you have another, like a Spell Pierce or something.
Love it. Yeah, Spell Snare, Spider Sense can't be used. There's an Into the Flood more.
Yeah, and then the 2 Spell Pierces that we brought in. So 2 drops and expensive spells are not safe. And looking at Marco's hand, I saw 2 Jeskai Revelation, Lightning Helix, 2 lands, and 1 other card. None of those counter anything.
Nope. And you have to double spell here just to kill this guy.
Looks like an exercise. So that
did you find one? Okay.
Able to deal with that straight away, and that's great.
Answer,
But Ice Till Explorer, even if you exercise it now, it's still kind of like you're getting 2 for 1 because Tony did get a free land drop, so.
No, wait, it's power forward greater, not toughness.
Oh, okay, absolutely, yeah. So
it would
not
have to
even
be
able to do that either.
If he did have 2 Lightning Helix, it would have to be those 2.
Yeah, there's just no way to kill the Ice Till Explorer.
It just gets to hang.
With the 2 mana removal spells you have in hand, that feels pretty bad. And now it looks like Marco is just leaning on the Quarry Mountain Monastery at end step.
Or he does have the exercise to be able to kill the creature that does get pumped if Tony goes for the combo here.
Now that's a sorcery, right? Exercise.
Oh, yeah,
Exercise is a card that we haven't seen
Never
played a good chunk of time.
Yeah.
There's the Helix to the Harmonizer if you were to do that, and then you can like try to do some damage to it.
How though?
Oh yeah, no,
you can't kill that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't kill anything at the moment.
Yep, that is brutal. You really need just Get Lost to be able to interact. So it's brutal to even have Helix in your deck, but I think that is just another product of Marco does not have enough cards to bring in.
Yeah, this is not a matchup, like you said, that people tested against because this deck was not a known quantity before this weekend.
Exactly. Now Tony just getting 2 free land drops from the graveyard, so in a sense, Ice Till Explorer kind of already drew 3 cards. The card is really phenomenal.
You can go.
Okay, all right. Quarry Mountain Monastery on the end step. Anything Tony wants to do?
I still have time to respond, right? After
Yes.
the reveal, right?
Yep, you can reveal and
I get
then...
the priority back.
Yes, you do.
Just double checking here.
Because it shows off the top.
Okay, so I get the priority. I can after I see, I can do something.
Well, after it's exiled?
No, it's exiled. It's fine.
Okay.
I want to do so. The priority passes to me, right?
When this resolves, yes. On your turn, yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's exactly how it is. And now that you see the card and you get a little extra information, you can then choose what to do. I mean, Tony realistically would be doing this no matter what you see, but of course the tight technical play is just get the most information first. That gives you the ability to make the best possible choice you can have with your consult. And that looked like a lot of goodies, Ailey.
That was a lot of goodies. What are you taking out of that pile there?
I mean, it's all contextual to the hand. You know, if you don't have a Harmonizer, you take that. If you don't have a full bore, you take that.
Yeah.
And if you need more cards, you take Consult, and there were also counter spells. Either way you slice it, this matchup kind of seems like it's really bad for Marco, where it seemed pretty close.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at the deck list.
I mean, yeah, Tony thought the first time they played yesterday that he got away with it. You know, winning that 2-1, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, it just seems like the removal just doesn't line up that great from the Jeskai control side.
Yes.
It seems like what you need to beat a deck like Harmonizer is something like a deck that would be good against like Dimir midrange, something where you have good, cheap, efficient removal for the creatures, but you can also present a threat like Kaido. I mean, Kaido seems like a nightmare for Tony. And, you know, ironically, that is the matchup that got him into the top 8 against Petter.
Surveil on bottom or top.
Meticulous Archives, surveilling there for Marco.
Cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands.
7 cards.
Next turn, we get to go Jeskai Revelation.
if there is a next turn, exactly. This, you know, with 5 mana available, we know the coast is relatively clear. Tony doesn't, and the one thing you don't want to do is get hasty and try to just go for it now. But also, if you're like, wow, Jeskai Revelation actually would interact with me next, if I went for it on the following turn, then you're like, okay, let's do that before you have Jeskai Revelation mana available. But let's say you have a Spell Pierce in hand, you're plenty fine.
Man. 1 mana to counter 7 mana spell.
Exactly. You'd be plenty fine having a setup turn, and then on the turn where Marco would have 7 mana, then you go for something and have the Spell Pierce available type thing.
Turn passes back here to Tony. After fetching his land, milling Earthbender Ascension into the graveyard. Nice little Explorer lives to fight another turn. Does he get a friend? Ooh.
Okay.
What was that?
That looked like Sandman.
Sandman?
Shifting Scoundrel.
Shifting Scoundrel. Also another card great against the Cub decks.
Yeah. This is a gigantic creature. We haven't seen a lot of this card making an impact in Standard, and it is just a one-of here in the sideboard for Tony, but a lot of one-of creatures, which is pretty interesting. It's a lot of answers for different things, and then 3 one-of really spicy creatures on the board.
Songcraft Mage being one of them.
3 mana. I know what warps in for 3. All right, never mind.
Never mind. He's 3 mana too. But he gets to stay.
What?
1, 2, 3, 4.
9.
9.
A 9.
Just a casual 9/9 for 3 mana.
That's pretty good.
And also able to get a land and this card back from your graveyard.
Yeah, so basically that is a card that never dies. It has to be exiled, so Exercise is going to actually find a great target here. The best possible target, you would think. So it looks like we almost untapped there. Not... Wow, doing that instead of activating Quarry Mountain Monastery is very interesting when both players are at 20, you know?
Did they shock themselves?
Like, that's essentially, you know,
No,
has
I don't think so.
zero relevance.
I think this is maybe from the last game. Yeah, this was from the last game.
Yeah, no, you haven't shocked yourself. You're good.
17.
23 to 17.
Cards.
Untap. Board wipe.
Yeah.
Board wipe fails, then Exercise. I wonder how many answers Tony has to removal spells here.
Yeah, it feels like we're starting with Exercise, and man, if there's any Spell Snare or something. So it looks like we're doing uncounterable here to just deal with
Mistrise Village, allowing Exercise to become uncounterable.
Yep. Solid plan, as you know, that creature could definitely go the distance if left unchecked. So while Exercise seemed like a card that maybe doesn't have a lot of targets, this is a big one.
Yeah. Big enough.
Yeah.
So the Shifting Scoundrel, return this card and target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap. That can be done at end step if there's nothing else to do. Just FYI.
Yeah, if it was indeed in the graveyard.
Yes, it was in the graveyard.
Yeah, that card's incredibly tough to kill if you're just playing spot
if you're
removal,
just
non-exile removal.
Exile, right?
Yes. Exorcised, so no returning shenanigans to be had there. Land go, all right.
And now Tony has to know the information that, well, the most interaction that Marco could have is a 2-mana counterspell backed up with a Spell Snare. So you essentially think the best that Marco could do here to interact with what I'm doing is like Get Lost Spell Snare or No More Lies Spell Snare. Those aren't the most difficult things to play around from Tony's deck when Tony has this much mana available. So this feels like this could be the turn.
Good job. Yeah, he's done such a great job at, you know, navigating around these counter spells or even potential counter spells from Marco.
Yeah.
He just hasn't slipped up once.
Yeah, and the one thing that Tony has just had a plethora of is time. Marco has never put a threat on the table that has put Tony in any kind of, you know, stressful situation. The Inagi at Kyoshi Island is something that seems like it would be very important, or trying to resolve Jeskai Revelation. But man, in these post-board games, having to play through now 6 counter spells, including Spell Pierce, which is a 1-mana way to deal with your 7-mana bomb, that just feels like this is a really difficult matchup.
I need one more, right?
I need one more, yep.
Yeah. One more. Are we bossing saying?
Looks like.
Yes, need to pay. Tap 4 lands for that, basically.
Yep. We'll see if Tony still wants to go for that. big things on this turn.
Yeah.
Usually win. Oh, okay. Instead is wanting to keep. Okay, I think I see what's happening here. Tony, instead of bossing saying here, is going Harmonizer, leaving 3 mana available to pay for No More Lies, 1 for Full Bore, and 1 for Spell Snare, is what seems like basically checkmate. So we'll see if that's what Tony has.
Tony Portolan seems to be just moments away from clinching a final spot here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. And he's done it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, and just like everybody would be calling going into this Pro Tour, you know, Full Bore and Demir Excruciator being the decks in the finals, of course, the staples of Standard.
Targeting Ice Explorer to double the power there. Mill off the land. There goes a Quantum Riddler.
So that is a doubled.
So it says 1 double power.
Yeah. So he's got 4 power. That's got 2.
Oh, it's double on the Ice Till.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 counters on that.
That is very much saying my Ice or my Harmonizer is not getting in there. But with Ice Till Explorer here, you are able to have 4 land drops. So
yeah.
2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32 without Full Bore. And this is having some mana available for presumably at least 1 piece of interaction. Quite possibly, quite possibly 2. With 2 blue source, it could be Spell Snare and Pierce.
I think he's got all his bases covered here.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him go for it once without having a backup plan.
Yeah, at least not in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So 1, it's 4
to 8 to 16.
Yeah.
And then with the Fabled Passage, that is Airbent. Wow, you can actually get it to 64. Because the Fabled Passage comes back and you get another land. So you can technically make 5 land drops on this turn.
My goodness. That is enough.
Just a 64-4 coming in.
3 Jeskai Revelations in hand. Nothing.
And of course, you still got to remember all your triggers.
Yeah. Still keep it clean. I don't think Marker has anything to do about this enormous creature coming through.
This is a double check. Make sure I have enough basics. Double check.
Yeah, I'll not search. I don't have one. So
not search. So this is just 32.
And that is going to do it. Tony Portolan picks up a clean 3-0 here in our semifinals. We have our second finalist. Christopher Larson knows who he's facing, and it is none other than Tony Portolan.
Yeah, wow. What an incredible finals here at the Pro Tour. And we saw Marco just show the hand of 3 Jeskai Revelation. Tony did have the 1 Spider Sense as well if there was 1 piece of interaction, but Marco's just like, I didn't have anything. I had 21 mana value worth of spells in hand,
spells in hand,
nothing to be able to cast.
I mean, it's super unfortunate for Marco. You know, he just didn't have any real way to deal with, you know, instant speed threats like that, because by the time he gets to a board wipe, he's already dead. So
it seemed like what you really need against this combo deck in particular, and really every combo deck to beat them, is pressure mixed with disruption. You can't really have one or the other, as the deck's too fast and can beat pressure, versus the deck is too resilient if you only have interaction. So, I mean, the deck just looks great.
And in this matchup as well, like, his pressure is Jeskai Revelation, and if he doesn't have a backup spell, if he hasn't got 8 land for it, then he's just getting countered by Spell Pierce.
And now looking forward, you know, there is a lot of interaction from Chris, and there's pressure at least to the library with the Excruciator. So this is going to be a great finals.
Can't wait for it, friends. But before we get there, let's hear from Tony. He chatted to Cedric after his win.
Tony, last time we spoke, you said that this matchup was going to be more difficult because they had interaction.
Yeah.
You made it look pretty easy, my friend.
Yeah, it went 3-0 pretty easily. I think game 2 and game 3, my opponent get a bit unlucky with the deck, but I think it's unfortunate with the control deck. And even game 1, I chained my card draw spells while they couldn't resolve. Like the one when they tried to resolve it, I had a spell snare. So yeah, I think this version of the control deck has a poorer matchup than, for example, a blue-white control with counter spells. So yeah, I had a game plan, especially post-cyber games, when I don't need to go for the combo, just kill them with the creature on the board and then play the Harmonizer, and it went like that.
I'd say it went quite well. So as you move on to the finals, you could play against Christopher Larson, playing Dimir Excruciator, or Eduardo Sajic, who's on Is It Elementals. If you could play against one, who would it want to be?
I played against both of them, Eduardo in Limited and Christopher in Constructed. I won against Christopher, so, but I'm not sure. I think the Elemental Dex is a bit easier matchup than the Dimir one, so, but I'm rooting for any of them. It's they're both great player and great people, so whoever is in the finals deserves it.
Well, you're a great player as well. We look forward to seeing you in the finals. Congratulations.
A deserving finalist indeed. It is Tony Portland up against Christopher Larson. The finals of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed are up after the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed live here from Richmond, Virginia. We started out the weekend with 305 players. Now only 2 remain left in the tournament. It is finals time. Welcome to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Monty Debuti here with you for a very exciting finals indeed. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out how we wound up here on Top 8 Sunday here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. Take a look at all of the action that has already happened here in our Top 8 today, leading us to this finals over on the right side of your screen. Christopher Larson up against Tony Portland, 2 players who have a very storied history here in Magic the Gathering, and it will become even more storied for one of these players by the end of today. Let's set up our finals match here in the building. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. It all comes down to this. The winner goes home with the trophy and $50,000, as well, of course, as the title of champion. And a beautiful trophy it is indeed. Take a look at the 2 players who have made our finals. Christopher Larson on Dimir Excruciator, up against Tony Portland on Temur Harmonizer. Christopher Larson has top 8s at every single kind of Magic event you could imagine, including a top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where he came in 3rd. He has 10 Grand Prix top 8s, including 1 win for an incredible run throughout his storied career. Tony Portland as well has an incredible career. He was 3rd in our 2025 Player of the Year race, had 2 Pro Tour top 8s last season alone, starting off this season with another great start for Tony Portland. Let's take a look to at Christopher Larsen's road here to the top 8. He had the most difficult path of any of our contenders coming in our 8th seed. He did manage to 6-0 draft, went 6-4 in standard, and yes, played against Tony Portolan in round number 12, where he lost. So a bit of a grudge match here for Christopher Larsen in our finals. Let's take a look on the other side of things. Tony Portolan, how did he get here, Monty?
Okay, well, he had a pretty smooth day 1, a 6-2 record. And then for day 2, he said, I don't really want to do much losing. So he started off with 5 straight wins, picked up a loss to Francisco Sanchez, who was our first player in the top 8, but then got it done in round 15.
There's a look at the players and their road here to the top 8. But what about the decks they've chosen for this tournament? How does it shake out in our finals here, Monty?
Okay, well, this is 2 as different decks as you can get. They are both delightfully weird, just different. Let's take a look by starting with Christopher Larsen's build of Dimir Excruciator. This is a control deck with a combo finish. It has a lot of removal. It's trying to get Doomsday Excruciator onto the battlefield by casting it, of course, whether that involves casting it downright or getting it onto the battlefield in a cheaty way with Superior Spider-Man. But the name of the game is to Doomsday both players and then mill your opponent out with a card like Insatiable Avarice or Restless Reef. The matchup should be really good for Christopher because he has a lot of instant speed interaction. On the other side, we have Teamer Harmonizer. This is a Sanctum of All deck if I've ever seen one. This is Teamer Twin. This is a deck that is trying to combo kill your opponent. You have Might Form Harmonizer. That is the key centerpiece of this deck. The play pattern you'd like to do is warp the Harmonizer, put a landfall trigger on the stack, 2 ideally with Fabled Passage, and then in response full bore it to hit your opponent for 28. The deck has a lot of tools around this to interact and find and assemble your combo, but it can be weak to instant speed removal, so that definitely gives the edge to Chris Larsen.
All right, thank you for that deck overview there, Monty. But what do the numbers say? It's time to turn to the predictor one last time.
All right, well, surprisingly, or maybe not, depending on how you look at it, the predictor has been doing pretty great this weekend. And we see 6 players are now out. We are down to 2 players, and it's close, but it's not that close as we bring up the last 2 numbers. Christopher Larsen, 56%. Tony Portolan, 44%.
Wow.
But I am going to be really honest, it can go either way so easily.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time to crown a champion. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the booth here. It is time for the finals. That's Paul Chion. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've got a really interesting matchup here. These are not 2 decks that we had on our radar coming in to the weekend as ones that may find themselves in the final. Dimir Excruciator in the hands of that man right there, Christopher Larsen from Denmark. He's playing for Team Cosmos. On the other side of the table, Teamer Harmonizer. Tony Portolan has decided to sleeve this one up. He's from Croatia, playing for Team Sanctum of All.
The trademark hug.
I don't need to tell you that Larsen is one of the most popular players on the Pro Tour.
Yep.
Everybody loves him. He's gotten hugs from like every player he's played against.
Yeah. At this point, it's not even clear if he knows his opponent. He just starts things off with the hug.
Handshakes and hugs all around from Christopher Larsen.
Hey, you made it to the finals of the Pro Tour. Great reason to be ecstatic right now. But of course, one key match left to determine the champion.
Yeah, both of these gentlemen seem to have really enjoyed their run as well. You know, it can be one of those things that it comes at you kind of fast, you know, and maybe you're a little nervous and that kind of takes over and then you can look back on it. But in this case, they both seem to be really having a good time.
I've been there before.
Yeah. And yeah, we've actually seen this on camera before. It's a little bit of a weird interaction, Paul, the Deceit there and the Spider Sense.
Yeah, Tony Portolan keeping a hand with double Earthbender Ascension, no green source. So can't play this out turn 3, so he doesn't have a whole lot going on here. And so if you're on Christopher Larsen's side, he's like, no green source for Tony right now, so Tony can't actually go for the combo next turn. The way that the combo works is you need to be able to warp in the Mightform Harmonizer with a green mana, then you play Fabled Passage into the full bore. So, as is, I think this could be an opportunity for Christopher Larsen to fire off a card draw spell here.
And there it is. He gets a thumbs up from Tony.
Yeah, almost certainly going to put that Excruciator into the graveyard here. I think it's going to be really tough in this matchup for Christopher to actually spend the full 6 mana to get Doomsday Excruciator in play without having any sort of disruption. Once you get to that phase in the game, it's so likely that Tony's going to have the combo pieces in hand. I think Christopher wants to get that cost reduction, get Superior Spider-Man going.
I mean, is that happening right here, Paul?
He's going for it.
And he says it resolves, so we have a Doomsday Excruciator Spider-Man on the battlefield. That means that both players only have 6-card libraries now.
Christopher Larson senses weakness. No green mana at all from Tony Portoland. No card draw spells here. We have an Excruciator in play. And now both players with only 6 cards left in their deck. And look at Tony's hand. He is not close to the combo.
I mean, is that game? Like... I know it doesn't. I know it's not literally, but like from what we can see here, how in the world? And remember, Tony can put together absolutely absurd turns where he does huge amounts of damage in one turn, and that's also starting from nothing. But he doesn't have the resources for that right now, and still no green mana.
Right. Christopher Larson will be drawing a couple of cards, but he does have the Insatiable Avarice. Actually, drew the 2nd copy here.
Of Avarice?
Yeah, and look, Intimidation Tactics, I believe it's going to miss here. No actual targets. Like, wow, this hand I am not scared of at all. So Insatiable Avarice, as you can see, you can pay 3 black mana to have target player draw 3 cards. Tony on 6.
I mean, that's how we do it.
That's nice. Tony said, you don't need to write it down. I'll just keep them face up for you for now.
Right, but it is really dangerous here to just run it out this turn, right? Give your opponent 3 cards. They can potentially kill you. But Chris is drawing 2 cards every turn, and Tony is sitting at 20 life. You can use the Insatiable Avarice also as a burn spell, right? If it doesn't deck your opponent, 3 hits from the Excruciator.
Now it's only a 4/4 though, right?
Oh, excuse me, you're right. It is only a 4/4, so that doesn't quite get it done.
That is a normal game plan, though. 6, 12, 18 plus the 3. Starting town. Go.
Chris?
Yeah. But I mean, Larson kind of not going to have
Yeah.
a choice at some point here, right?
Right, because he only has 2 more turns left here. Can attack for 4. Can wait till the next turn, actually. And go double Avarice here for the win, right?
Okay, that would just end
as
the
long
game
as
on
he
the
has the
spot.
lands. Does he have another land?
No.
Does he have another?
I like to go to end step.
Okay.
He wants to go to end step here.
Yeah.
He's got 8 cards in hand, it looks like.
And this card here, probably just pitching stock up.
You draw 3.
Oh.
You draw 3, yeah.
He's just firing it off now.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then.
1, 2.
So this is
3.
his way of saying in case I don't draw the land.
Right.
But
And
he is saying, Tony, you must kill me here.
Right, but Chris Larson also has the Bitter Triumph here to break apart the combo too.
Okay,
so he needs to fire this off now so he can guarantee the kill next turn.
Yeah, and he didn't even, Tony wasn't even able to put together the combo even if he had it. Then Christopher Larson had the answer, and that is game number 1. Very quickly, a combo kill. Really, turn 4. That was it. Christopher Larson got to use Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And just went for it off of a stumbling mana start there from Tony.
Yeah, I think, again, that was such a kind of heads-up maneuver there from Christopher Larson, recognizing that there wasn't a green source in play, so he didn't have to be scared of the combo, so he could just go for it there, right? You know, it's easy to just kind of play that control game, sculpt the perfect hand, but sometimes you have to pick your spots. You have to know when you can go for it. That was the perfect time.
Wow. It has to feel so good for Larson to, I mean, you feel like you just got spotted a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, but you know what? This is why we have best of 5. We saw just to start the entire tournament, Christopher Larson lost in approximately 5 seconds in game 1. And here we are in the finals with him being up a game. So it can go any direction here. Tony Portoland with a bit of a rough hand there the first time around.
You can see the players are just shuffling. They're not sideboarding yet. We're going to play best 3 out of 5 games here. In fact, we do that for all of Top 8 Sunday and certainly for the final. And that means that this game is not going to include sideboards. Now, any games that we play after this one will.
Right.
Oh, look at that trophy too, Paul.
Yeah,
man.
We saw one at the World Championship.
Yeah, that one was a little taller with like the gold, and this one's still.
It is nice though.
It is gorgeous. Can you imagine having one of those things at your house? Like
I can't, Marshall. I can't. I've dreamed about it, but at this point, I'm going to keep it real.
You're here with me now.
Yeah,
I'm your second place prize.
We can watch a lot of people win these trophies.
That's right. Yeah, both of our players really interesting.
Do you mind if I?
They have different personality types. Tony is a little more chill, and Chris is pretty out there, but they're very similar people.
It's driving me crazy every time the cards are like.
Both all about their family. They talked about that in interviews over the course of the weekend. And Christopher Larson pulled the ultimate move and said, you know, I think I'm going to put my Magic career on hold after this one. One last ride, and now he finds himself in the final. He's got a couple of young kids at home.
If you want to give yourself a good shot to do well, you just go, this might be my last tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, like I told you before, I said the same thing. I was talking to Eduardo the other day, and he said, you know what, I'm just here to have some fun. Fun all the way into the top 4 of Pro Tour Richmond.
Yeah, we'll see you at all the other PTs, Eduardo. And it looks like a mulligan here from Chris.
Yeah, I don't care.
I always have.
Yeah, I always look, but
I like a good sweat.
no.
We are talking about.
I always look, even if I'm mulligan and it was like, oh, the lands are there, I'm like, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, the same.
And if I look and it's not there, I'm like, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, most people approach it the opposite way.
I think it's. I've done polls on this before, Mark. It is
Had a team
basically
tournament
50-50.
Years ago, old.
People that look,
people that look, and people who don't look. And most of the people who look also know that it doesn't matter. It's just kind of you just get to see.
I don't trust my
like your
brain.
emotional state
Yeah, like
after?
I can tell you it doesn't matter, and like I believe
And I just,
Chris
like,
when he
without
says
looking,
it's like
just
I'm
slam the
good.
first 4 cards I
I
draw,
don't trust
like this. All lands. My opponent's just like.
Especially in a spot like this, right? We're in the finals here.
There was no looking.
But I feel like for Tony Portland, I feel like this was just kind of a long time coming, right? He has been absolutely crushing the Pro Tour, nearly the Player of the Year in 2025, and here he finally is in the finals. The shot at becoming a PT champ.
Yeah, it's funny because we say your players like knocking at the door, right? They're gonna. He's just been kicking down the door for over a year.
Let me in.
Right. Tony's one of the best limited players on the Pro Tour, and that has helped propel him to the success that he's had.
It is actually unbelievable what his limited record is. It's nearly 80% with a fairly large sample size. So he has a deep understanding of limited, which gives you a huge edge in this event.
Larson has kept, he's just on the decision about what he wants to put on the bottom.
Oh. He is going to 5 here.
Oh, sorry. I thought he said I'm keeping this. Oh.
And he did look.
I had 4 lands, 2 demons.
Ah, that's mulligan.
And
I think we all.
a draw spell.
That's mulligan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mulligan. We did ask our players before the tournament started about if they had any advice for trying to qualify for the first Pro Tour, and Tony said, learn limited.
Yeah. That is where you can probably get one of the biggest edges here. It's a lot more difficult to just truly come up with a deck that completely takes over field. It can happen, and when you do, it feels great. Is It Lessons was fantastic at the World Championship. These elemental decks have been doing very, very well, but oftentimes, there's 2 or 3 well-known decks. Everybody kind of knows how to pilot them, and so it's harder to get a bigger edge there, whereas in Limited, there are oftentimes, even these top pros, sometimes they focus a little too much in Constructed, maybe get a little rundown from their teammates, do like 10 drafts, and that's basically all they have.
Larson said, don't forget to drink water when we asked.
Well, it had to be.
Stay hydrated, yeah. Tony's the one who brought his water bottle, so I guess he took the advice.
Chris has got two down there, 2 bottles.
Yeah. Oh, there. So he's taken his own advice too. He's also a very good limited player. All right. So he has kept 5.
It is actually important
Funny
what you
enough,
serve
what
the
you
bottom.
put and where.
Hey, you're basically tutoring. I mean,
that is funny. If he ends up getting an
Right.
excruciator down, those are cards that are very relevant.
Is he allowed to take notes on what they are?
Probably.
Yeah.
And like,
okay, that's a 1-lander here. Uh-oh. Can Chris Larson go back-to-back lands here to fire up the seat into stock up? Or we're going to have... Ooh.
Nope.
Oh.
Fighting Hex. And this happens when you mulligan to 5. Sometimes you have to be willing to take some extra risk. And Larson's certainly willing to do that here.
Oh, and this is a stock up here. This is going to resolve. And yeah, I mean, these first 2 games, fairly one-sided affairs here at this point. I mean, even if, I mean, Christopher Larson has to draw land here. Fire off that deceit. Find a blue source. Cast stock up.
Yeah, you can see why he kept that 5. It has the tools. He just, you know, and interestingly, it has the tools to win. Right? Like that is a 5 that you're going to want to keep, but you do recognize that a good percentage of the time you just don't draw lands, and it's over.
A card like stock up is exactly what you want.
Flips it straight up, and that is land number 2 for Larson. Easy game.
I mean, it's basically do or die there, right? If you don't find a land there, it's going to be so tough here. But Tony Portolan does have 2 card draw effects here in Consult the Star Charts and Stock Up. Chris Larson will be taking one of these.
You think if Larson flipped like a demon there, he just concedes, or
very close?
He did
I
it.
don't
He
know.
did that in the quarters,
right?
Okay.
All right, got to be looking for more card draw. Ice Tail Explorers doesn't need more lands. Ooh, this is not as strong. Okay, there is a stock up there at the very end.
Okay,
So
but
you
like
can get it going.
he's kind of just not doing anything.
Sure. Well, you know, he's just trying to kind of put together the combo pieces here. He does have the full bore already, and he does have the escape tunnel in hand. So really just looking for Might Form Harmonizer if he can find it.
Larson at a cool 20.
And the nice thing, too, is he does have Spell Snare in his hand. And most of the ways to kill Might Form Harmonizer in all of Standard all are 2 mana effects. We're looking at Bitter Triumph, Get Lost, cards of that nature. So, you know, now that Tony is able to kind of build out more of his mana base, he can go Might Form Harmonizer, he can go full bore and keep up Spell Snare and get the fetch land to protect the Harmonizer, at least against a singular copy of Bitter Triumph. All right. Oh, the sock up at the top. Chris Larson did play out a Deceit. That was his draw, but the action continues here for Tony Portolan. Finds an Ice Tail Explorer here that will get him some value if he can get some lands in the graveyard. Still needs to find Might Form Harmonizer to end this game as quickly as he can.
That is an incredibly stocked up graveyard there for Portolan. Look at that. All 4 of them in there.
Is that all 4? And to consult the star charts.
Yeah. Card selection city for Portolan. He hasn't done anything to, you know, on board yet, but like you said, he can win out of nowhere with this deck. It plays out. In fact, in some ways, these decks are similar in the sense that they both have a game plan that could win with a big combo available.
So I think with this amount of mana available, Tony can possibly just cast Consult the Star Charts, not for the kicked value, which is something that you would be interested in doing, because all he's looking for is Might Form Harmonizer here.
Right.
All right, and now he's tapped out, so he
stock up.
is definitely going to run out this Consult. If he finds a Might Form Harmonizer, he will have the win next turn. You warp into Harmonizer, cast full board, that's 7 power, play Escape Tunnel, sack Escape Tunnel, get a land, 28 damage coming in.
And you can see
there it is. Can he find it?
He's looking for Harmonizer, Burst Lightning.
There it is.
And that's the Harmonizer right
I've
there.
got it.
And I think he's just going to show it to him here because you can see the rest of his hand over on the side with the full bore there. And as long as he has the escape tunnel, that's going to be GG. So 2 quick games to start things off here in the finals. Really not a lot of interaction so far. Hopefully we'll get something a little bit better there as they've split the first 2 games and are going to now consult their sideboards.
Yeah, I mean, this is just part of the game, right? Sometimes you're going to have to mulligan. You're going to have to keep some subpar hands, especially when you go to 5. So you're just going to have games like this. But the nice thing is we are playing best of 5. We have sideboarded games. There's going to be a lot more interaction from both sides here as well. So excited to see what these players can cook up.
Yeah, it's interesting because do you consider this like a combo mirror in the sense of they kind of go past each other, or is there more interaction available between these two decks?
Well, Christopher Larson just has, I think the big edge Christopher Larson has are those 4 copies of Deceit, right? Because he can interact with the combo because it's a creature-based combo. Not only does he have the 4 copies of Deceit, he also has all those Bitter Triumphs. So, which is why I think a lot of people think he has a small edge. And then after sideboard, all of a sudden you get to bring in more Disruption. You get to bring in 2 copies of Shoot the Sheriff. You get to bring in potentially 4 copies of Duress to kind of get the counter spells, get some other card draw spells. So I feel like, you know, if you're going into this matchup, you have to like Chris Larson. I think both players came into this event looking to beat on the Badger Mole Cup decks, and guess what? They did a great job of doing so. But now, in this head-to-head, you have to like the Excruciator deck just a little bit.
That's right. Great stuff from the feature, hopefully upcoming, as we've got games 2, 3, and maybe, 3, 4, and maybe 5 for you here from Pro Tour Sunday. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have our post-board games for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We're in Richmond, Virginia. I'm Marshall Sycliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon. And if you're just joining us, you have very good timing. We are in the finals. We had 2 quick games, very one-sided games, if we're honest, out of the first, but they split them. So that means that we're going to play a best 2 out of 3 to finish off here. And yes, the players will also have their sideboards available to them. We've got Christopher Larson on the left there versus Tony Portolan on the right. 2 experienced, accomplished players.
No?
Yeah, you man. They're going with each other.
What are they going to arm wrestle for this thing? Yeah, probably go to the restroom.
I'm guessing it's a little bit of a rest and break here.
Okay.
Now we get to see Mason Clark and Tannen Grace do battle here.
Yeah, if you take a look at those 2 gentlemen there, they are cards in hand spotters. They have a very difficult job. I've done it before. They've got an iPad, and they actually have to stand behind the players, and as they draw their cards, they punch them in so that we can see them on the screen. They do excellent work for us, and it is a very tough job. You're on your feet, and your brain's going the whole time, especially, you know, there's some decks Like, don't even get me started on is it lessons. I have no. They're discarding draw. You have, and remember when they discard a card, you have to signal that too. So it's always up to date. It's a very difficult job.
It is a tough job for sure. And I mean, imagine even looking at modern decks, right, where you're just or even older formats where you're just constantly cycling through your deck, casting brainstorms, all kinds of stuff like that. So it is not an easy job. You have to know all the cards, but hey, at the end of the day, you can just play, hey, just show me your hand because you've done too many things here. So let me know.
That's right. Yeah, they're just a small portion of our production team here that does an excellent job out at these Pro Tours. We thank them for their hard work. It's a big crew behind the scenes here. If you've ever make it out to a MagicCon where we have one of these, you can come kind of swing through and you'll see what a big crew we've got going here. But yeah, the players, they're going to take a short break here. And when they come back, we'll be back into the action. Paul, we've gotten a chance to look at Dimir Excruciator. I got to say, when you look at the deck, it looks a little bit like a meme. You're kind of like, yeah, that's cool. It does some neat things, but really? And it's been like, yeah, but really every single time that Excruciator hits, whether it's natural or with Superior Spider-Man, the entire dynamic of the game changes almost immediately. And there's many decks that just go, I do not have the ability to get that amount of damage through in that amount of time, and it just needs one little bump, make you draw 3 or mill you for 4, and it's over.
Yeah, I think it was an incredible kind of metagame choice for this event. You just have all these people that, it seems like one of the best decks that are actually good at attacking the decks that are also trying to attack the Cub decks, right? It's a lot of decks are playing a bunch of cheap removal. This deck doesn't care if you're playing against a deck that has a bunch of cheap removal, so all of those cards are kind of dead early on. But not only that, I just think the introduction of the Evoke Elementals from Lorwyn Eclipsed have just completely shaken up the metagame, and we didn't think that was necessarily possible because we're in a much more powerful standard environment, right? We're in an environment where there's kind of 3 years of sets coming out here, and so we didn't think there was going to be a huge shakeup. But I mean, we've seen brand new decks.
Yes.
I mean, both of these decks, but even the decks that we've seen previously, so many new archetypes because of what you can do with the Evoke Elementals, particularly with Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's funny because, what we were talking about coming into the tournament was the Cub decks. That made up the majority of the field. There's a few different versions of it, but that made up, I'm pushing half of the metagame. But it looks like the decks that decided that they didn't want to lose to that deck did really well. And then we got to day 2 and even furthermore here in the top 8. And it's a bunch of decks that are built to beat that one. And now we have to figure out how they match up with each other.
Right, absolutely.
They were really good at one match, but you're just not Japanese enough for them to work, as Ken was.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're going to continue sideboarding here.
Yeah, it looks like Tony has mostly sideboarded here. Boarding out, like I mentioned, a lot of that dead removal that would have been good at killing Llanowar Elves. Taking out 3 copies of Burst Lightning, Thunder Magic, 2 copies of Seer. None of those cards particularly great at dealing with a 6/6 demon if it enters the battlefield.
Paul in the finals. You good? You can just keep it.
I'm looking at your sideboard. So
yeah. Sirach Elusive Hunter, a really nice way to kind of maybe shift gears. Chris Larson's going to have lots of removal, lots of hand disruption. So with the Sirach, it puts pressure, but if you do kill it, it still draws you that card, right? So just you want more threats like that because you want to be able to potentially play a fair game of Magic. Look, Earthbender Ascension, just a solid card to play, right? It ramps you, gets you that 2/2, and then you get this. You have the Sirach, and then you have the Quantum Riddler. So, I mean, I'm taking a look, and I mean, Tony is bringing in something like 10 cards in this matchup. So it should get a lot better for him after sideboard.
Players just taking one last look. Now getting their libraries randomized appropriately. They take a look at Tony from Croatia. I mentioned before he plays for Team Sanctum of All, and Teamer Harmonizer seems to be the most Sanctum of All deck that you could imagine.
Yeah,
they always have a flair.
Yeah, no, they do, and it's just awesome to see. Every time there's a Pro Tour, I go, what is Sanctum playing? Because it's usually some kind of 2 or 3 card combo that has some card filtering. just enough interaction to survive whatever's happening in the metagame.
Right.
And then a combo that just kind of kills you out of nowhere. And it's really great at kind of surprising people, especially when you're kind of playing in the Swiss part of the tournament where a lot of players just won't have a lot of time to, despite it being open deckless, you're just not going to have the time to really react and really game plan for this matchup.
Yeah, it's funny. I was saying that the Excruciator deck looked a little bit like a meme. Like you're like, yeah, is that actually going to work? Teamer Harmonizer's like fully in that camp too, right? It's like, Paul, you know, if I came to you and I was like, hey, Paul, in standard, full bore, plus, you're just like, yeah, dude, okay, but that doesn't really come together, right? Like that's not, you don't want to be putting all your eggs in one basket like that. But it turns out this shell around this deck enables it, makes sure that you have the ability to protect it, and it also has that added benefit of keeping your opponents in that defensive stance. They never want to tap out. They always want to represent something because they're worried you might kill them out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's precisely why they kind of call it the Splinter Twin deck, right? You always have to respect the combo, so it's really hard. Even if you have a stock up on the draw, can you even play it turn 3?
Right.
But Chris Larson, however, does have the benefit here of having all that hand disruption, right? We're talking about double intimidation tactics, 4 duress, 4 deceit. So for him, it's going to be a lot easier to try to disrupt this combo and resolve spells safely. And Chris Larson here with a duress.
We're good?
All right, and we are underway. We're going to see that duress straight away here from Larson and see what Portalon's working with.
It looks like just a stock up here. We have the full bore for the combo, likely not taking that here. I think it's just going to be stock up here.
Let me know.
Tony just facing up. That is a hand on the right side.
Yeah, those are all cards in hand.
Saving a little bit time here just so Chris doesn't have to write down the contents of the hand. Then on Tony's side, just thinking, all right, which land do I want to lead with? You can lead with the Bossing Say because you do need a basic land in play for that thing to come into play untapped.
Land go here from Larson.
A little jockeying for a position. Now, Chris Larson does have some hand disruption here. Turn 3 Winter Night Stories, perhaps discarding Deceit and then playing a Superior Spider-Man to copy it. That could be an option.
Yeah, he had the option. Did he have the option? Yeah, he did have a swamp. He could have done Deceit this turn, but boy, that would have set off some pretty inefficient following turns. So he's going to get that Reef into play and move on with his life.
Tony looking to get an untapped or a basic land here.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Wait, where his draw
Full
was...
bore Harmonizer and he has Fabled Passage?
So his 2 draw steps were Harmonizer, Consult the Star Charts? Wow. Okay.
Okay, Tony.
It's not bad. So, I mean, Tony technically does have the combo here, right? I mean, turn 4, you first play the Steam Vents, then turn 4, you can warp out the Harmonizer, play the Fabled Passage, and have the full bore ready to go with the triggers on the stack. Now, so Chris Larson... here's the thing, too. I mean, if you're Chris Larson, I suppose you can combo off next turn, so Chris Larson probably just going to... No, going for the hand disruption.
Yeah, he's scared.
Like, nope.
He knows. I mean,
draws.
He knows about the full bore, too, so...
Yeah, and there's
the
a Harmonizer.
You can't kill me this turn, right?
Larson.
Maybe.
Larson says, you can't kill me this turn, right? And Tony shrugs.
Yeah,
He's
if
like,
he
you
draws
figure it out,
If he
dude.
draws a Black Lotus or something, maybe, but...
Yeah.
Same mistake again.
Yeah, and Christopher Larson can just do the same
duress.
thing. Ooh, land. Now he can just copy Deceit here. And look at this. I mean, this is that interaction. This is what put this Demir Excruciator deck over the top, right? This is that new inclusion. This is such a powerful combination. You can disrupt your opponent and also just, I mean, doubly disrupt your opponent. It kind of has remnants of back when you can play Grief and activate it twice. And you're kind of doing a similar thing here with Deceit.
Yeah, giving that Superior Spider-Man another really awesome target that's not just the combo, but like a true value card here. You end up with a 4/4 that takes away a card from their hand. And this is your backup plan?
Right.
Like,
and
pretty good.
One that doesn't kill me.
And now if you're Chris Larson, do you take full bore? What if Tony top decks Might Form Harmonizer?
Oh, don't even say that.
That would be insane if you did.
Wasn't as fast as last time.
Oh, but that is an Ice Tail Explorer. That is a good draw. right? Because that does, you know, you go ahead and fetch that forest.
Really made my blocked.
Get to play out the Explorer, get at least hit some land drops here.
This is kind of Tony's version of what Christopher did. It's not the full combo, but it's a very nice addition to the deck.
Because you have to mill before. Yeah.
Will Chris Larson copy Harmonizer? Start playing some lands to start beating down? I mean, that is a path to victory.
That is hilarious.
More likely to fire off Winter Night Stories and the Duress. By taking the full board, there is no chance that Tony can completely combo off next turn. Oh, double Duress.
Oh, another Duress.
Right, and I mean, the Seer also just kills the creatures too, right? It kills his 4/4, so might be interested in that, but can certainly lead things off with the stories here.
Triple land there.
3 lands, so probably just going to be pitching 2 lands here. Doesn't necessarily need the second copy of Restless Reef. I imagine, or rather, I suppose you can also pitch the Swamp and the Restless Reef if you wanted to go double Duress and give yourself the ability to have the second blue mana to be able to activate the Reef and attack potentially next turn. Yeah, so Reef, Swamp, Duress.
Play an untapped Watery Grave if that's what his plan.
Right.
But he made Duress here, and he is going to
take everything away.
So full bore and Seer gone.
So Tony Portland is just on the card advantage engine from the Ice Till Explorer, plus Bossing Say.
Yeah, Tiger. Water Grave.
Yeah, Chris Larson deciding whether or not he wants to attack. Tony Portland can attack back next turn for 4 damage. Is this the path that you want to take to win this matchup? All right.
He's going to attack.
16?
Because Tony Portland able to play 2 lands a turn here.
But he can't combo off from this position, right? So
thinning out the deck, utilizing that Fabled Passage. Maybe you can hit another Bossing Say. That's the nice thing about the Ice Till Explorer. Even if you're just completely out of gas, you can just make sure that you just have tons and tons of mana in play. And, you know, those Bossing Say can end up mattering, especially because Chris Larson is playing a control deck. And Bossing Say is one of the best cards for against the control matchups. You often see it as a one-of in the Badger Mold Cub sideboards.
Oh, there's a sideboard card, Sandman.
Sandman Shifting Scoundrel. This creature is gigantic. It's going to be, what, an 8/8 this turn, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, maybe?
There's 6 lands in play right now, but then you can
There's 5, right?
Oh, is that Mountain in hand?
I think so.
Okay, excuse me. That was the
Only
review.
a 7/7, Paul.
Only a 7/7. Bigger than the Excruciator, right?
Yeah, like
bigger than
way bigger.
And something that you can consistently get back over and over
Playing
again.
it and respond to the trigger.
Yeah.
I know what's happening. Kind of offended he had to do it like that.
It's like not my first rodeo.
Yeah, been here before.
So 2 Ice Till Explorer triggers on the stack here.
So 2 triggers.
1,
2.
2.
Copy an Ice Till Explorer also seems pretty nice if you're Chris Larson, right?
Yeah.
Play some lands out of the yard.
Yeah, what blue-black deck wouldn't want the ability to get a bunch more
play extra lands
in
every
play?
turn? Yeah.
I mean, even the mill's relevant in this deck.
Hits a Soul Guide Lantern off of the land.
Yeah.
All right, so now does he have... He doesn't have access to 5 green mana, because if... Oh, no, never mind. This is just enough here. So you can activate with Bossing Say and still play Sandman this turn.
Jeez.
And that's kind of the only thing he can do based on his hand here.
I'm just looking what's my target.
Yeah, for the
All the
Bossing
time in
Say.
the world.
Just figuring out which land he would like to earthbend.
Okay. That
Gonna be a forest.
Now we have a 7/7 Sandman.
16.
I mean, this Sandman is huge.
Can't be blocked by small creatures, and you can recur it.
Right. So
it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tony does have kind of this
Ooh,
fair
that was a
game plan
demon.
here. Okay, but he doesn't have the mana to play it just
No,
yet,
so he's
right?
going to do Winter Night Stories.
Yeah. Okay, but okay, with the Winter Night Stories, you can discard the demon, of course.
Right.
And then Superior Spider-Man it into play and try to close out the game with that Restless Reef.
Hey, this could be it for
Right,
Larson.
This card, yeah, and he's got the Restless Reef in play. Tony doesn't have any
Here he
removal
goes.
here. Okay, 6 cards left.
So once again, we see Excruciator Demon hit the battlefield in the form of Superior Spider-Man.
So it is a 4/4, and Christopher Larson at a comfortable 16 life. So Tony Portolan draws, goes to 5. If you attack, that puts you down to 1. So Tony does get 2 attacks here, I believe. Oh, and he drew Spider Sense.
You're at 16.
That is big. Because
Can
you
he counter the trigger on
right.
the Reef?
You can counter a triggered ability here. So will that give Tony Portolan enough time to try to pressure Chris Larson enough and kill him with the
feels
Sign
like
Man,
it.
right? Because that's just a full extra turn you get.
It is. Is there a double block for Larson? Right now, the Deceit is tabbed.
The issue now is Tony also just can't play any more lands.
Right, because it'll just mill.
It'll just mill because of the Ice Tail Explorer. But so can this 7/7 and Bossing Say get it done? Because you can Bossing Say, turn that forest into a 4/4 and attack with both. Chris Larson could block the 4/4. If you block the 4/4, the 4/4 comes back into play and then forces a trigger off of the Ice Tail Explorer.
You're right. I think he can get away with one trigger, though, because of the Spider Sense, right? Like 1 mill.
Right.
It is not going to, like, the game's going to end for Tony before 1 mill matters.
Yeah, attack, trigger, mill. But if you're on Chris Larson's side, at that point, then you can just keep your creatures back, right?
Yes,
you just don't attack. I just want to make sure I have enough 4-power creatures in play to block the Sandman.
Right. You need at least 3 power just to be able to block it.
And there's 2 in play.
Are the cards good?
Are your cards good?
I mean, they're not a Solitude.
Solitude white card, gotcha.
Yeah, that would be good.
And the answer is no. Those cards are not good.
Yeah.
But I think Larson's thinking more in terms of, do I need these cards?
Right.
Because I
just have
kind
my
of have it on the
land.
battlefield, don't
Like,
I?
what can you have here? Now, Tony does have Spider Sense, a Seer or 2 left in his deck after sideboard.
And once again, we see once the libraries are only 6 cards deep.
The turns take a little longer.
Right. And let's not forget, Larson does get to draw 2 cards a turn, and he may be able to just find a removal spell here.
Absolutely. Yeah. You could also just attack with Ice Tail Explorer and hope Chris blocks it.
Yes.
Or just get some extra damage through if you think attacking is not going to be Chris Larson's route to victory. He wants Chris Larson to attack with all his creatures as he's at 16 life here. So that's just 2 free damage coming in. If you block the 4/4, Chris Larson takes 9, goes to 7.
Oh, and Tony's just going to
passes.
pass the turn back.
Right, 2 cards here off the Excruciator. Oh, don't want the Riddler.
Nope, and a land.
Okay.
Okay, so he hit Watery Grave, Quantum Riddler.
Okay, yeah, so Quantum Riddler, I mean, probably don't want
unless
that
it's
one.
lethal somehow.
I mean, I think if you're Chris, you just go, hey, activate my Reef. What do you have? And it's just Spider Sense. It's not Seer, right? But you can block the Restless Reef, right? Because you attack, it triggers, you Spider Sense. I mean, what a top deck, by the way. That was such a big draw.
Seriously, that Spider Sense is probably going to win in this game.
Yeah, absolutely is. So now you can eat the Restless Reef.
And that's why we saw that Sandman stay home.
It does have Death Touch.
4/4 dead touch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but whatever.
Right, of course. It's just, you don't get to activate that again.
I mean, Portalon wants to not see Larson go Reef go, and instead it's Watery Grave go.
Okay. I mean,
so now are we down to...
Insatiable Avarice.
Avarice is kind of the out?
He could also draw a Reef for the turn. He still has 3 cards left. So if he draws a Reef, he can still play the Reef and then attack on... No, he'll deck himself. He only has 3 cards left.
It has to be Insatiable Avarice?
It has to be Insatiable Avarice.
Awkward.
But how many cards does Tony have right now? 4?
Yeah.
So if you cast Insatiable Avarice, Tony still has another turn, right? So is that even enough? You cast it, Tony draws, he has no cards left, and then Chris Larson dies to the Excruciator.
Can he force him to block?
Oh, that's a Reef!
That was a
Is
Reef,
that enough? Oh, he's got
late.
2 cards left, and he did draw Bitter Triumph.
Oh, really? He has 2 cards left. Okay, well then he's good.
It looked like 1, but
oh
it looks
my
like
God.
he has 2 cards
and
left.
one of those was a Reef. Are you kidding me,
So
Christopher Larson?
I mean, he's done this before. And remember, you can use Bitter Triumph to kill the land to mill Tony an extra card here if you want.
Yeah, that's right. So it could have been Avarice plus Triumph also for the win. But I think that Reef, unless Tony finds, like, how many Spider Senses does he have?
I don't know. Any
or did he bring in, I should say?
Right. If he has any, he would have brought all of them in.
Right. Because I'm only aware of the one there.
Right. So Christopher Larson, if he's going for the win here, will have 0 cards left in his deck. Needs this Restless Reef to attack.
So Tony plays 2 in the main.
And
which
he's found
we assume
1.
He left them in.
All right, here we go. Here's the draw.
Is the other one the top card of that library?
Wistfulness does not get it done here. Although, are we now at a point?
Wait, if he Wistfulness, he draws 2. If Spider senses one of them, he passes. Christopher Larson draws 2 cards, tries to hit him with the Reef. He Spider senses, then Tony draws 1 card, but then he would lose.
But
he would lose to Bitter Triumph on the forest.
Bitter Triumph on the Lamb is still something that exists here.
But Tony doesn't know about
But
that.
Heritage Reclamation can also draw you a card.
Just
2
1
mana.
card.
Just one card.
That would
which might be relevant here. No, he's going for draw 2.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Okay.
He doesn't know about the Bitter Triumph. This is going to open that door.
He's looking for an answer for the Restless Reef. Doesn't find it. They've all been exiled.
Or it's the last card, in which case it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Larson is actually going to win this.
My gosh, this is the second time he's done this.
This is unbelievable that he found that Reef.
Oh my gosh.
And if he hadn't have found the Reef...
He discarded one previously too.
Totally.
That was the 3rd Reef.
Totally. If he hadn't have found that Reef, Portalon wouldn't have had to do any of this.
No. Portalon was just going, hey, I just hope you don't have another Reef. Oh, you drew it? Okay, well, I guess now it's on me.
How does Larson always find that Reef? I think he's going to go for the Bitter Triumph here.
Sure.
Yes, he is.
The land.
That'll put Tony on 0 cards left.
And Larson will also be on 0
right?
cards left.
There will be no libraries when this game is decided. Okay.
And now it comes back.
Is he casting Reclamation in response because he's going to mill anyways? Okay. Last card. Is it a...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Christopher Larson wins game number 3, and he does it in his typical dramatic fashion with both players on 0 cards effectively.
So if that last card was Seer...
Yes, then he could have...
He could have killed the 4/4.
Yes.
But then he still would have died on the
just
draw.
loses, yeah, because Larson goes
no
draw
way.
2, go.
All right.
I was thinking about that if Larson was thinking about Seer there.
All right, I guess we need to print a new card where you can shuffle all exiled cards back into your deck. We need an answer for this Excruciator deck. Especially if you play against Chris Larson, he's just always going to have the reef, either in play or on top.
Any exiled cards become your library.
Yeah, I had a window of top decking harmonizer that.
You should have. More than one, actually.
No, I think that was the only.
There was a turn afterwards as well, I think. Yeah. I mean, that's what I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right.
They're talking about the turn before Larson did the double duress to take away the war.
You harmonize, I'm probably dead.
Right. Just Larson's deck just has so much hand disruption, and you know, when you're playing a deck and you're packing what 10 hand disruption spells against a deck that relies on a kind of a 3-card combination, it is tough.
I really like that Larson is willing to take some risk here, right?
Yeah.
There's some players that would play around the possibility of losing to that combo to their detriment, right? Where they're just unwilling to lose to it, but they give their opponent so much extra time that, you know, they lose to Sandman or something like that.
I think he's just done a really great job of picking his spots.
Definitely.
Right? In that previous game 1, right, he went for it. He smelled blood in the water, went for it here. This time, he went for that turn 1 duress. He saw Tony not having a whole lot of action going on. Turn 3, he could have played Winter Night Stories, but he was like, you know what? You draw a couple cards. You could still maybe go back to back and combo me out. I'm going to use that. I'm going to play that deceit, and that did break apart the combo.
Christopher Larson is now 1 game away from being a Pro Tour champion. This is one of the most well-liked guys on the entire Pro Tour.
I mean, and he's also just been around. I mean, he's been playing the game for so long at an extremely high level.
Should probably check what my sideboard guys say. Spanish?
He doesn't listen to his teammates anyways, but I guess you might as well look.
So do you speak Spanish?
I think that's a good. Follow.
Yeah, that's close to.
Funny part is Larson said that he...
You know when I asked the Spanish about translating my deck, my sideboard card?
Okay.
Round 15. Javier was like, why haven't you asked before? I'm like,
just wing it, you know.
Well, he did say he went against his team's instructions on play.
Right.
Well, for round 16 it was important. I knew the Spanish words.
You just needed it for the 1 round.
Yeah, thank you.
Cedric asked Christopher how he was feeling after his win, and it's funny because I don't know. I think a lot of us think, well, obviously you're happy, right? You won. It feels really good, but I don't know. You can also sense the urgency that these players feel. They know that this is an extraordinarily difficult place to get to, but you just can't wipe that smile off his face.
It's a Michael is happy now.
Yeah, I mean, you heard he is somebody who just truly loves the game. Of course, everybody loves the game, but he just does such a great job of kind of expressing that joy, and it's infectious.
You can feel it.
He needs the stability. Well, he just got a job and stuff like that, so I guess that helps.
All right, game number 4 incoming here. Tony's got to win this one to keep the dream alive. He's had so much success of late, and I mean the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to see him here at all. He crushes limited every single time, and Sanctum of All always seems to find some interesting take on the format that's good enough. And you combine that with an impressive limited win rate.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just guaranteed to start every day 5-1 in limited, it's a pretty good buffer.
Which, by the way, has been his average.
Yes. Okay, this is Forest, Island, Bossing Sea, and Sirach. So that is a turn 3 Sirach, which is pretty nice. And there is an Ice Hill Explorer and a Soul Guide Lantern, so I imagine this is going to be a keep here. Just enough interaction, land, sideboard cards.
Wistfulness in there, too.
Yeah.
The question is...
I think both are keeping, and we're just marking down what's in hand. Duress. Oh. And that's going to get the Sirach most likely here,
Yeah,
right?
that's the first relevant play here.
It's a nice target here.
Intimidation tactics from Larson.
Oh. Cruel Claw Heist here as well.
Like you said, Larson just has access to so much hand disruption, and of course, the information that comes from it. You get that as well.
Yeah, so just being able to, I mean, Larson is just, I feel it almost looks like he's kind of playing an anti-combo combo deck.
Yeah.
Just by having access to all of this interaction. Tony taking a more proactive approach here with some threats like Sirach, but Chris Larson just happy, he's just, like, my combo is just my demon. I just need to cast I don't have to search it up or do anything. Just at some point, I'm going to find a demon, I'm going to find the Restless Reef, and then that's all I need.
No gift.
And we see Cruel Claw's Heist here, and I think he said no gift.
Yeah, no gift. Just get that Sirach most likely out of the hand. Ice-Tail Explorer, of course, also a reasonable option here.
He gets to exile a non-land card. A little more mana than you'd like to pay, but having access to even more of these, especially against these combo-based decks, has been great for Larson.
Yeah, that's a path that Tony can take to victory here just by playing it and getting a slightly more aggressive draw.
Exile that card.
Yeah, both exiled.
Okay. So maybe we'll do a little bit of digging here with Wistfulness. Stock up off the top would be nice. It's turn 3, so probably want to get that starting town in play. And it's just a land, it seems. No. A Seer. So yeah, Tony just deciding whether or not he wants to evoke the Wistfulness. Dig a little bit deeper. Decides against it.
Duress off the top.
I think it's time to stock up, though.
Yep.
And this is rough. I mean, there's a Duress, stock up. Can continue taking cards away. But Tony will be able to cast an Ice-Tail Explorer. If he can find a Fabled Passage off the top, that would be really nice, because right now, if you just play the Forest and slam the Ice-Tail Explorer, I mean, you're not going to be able to get any value, at least this turn. Right, Insatiable Avarice, stock up, and Duress already in hand as well here. Or is that what he's looking through?
Yeah, his hand's on the right.
Okay, yeah. All right, so he's deciding between those cards. All right, that's a lot more action, right? That's just 2 more card draw spells here if you need. And, you know, Tony's deck's not really putting a whole lot of pressure. So we've seen Chris Larson just fire off Insatiable Avarice. And, you know, cards like Seer, yeah, sure, they have their spot, their moments. But right now, it is just not the card that you want here. I mean, there's just nothing else Tony can do. Is it just run out Explorer and hope you don't have removal? And fortunately, I mean, Chris Larson doesn't have a removal spell here, but no value from the Ice-Tail Explorer just yet. There is a Doomsday Excruciator here for Chris Larson. No way to discard it just yet. Superior Spider-Man could copy Sirach, I guess. Feels like there's better things to do, though.
I think it's exiled, too.
Is it? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
It looks
so
like it's in the graveyard, but it is
He's just going to play a 4/4.
A 4/4 to get in the way. Okay. And Tony Portland does have the Seer, so he's probably happy that he has a target for the Seer.
He has 2 of them, so
Yeah.
he's, like, absolutely thrilled. Those are mainly for the Reef, but, I mean...
Okay.
Oh,
Is
and
he
a
just going
Harmonizer.
Harmonizer go? All right. Well, Tony needs a land here. Okay, there's the seat.
Where was that last turn?
Right.
So he's going to stock up first.
It seems that way. Because you could go Deceit first to see what they have, and then go land stock up, or decide to Duress if you need to take 2 things out of their hand.
Stock up first here for Larson.
And I believe that was a Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, but he doesn't want it unless he had 2 of them in that pile.
Oh, shoot the Sheriff.
He went land, shoot the Sheriff, And that's going to keep this board state much more manageable here for Larson.
Okay, Tony, can you get a land going? Can you find a fetch land? Okay, well, that's a land. Does he hit a land? No.
No, he does not.
So no extra lands. Now, you can run out Wistfulness with the blue-blue from the starting town and draw 2 and maybe discard a land and put that into your graveyard, get the chain going that way. The 4/4 Superior Spider-Man isn't really much of a threat right now. So that is something to consider.
Cards.
5 cards in hand.
But Chris Larson's hand is completely loaded here. If he
got
gets to
stacked
untap, I mean, he can just kind of rip apart Tony's hand here with more card draw spells to back things up here. Okay, keeping it patient here.
He just wants to cast Wistfulness next turn, I guess.
Right.
Land off the top, though Chris did already have one.
And this could be a good time to just run out Duress.
Okay.
See what Tony's working with. Tony,
I mean,
like,
this demon is looming, is it not?
It is, and Chris Larson just playing it as safe as he possibly can in case it's a full bore. Now you don't. Now you can play out the Deceit to get the Wistfulness if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, that is Tony's plan for next turn.
Right, just hard casting that for a little bit of value. Yeah.
Yep.
He's like, please take my Cedar. It's like, nope, nope, sorry. Not going to be doing that.
Right, and then land go. Is Larson all set up?
He is set up for an
Excruciator Avarice here. Does he have a
Reef?
A Reef as well?
I don't believe he has one in play right now.
No, he doesn't. That's the but he does have Insatiable Avarice, which is a that's the other way to do it.
Absolutely it is. Oh, this is something. Okay, that's
Sort of.
big. I mean, that does draw you some cards. Now, Chris Larson does have, I believe, the rest still in hand here.
You didn't paint it right.
And he can cast that and the demon next turn.
Yeah.
I'm in no pain.
5.
All right.
2, 3, 4, 5. He gets 2 of them.
That's a Spell Pierce, not great here. A backup Ice Tail Explorer.
I mean, is Larson, like, does he just go Duress, Demon, Avarice you? I hope you had fun? Like, he's at 20. Like,
I mean, he is at,
has nothing going.
He is at a high life total here, so. And, I mean, Tony didn't even, this was not a great consult the star charts here, right? I mean,
No, it was
Fabled
not.
Passage plus Earthbender Ascension far away from comboing here, so yeah, perhaps Chris, and especially with that Ice Tail Explorer in play, if Ice Tail Explorer is in play and is giving Tony all these advantages, if you just slam the Excruciator, you just can't play any more lands.
Exactly. We saw that in the prior game where Christopher Larson was able to kill an Earthbent land with Ice Tail Explorer on the battlefield. That Earthbent land comes back into play through no choice of Tony, and with Ice Tail Explorer out, it mills you for 1, and that was the difference.
All right, so 2 mills, that's another Harmonizer in the graveyard.
3 triggers.
Okay. Is that a Fabled Passage?
Yes.
All right. Still has access to the Seer.
He can Earthbender Ascension here.
He can. Just get all the lands in play before Christopher can run out in Excruciator.
But Larson would
Still
have
going to need a sequence of draws to
Right.
figure this out, right? Because what happens? I mean, you play a land, you get an Ascension in play, then you have a 2/2 and a 2/4. That's just not nearly enough pressure.
I mean, he's facing down a
You're in the
4/4 and a
army,
6/6.
Right.
You're in the army, right?
And he's going to get Avarice the next
Yeah,
turn.
and Christopher Larson go, yeah, this is
You're very, like,
completely fine.
No, I need to resolve it.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to resolve the.
You're first?
Yeah. No, I cannot attack it, right?
No, because you need to find the land. Before
Yeah.
And then you'll mill one.
Really fast.
Yeah.
Really fast.
Larson is really close here.
That was
Oh, look
not
at that.
the
Helped him out, too.
You sure?
First, 2-2.
But going back to what you were saying, Paul, this is all just very fair.
It's that,
Right.
It happens at the same
Absolutely.
And if you're in Larson's
Yeah,
seat,
then-
the only thing you're
yeah,
really
same
worried
trigger.
about
Yeah.
at this point is the
Well, like in the
oops, I
military,
win
it's trigger
unfair.
happy.
Yeah, there's just, I just don't see just enough pressure here. Mightform Harmonizer is a card that I can think of here.
Right.
Right, that you can cast. But just once the demon hits play with the Avarice, what can Tony do?
I mean, he'll have a turn.
He'll have a turn. Perhaps he can find a counter spell, right? Spider Sense to counter the Insatiable Avarice. That could perhaps make it so that the Doomsday Excruciator ends up killing Tony.
And there it is. Doomsday Excruciator is going to hit the battlefield here for Larson. That means that our libraries are only going to be 6 cards now.
6 cards left. And Chris Larson found a Deceit.
He did.
As well here. So he can actually make sure the coast is clear before firing off that Insatiable Avarice.
He has Deceit and Avarice still in hand.
And Spell Pierce is just not going to be nearly enough here. I just don't think Tony has too many outs here to win this game.
Christopher Larson on the verge of Pro Tour victory if he can just close this one out.
Counting the library. You got the seat. You have the Avarice.
Too hard on the other way.
Okay, Bossing Say. Tony just trying to get something going here.
This is the best he can do.
Okay.
And he passes back. So 2 cards go into hand here for Larson.
That's a reef,
and
by the way.
And he, of course, finds a reef.
And a duress.
And a duress. This is about as safe as you could possibly get. So can he Avarice him and then duress/deceit him? Like in case he finds anything?
Right. Presumably you want to lead with, oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
I think, well, you're just going to go for the Deceit kill. So I think next turn, it's just duress you, make sure the coast is clear, attack you with my reef, win the Pro Tour.
Christopher Larson is so close. There was Mightform Harmonizer for Portalon.
Too little, too late here.
He just can't get through for 20 at this point.
Right, there is no full bore.
Right.
And Christopher Larson has 2 blockers in play right now.
And he doesn't need either of them to win the game at this
Exactly.
Cards.
You can sear the 4/4, but are there enough landfall triggers here where you can somehow get the Harmonizer in play and pump everything to an amount where somehow one unblocked, you have to, there's just too many doubling triggers that need to happen, particularly on the Ice-Tail Explorer.
Exactly, it starts at 2, so it needs an extra double, and you have to get in for all of it.
Explorer needs to double 4 times by itself.
Man, how many times have we seen him draw 2 cards off of his demon and then go reef?
It's always, it's never in
every
play.
time.
It's never in play, it's always on top.
Larson knows he has this. He has to know. There just can't be combinations of cards here that actually get him dead.
No. I mean, it would be.
I mean, he has 10 toughness out there.
It would be if somehow, I think he might know his hand, but if it was Mindform Harmonizer into full bore, then you get the trample. Now, Earthbender Ascension does give trample. Again, though, are there enough land? Are there enough land triggers that can make this work?
Oh, God.
All right, here we
Larson
go.
says, are you kidding me?
Okay. Is there even a land, first of all? Is there a basic land even in Tony's deck left? We don't even know.
That's
right?
true. That's a good point.
Trigger.
And mill.
Okay.
So that last one was the mill.
Yeah. Ice-Tail Explorer will probably trigger last.
Double power. That's fine. We'll do it once.
This is all still on the stack, I believe. Because Tony knows he's
look
gonna.
At Larson.
Yeah.
He's like, I thought I had this.
He's like, please.
I think he still does, though.
There's a mill trigger, right? Yep. I didn't resolve it. I did it.
4.
Careful.
Okay.
Spider Sense goes
so
in the
he
yard.
milled Spider Sense off the Fabled Passage trigger. And this is another Fabled Passage. That's 3. Okay, but
Tony just can't get more cards into hand, right?
Are the last 2 cards basic lands? Would that work?
But he needs to get both creatures out of the way, right?
Yeah. Well, no, with the Earthbender Ascension, when it gets to the fourth counter, it gives...
Oh, it's bad. I played too fast for myself.
It gives creatures trample.
Okay.
Holy shit, that was bad play by me.
I think Chris Larson might think there might be a way he could lose this game here.
Yep.
Larson looks very
right.
nervous.
Oh my gosh, that's 60. That's 32 trample damage.
No way.
If there is a land, there needs to be a land.
There has to be a land, though?
There's no basic... Can you get a land? Oh, the Fabled Passage comes back, of course. He sacrificed the Fabled Passage.
Did he seriously put together 32 trample here?
No way.
It's a 17.
Yep.
And then it's a 34.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Unbelievable.
This is insane.
Tony Portolon just stole that game.
Game 5.
That is unreal. Christopher Larson was hoisting the trophy in his head.
What am I doing? Whoa, that was bad.
That is
And
unbelievable.
Which one?
The return.
He had the deceit in his hand, right?
Yes.
He could have just cast it.
Yeah.
You should have...
Just bounce your thing and discard. I don't know why. I
Yeah.
have double discard for next turn.
Or he could have played
I'm
the
just-
deceit and bounced.
He could have played it for blue and bounced. Okay, that
bad.
was an unbelievable theft of a victory there by Tony Portolon. Chris Larson did not see that coming.
He absolutely did not. That Might Form Harmonizer. By the way, Tony drawing that Might Form Harmonizer, first of all, and then finding all those triggers to make it work. And Chris, I mean, he's shell-shocked right now. There's still one more game. You need to rebound and be ready for that final game. But I mean, he just kind of saw it unfold. He was like, I cannot believe this.
Yes.
I'm actually going to die. There's an Earthbender Ascension. There's no way you can get up to 4, right?
Right.
Because it still gives trample. We were talking about full bore, but of course, Ascension also gives trample.
When it gets to 4.
Exactly. So if Christopher Larson there hard casted Deceit, bounces, and makes him discard the Earthbender Ascension, all of a sudden, even if you top deck Might Form Harmonizer, you still don't have the ability to give any of your creatures trample. You still have duress plus the ability to activate the land and attack for the win. So while he was seeing it unfold, he kind of realized in horror, like, I gave himself an out. The out was Might Form Harmonizer. He found it. Now we have a 5th game out of seemingly nowhere.
I cannot believe that we've got a 5th game incoming, and it is going to be up to Christopher Larson to gather himself and dial in for this last one. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Game 5. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. The agony of defeat, a game that you thought you had in the bag, and indeed a trophy you thought you had in the bag as well. A look there at our players in the last game. This is why we love Magic, baby. Give me your reactions, Monty.
Look, 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, we had Chris Larson sure that he was about to win the Pro Tour. We had his teammates essentially tripping over themselves, getting that ready to rush in.
We can see them right
from the
over
rails.
there.
I am looking at them
They're
as they
ready to
were
go.
ready to rush in. 5 minutes ago, he passed the turn, holding a deceit that he was so sure he was going to win, he was saving it for a double discard to ensure the win the next turn. About 4 minutes ago, Tony Portolon turned it around, won the game essentially out of nowhere with the most limited of tools after having been doomstayed. And now we're here. We're going to a game 5. And look, throughout the weekend, we've talked about mental game and preparation, and we've talked about the fact that, you know, Marco Balaka, in a great position, loses a few rounds in a row, has to reset. I don't think that even comes close to the mental reset you need to be able to do after a situation like that, where you have all but submitted yourself to being done. Now you have to reset from the loss of that and go back into the mindset of, I have to play more Magic. It's one game for all of it. It's one game for the Pro Tour. It's one game for the trophy, for the title. And you have to do it after having just gone through that.
So talk to me, Monty, about how a player like Christopher Larson, he's no stranger to the game. He loves Magic. He just loves being here and playing despite the top 8, despite the money and the trophy and all that. How do you get back from that kind of thing happening?
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of the game, and also this is the beauty of people who care so much, is that passion is a double-edged sword, where the more you care, the more you love the game, the more passionate you are, the harder a situation like that hits. The good news is, for Chris, he is a storied competitor. He has been here before. He has been in top 8s before. He has definitely made mistakes before. He has taken losses before. And he's very capable of shaking them off. This is his biggest test in front of him, but he can do it.
Yeah, we talked to him about his performance in the Swiss portion of the event, and he said, you know, I think I should have had a better standard record. I think I threw 2 matches, essentially. I mean, the turnaround times for some of these people playing these decks is not too long, getting to know it and all the ins and outs of it before the Pro Tour, too.
Yeah, and this is, you know, again, this is not the type of matchup that you have played that many times. It's just, how do you really get all the minutia of a tough matchup like this down in so few matches?
Right. Well, we've got a game 5 as our decider, everyone. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul. You don't want to miss this.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. This is one of those, you know, reality comes at you fast situations for Chris Larson. And the question is, can he take a deep breath and put that behind him? Whatever happened in that game, whether it was on him, whether he got unlucky, whether it was a combo of those things, that needs to be in the rearview mirror, and he needs to fight it out to see if he can get this trophy. On the other side, Tony's got to feel, I mean, he got very lucky there. He's got to feel like he's got a new lease on life to become a PT champion.
He's going to frame that Mindform Harmonizer that he drew. It was incredible.
Kidding.
And you can tell here, a little bit more serious here for Chris Larson. He knows he let one get away. But from what I've seen, this does look like a matchup that favors Chris Larson with all the hand disruption. Still has a great hand here. 2 lands, Cruel Claw's Heist, and Deceit, and a stock up.
Larson is starting with 6 cards this time. Portolon on the draw with 7. And we're going to see Deceit straight away here. That's the second copy.
And Chris Larson only has 2 lands here. So Sirach, likely the pick here, as there's nothing else great you want to take here.
That's what he takes. And Chris is going to be begging for an untapped land here.
He needs it so badly. Then we have...
Then we got a real game.
Then we have a real game. If not, then, I mean, he's still not out of it, of course. He can still play a hand disruption spell. in the heist or the deceit, but of course he really wants to just play stock up here.
This is one of those times where you have to say, you know, I might lose this, but I am going to scrap this out. Like,
Absolutely.
I am going to make it as hard on Tony as possible. Let's see if he can find a land here.
Land?
There it is.
All right.
Oh, he can breathe deep. He's actually still just going to go for the heist this turn.
Okay, because heist exile, so you can actually get the Sandman here, and there won't be that annoying recursive threat here. And it's very important that it gets exiled here, of course.
Yeah, Larson reaches over into the graveyard and says, actually, let me just grab this for you. And that was the window to do it for Larson. So hitting that land very nice, though he did have a play regardless that turn.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, not missing a land drop there, so it's still okay to just get the 3-drop out of the hand here, and Tony doesn't have a play here. Probably wants to wait on the Consult the Star charts, right? Ooh, but did find Mindform Harmonizer off the top.
Man, another deceit here for Larson.
Well, he wanted to get the Consult the Star charts here, and is Tony letting it resolve?
Yeah, it looks it
so.
resolved. So the question is, do you want to get the star charts for the Harmonizer, I guess?
Right.
He was going to go for the star charts, but...
Right. But the thing is, if you also take the Harmonizer, I mean, you're getting very, very close to just being able to analyze the pollen and go fetch another one.
Oh, sure.
So I wonder if at that point, do you just go get the Consult the Star charts here instead? But right now, I mean, Chris Larson doesn't have an actual answer if Tony just plays Mindform Harmonizer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's going to stick to the plan, though.
And Tony Portland doesn't have a Fabled Passage here, so no X's combo. Just going for the beatdown plan here, and so far, it would be effective here.
He's going to have to go for a stock up, though, because the land is not flowing here for Larson, and he needs an answer for the Harmonizer at some point.
So wants land plus shoot the Sheriff or Bitter Triumph. That's what he's looking for here.
He did find a land, but it looks like Duress and Superior Spider-Man.
Superior Spider-Man, yeah. That would be very, very good, actually, right? Yeah, if you have the second blue source, if you go Superior Spider-Man, copying the DC, you can pick up the Mindform Harmonizer and force Tony Portland to discard the creature.
And he did actually find that here, a dual land.
Does he have a blue source?
Yeah, the far right card, I believe. Now we'll find out in a second here. It's a little difficult to see from this angle, but yeah, well, it was a land either way. Let's see which one it is. Yeah, it's a Watery Grave. And he's going to pass the turn back, so he's going to take a bit of a beating here.
How much damage? I mean, if you have a fetch land here, that's 16 damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so just the starting town.
Good, you.
Attack for 8. There's an active bossing save, but do you want to just keep up Seer here instead? And there's also Spell Pierce, so you might just pass. All right, Chris Larson.
So Chris has the answer that he needs here, though.
And this cannot get Spell Pierced.
Right, Superior Spider-Man creature.
Blue, blue, black, black. Target the Harmonizer. All right, and certainly going to take it out of the hand here.
Make him discard that.
Yeah, now Tony Portland can collect evidence with Analyze the Pollen and go fetch another Midnight Harmonizer or Ice Tail Explorer if he feels like he just wants to kind of develop his board and just get more mana in play.
Larson did find another land, it looks like. So this is definitely a productive turn for him.
Yeah. The only land that doesn't naturally tap for black mana. Wait, did he? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, he played the Watery Grave last turn, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he takes the Harmonizer as it turns out.
All right. So now we're going to be analyzing the Pollen, and Tony does have a tricky choice here. He can get any creature he wants out of his deck. Do you want to go for Ice Tail Explorer, get a bunch of lands in play, or are we going for the Harmonizer kill here? Because you do have the Seer to kill the Superior Spider-Man. And Chris Larson's already at 12 life.
Oh.
Now, keep in mind, though, Chris Larson has another Deceit in hand. So if he draws another untapped land, if Tony Portland plays a Mindform Harmonizer, you can just play this Deceit and kill that Harmonizer as well.
Yeah, Yeah, the Spell Pierce a little awkward here for Portalon as a lot of Christopher Larson's hand disruption comes in the form of creatures. Oh, he went for
And he has
Quantum
Mountain,
Riddler.
so he can go Seer your 4/4, Mountain, warp in the Quantum Riddler and draw 2 cards.
Hey, that's pretty nice.
That's a great target here for Tony Portalan.
Yeah, when your opponent has been tearing apart your hand, Quantum Riddler is a great way to get right back in it.
Looks like he's going to take a point of damage, although you can just play the Mountain, right?
Looks like he played Island. Is that right? Maybe he had a land there and a...
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so maybe he'll only get the one
And
card
20,
off the
right?
Riddler if that's the case.
I have no damage on you.
Yeah, he's at 19.
Oh yeah, sorry, 19.
At least someone keeping up with us.
And Larson's at 12, still has a few jokes left in him too.
Yeah. Did Tony play his land for the turn yet?
I think he played the Island, but I may be wrong, so we'll find out shortly.
Chris Larson was
Okay,
on
he
the
has
play.
not played it.
Yeah, Chris Larson was on the play, but he did miss a land drop, right?
Yes, he did. So Tony does play that Mountain, can use the Seer.
Yeah, I liked. Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
this is what I thought he was going to do. I was just curious if he was going to just try to hard cast the Quantum Riddler or something instead.
Mm-hmm. But he's going
Warp it
to
in,
warp it and get
draw
2
2 cards. Okay.
And he still has that spell
Right.
pierce in hand too.
But now Chris Larson can continue digging. No pressure just yet.
He found 2 lands, did Portalon.
Okay. Yeah, there is. And 2 lands is kind of rough because you can't play both of the spells. So when you play the Riddler, you won't be able to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that's the only things that he can't get out of his hand quite quickly enough. All right, stock up again for Larson.
Okay.
He's going to try to advance his own game plan. So far, this whole game has been about stopping Tony.
Right.
But can he get his own thing going? Oh, is he just going to...
Be careful here.
Stories?
He does have Shoot the Sheriff. Might want to just fire that off. Does he know about the Spell Pierce? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
He does.
it's
It's face up. Okay, okay. So certainly doesn't want to use Shoot the Sheriff then. End of turn on the Quantum Riddler with that Spell Pierce here. Of course, also you just can't play out the Winter Night Stories either.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to assume that the Quantum Riddler is going to come back down from Tony.
Oh.
But he decides just to play around Spell Pierce entirely, it looks like.
Right. But Tony draws stock up here. All right, he has fueled up here. Looks like he's going to set up for the stock up here instead. Perhaps look for pieces of the combo. Mindform Harmonizer, full bore. Ooh, there's a Soul Guide Lantern.
Ice Till
a full
Explorers.
bore.
And a full bore.
Probably getting Ice Till plus stock up. It just has plenty of land, so don't need that. Unless you want to find a little more disruption for the graveyard, then you can choose to get that Soul Guide Lantern as well. Although we're kind of at the point where Chris Larson can just start hard casting all of these threats, right? For the full amount, so perhaps the Soul Guide Lantern isn't quite as effective here. So maybe you want
play Lantern, your opponent just goes cast Deceit.
Right, just play Deceit.
Right, that's tough.
But big decision point here. Yeah, I wonder if you're, because of the second Winter Night Stories, I wonder if there's just a consideration to just play one into the Spell Pierce, just so that you can resolve the next one and just not have to worry about playing around it either. But of course, after the stock up, you can also just play out the Deceit. You can just evoke it out if you have to.
You're 12, right?
Yeah. Took 8 from that Harmonizer early.
Yeah, one big crunch. And no Excruciator Demon in sight here.
Yeah, so far it's just been all hand disruption and card draw.
Yeah, kind of felt more like a control mirror here for this final game. Yeah, I guess if you're Tony, you also go, should I? Is it time to take this full board? Do I go for that? Or if it happens, and I just try to value you out. All right, Tony did finally make a decision here. I think it was Stock Up and Soul Guide Lantern.
So neither player particularly putting their own game plan forward in a meaningful way.
Right. Tony's like, we'll pick up the Spell Pierce now.
Yeah, Christopher wrote it down just so he doesn't forget. Spell Pierce kind of wreaking havoc this last turn cycle for Chris. He did not play Winter Night Stories, and he cannot play Shoot the Sheriff if a target were to appear.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I mean, he does get to just play around it, and if you just get to ignore it for the whole game, then that's a win for Chris, but he would have loved to get Winter Night Stories there.
Yeah. Now Tony deciding, do I just fire off another Stock Up here? No, taking some damage. You can play Stock Up with Spell Pierce back up. That's what he's doing here.
Yeah, anytime you get to resolve 2 Stock Ups in a turn and you're not facing any pressure, that's about as good as it gets.
Okay, another Spell Pierce. There's an Ice Tail Explorer. Ooh, Consult this. Ooh.
Double Consult. And is that an Essence Scatter?
Yeah. No Cavern of Souls in Christopher Larson's deck. So if you want a 100% way to deal with Deceit or any of the other creatures, it would be a hard counter. Okay.
He split the difference, Ice Tail Explorer and Consult. So
right.
Lots of card advantage coming Tony Portalon. So we remember he also has the Riddler.
Oh, and goes for the Lantern here, knowing, hey, Chris Larson knows about the Spell Pierce. Since he's going to play around it anyways, I'm just going to play the Lantern here as a way to disrupt you. But, hey, that was a pretty good draw. Intimidation tactics here with the Winter Night Stories. There's also Deceit, so lots of good options here for Chris Larson. You can make the case that you just cast out Deceit, bounce the Soul Guide Lantern, and see what you're working with. Or you can just try to draw more cards this turn, still cast some interaction, possibly even keep up Shoot the Sheriff. Of course, Shoot the Sheriff wouldn't really work because of the Spell Pierce. All right, I think we're going to draw some cards.
Okay, here it is, Winter Night Stories. Portalon's tapped out.
Okay, that's a Superior Spider-Man, which is not as effective here. Might actually just discard it.
Deceit, too.
Oh, actually, discards Deceit. Okay, no land, actually.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Right. All right, and that's certainly going to nab the Ice Tail Explorer in Tony's hand. So he's got to rebuild a little bit, but he does, of course, have that Consult the Star Charts in hand with a Warped Quantum Riddler still. 2 mana. Deceit again. Get that Consult the Star Charts. All right, so.
Fighting the fight.
Starting all over, right?
Basically, he's forcing Tony to rebuild every time.
And the Soul Guide Lantern also interacts very, very well with Quantum Riddler. If you want to draw multiple cards, if Tony can find a play next turn, play the land, play the Riddler, and then at some point you can crack the Soul Guide Lantern to draw 2 cards as well.
Another kind of funny thing with Christopher declining to allow Spell Pierce to be relevant is it is kind of just stuck in his hand.
Yeah, I wonder if Tony now, with really no other option here, might just choose to play. Yeah, no, it's a little bit sad because we're used to getting maximum value. We might see a 1-card Quantum Riddler be cast this turn.
Sad. Only a 2-for-1? And by the way, it already drew him a card this game.
Right.
Shows you how powerful Quantum Riddler is.
Yeah, Tony has to be mindful of all the different cards he could draw here off of the Riddler.
Yeah, it looks like Christopher might be trying to set up a turn where he gets to Bitter Triumph away the Riddler and then Superior Spider-Man it and get his own card draw engine.
Yeah, that is difficult with the Soul Guide Lantern
for sure
in play. But at some point, you can force the sacrifice of the Soul Guide Lantern, right? You're just like, hey, look, I don't really care. Like, I'm just going to play a 4/4. And it's basically kind of a Reclamation Sage effect, if you think about it, because it's like you kind of have to pop it.
Right.
So,
but you get a nice big 4/4 out of the deal and force your opponent to react.
All right, what does he find? Is that a land?
Nope. Or I don't know. Yeah, it was.
It was a land here. All right, so this is a big turn here
for
Chris Larson. He really wants to kill that Quantum Riddler here.
And he does. Shoot the Sheriff.
All right, so that resolves. So now you know about Spell Pierce. I think you just go for the Spider-Man and kind of force the activation of the Soul Guide Lantern.
And that's funny. Portalon maybe wishing he would have used Spell Pierce
right.
to prevent this play.
Exactly, because he has no other way to disrupt this.
Right. If you make him pay the 2, which he would have to do, you get 2 benefits if you're Tony. This can't happen, and also you get that Spell Pierce out of your hand. If you were the one who had the Quantum Riddler, if you've got another one coming, Spell Pierce is a card that's pretty awkward to have stuck in your hand.
I mean, this is huge. Chris Larson has been able to sneak in the Superior Spider-Man. Actually just drawing a card here?
He did.
Okay.
And he shook his head. He doesn't like the way he played that.
Oh, right.
He found
And that's
consult
a
star charts,
star charts. And this is still, I presumably it's on the stack. Oh, and
now he's going to actually go for the Deceit instead.
Yeah, go for the Deceit, and it's going to take the Consult the Star Chart. So now Tony needs to top deck something here. He's got nothing.
He just is on nothing.
Stock up, consult the star chart, something here.
He found Mightform Harmonizer.
He found Mightform Harmonizer, but has no way to give it haste. And Chris Larson has a bitter triumph. So Chris Larson currently looking very good here. Tony Portalon has a lot of mana in play, but all of this hand disruption. This is like the 5th or 6th hand disruption spell that Chris Larson has cast this turn. He's now providing a clock and has the answer to this Harmonizer.
Let's just say Chris isn't going to feel comfortable about his position until somebody says, hey, you won.
Yeah, that Spell Pierce was so big. Tony Portalon shaking his head.
Still kicking himself for not casting it there.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this has been a marathon of a match. We're talking about Game 5 here. So much on the line.
And a huge day/weekend for these guys, too.
Of course.
I mean, these tournaments can be exhausting. I mean, imagine the mental energy that they're expending every single round after round.
Absolutely. Now, if you're Chris Larson, I mean, he's played this game very well. It looks like he's so far done an excellent job kind of coming back from the blunder in game number 4. And if you can just answer everything that Tony can do, he can still take this one down. Seven mana.
What is he doing?
Oh, he's turning the Fabled Passage.
He's activating Bossing Say?
Yeah. Okay.
I have no idea what's going on at the moment.
He tapped a lot of extra mana, that's why.
Right.
Makes a lot more sense.
But there's a...
Yeah, he's debating whether or not he wants to play out the Mightform Harmonizer. Okay,
He doesn't.
Just a 2/2.
He wants to try to steal it.
Yeah. And Chris Larson needs to just be absolutely super careful here. Don't attack if you don't have to. How can you lose this game from this point?
Exactly.
Mightform Harmonizer certainly is one of those
cards.
cards.
I played this deck for a shit ton of rounds. But 2 of these stays in play, right? They do. I don't know why. I'm nervous. I fucked up before.
So he has a copy of this card.
Yes. So yes, exactly.
You see Christopher's asking some questions here. Apologies for the language there. He is in
There is no
lot
filter.
of pressure right now. Yes.
All right, so Superior Spider-Man, and he knows that Bitter Triumph won't resolve given the Spell Pierce in Tony Portalon's hand. What is he going to copy? There's a Quantum Riddler in the graveyard, I believe.
Yeah, there is.
Is there something else that he wants instead?
He's going to get another Deceit, and that is huge because there's the perhaps main way of victory for Tony.
Yes.
He chose not to play it last turn, and now it's in the graveyard.
Okay, drawing some cards
And
here.
finally Spell Pierce. Yeah, and Christopher says that's fine, and then plays a land so he can keep his removal spell.
Absolutely. All right, Christopher Larson is locked in here.
13. Chris is now attacking.
He's got the Bitter Triumph here, and he knows Tony's hand. Tony not happy with this draw here.
Tony's hand is Steam Vents plus a card off the top.
Plus the card he drew off the top. Mindform Harmonizer would not get it done. That's a second bossing say here. So this is 2 activations. I mean, Chris Larson is at 12. Yeah, he has mana for, does he have mana for 2 activations?
I believe so. Yeah, he does. So that's half of Chris's life total here?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, but he's just going to pass.
He's playing defense here. All right, Chris Larson, though, he's the one who has action still. He's got the Winter Night Stories in hand. He's even got the Reef in play if he feels like he's ready to kind of close things out for damage.
I think he's considering killing the 4/4 Fabled Passage here to try to clear the way.
And then force the block on the 2/2.
Right? It's 4/4.
Right, because if you kill the 4/4, and then you attack with all 3 of your creatures, including the Reef.
Must be
you have to block the 2/2, which then means Tony Portolan needs to make a 2/2 and then somehow get that big enough to actually kill Chris Larson in one attack.
That's right. And right now, Chris is thinking about if that's possible.
And Tony Portolan, he knows about, Tony Portolan only has Steam Vents in hand. There are no fetch lands. There is no Airbender, there's no Ascension, Earthbender Ascension. There isn't an Ice Tail Explorer on the battlefield.
Okay, Christopher Larson is going to go for...
Ooh, this is rough.
I mean, he's... Honestly, the last game has left him in this state of like, how could this go wrong? Because, you know, I mean, Tony could top deck, you know, star charts or something like that, and all of a sudden he gets to see a ton of cards.
Stock up any one of those cards and somehow piece together the combo here. Can Chris play it a little bit slower here instead? But keep in mind, I mean, with 2 bossing say in play, this attacking strategy isn't going to be very good for much longer.
Right. So what he's doing now is he's saying, okay, if you draw stock up or star charts, you get the 2 perfect cards that I can think of. How much mana will you have left over, and can you kill me from
I mean, Mindform Harmonizer with full bore into the Steam Vents, that's 14 damage, right? You don't even need the fetch land. So if you can piece that together, certainly that would work.
And he is going for it, though. He killed the 4/4 land.
And discarded the Winter Night Stories here.
Larson has to, it's interesting because he has to play this safe and not make the same mistake, but also you don't want to overdo it.
Yeah, and that's a land too, so this gets really, really interesting. Is Larson just going to force it here? He's like, I have nothing left. I'm going to activate this Reef, attack, force you to block. Can you deal 12 damage to me with just the Steam Vents in your hand?
Yeah. You know, there is part of you that just says, you know, if you can do that, you're supposed to win the Pro Tour, not me.
Yeah. So congratulations. I mean, and Tony's cast a bunch of his card draw spells already, right?
Tons
We've seen
of
Consult. There was the double stock up turn.
Yes.
Big
Chris
decision.
is going to activate the Reef is what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and this isn't a spot where Chris is necessarily in the driver's seat like the way he was in that previous game. If he doesn't attack and plays it defensively and plays it slow, Tony can come back by just animating a bunch of lands and putting far too many blockers in play.
Christopher Larson
I think you go for
tortured, but he's going for it. He fires up the Reef, attacks with all 3. He's going to mill himself this time.
Yeah, there's Winter Night Stories in the deck, so you probably just want to target yourself. Whoa.
So hard.
Holy smokes.
This is the attack here of the tournament.
I think the real thought process is just, he has to draw a draw 2 into the perfect cards. He's going for it. Okay, here we go. 12 damage coming across. That means Tony must block.
Has to block. Tony has 1 draw step here.
And if
amass his combo.
And he needs to find 2 cards, right?
He needs Consult the Star Charts or stock up here.
Like, he can't just do it off of 1 single top deck. Does he find a card draw spell? It's Soul Guide Lantern, so we don't know yet.
Yeah, so if that finds a stock up, I suppose, you can still do it with the Steam Vents.
The mana's just getting a little tight.
Right?
You do have to pay 1 to get the card off of it.
You cycle the Soul Guide Lantern into stock up or Consult the Star Chart.
Can he find something right now?
Draw.
He put it down on the table. We don't know. He's counting.
His mana. Is this Consult?
No, it's not, and Christopher Larson wins Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. The biggest sigh of relief in Magic history comes from Christopher Larson as his team mobs him.
I mean, to lose this finals would have been absolutely brutal, but Chris Larson played that game incredibly, despite what happened in Game 4, and now he is your Pro Tour champion.
Oscar Christensen gives him a big hug and a big lift. Unbelievable. What a finals from both of our players, and another amazing finish for Tony Portolan as well.
I mean, what an incredible fight, right?
Took him all the way to 5.
We thought it was over 20 minutes ago.
So did he. That was the problem, is that he also thought it was over 20 minutes ago. And I honestly cannot imagine the amount of fortitude you need to have to bring yourself back into the moment and try to think it through. I mean, you could see what he was going through on that last turn. You don't want to overdo it.
Right.
You don't want to now play scared and say, well, I messed up before and I don't want to give him that opening. And all of a sudden he's like, activate bossing, say twice, go. And you're like, well, now I don't have any attacks.
Absolutely.
And the game starts to fall away from you. And ultimately he did find the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's the years of experience, right? Because like when you look at that spot, you're just thinking, oh, Game 4, I thought I was so far ahead. I didn't think there was a world where I could lose from this spot. So he didn't take that extra little bit of time to figure out exactly what the perfect play was on that turn. And of course, he absolutely regretted that play. So for that final turn, going through all the motions here, going through all the cycles, recognizing that there's still a chance he can lose that game, right? With the right circumstance, with the right group of cards, but Tony would have to draw the perfect group of cards. And sadly, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to get there. But Chris, I love the way that he went for it. He wasn't scared. Right? It's so easy to be scared there after that devastating loss in Game 4. Absolutely went for it there. Beautifully played. It looked like he wasn't really rattled at all after what happened in the previous game.
Yeah, really great. He found the line and got across the finish line. Christopher Larson is your champion. That's it for us in the booth. Let's head over to the news desk with Maria.
Hey, thank you so much. What an incredible finals here. And that might actually even be understating it, Monty.
That was fantastic. Just a full 2 hour nearly.
Yeah.
Best of 5 back and forth, and just it really was the perfect capstone to what was already just an incredible weekend.
Yeah, zooming a little bit out from this finals here, the weekend for you, what is the story? What is the main takeaway?
I think it's the health of Standard. I think it's the storylines coming into the weekend of Cub or anti-Cub, and then as the Cub decks fell, which anti-Cub reigns supreme. If you ask a million Magic players, I don't think a single person would predict going in a week ago an excruciator versus harmonizer finals. But also at the same time, it's the success, years of hard careers and long careers being paid off. Team Cosmos Heavy Play formed right after Javier Dominguez won the World Championship. They haven't had a title yet, so this is their first championship as a team. It's all just incredible stuff.
All right, it's time to hand out a trophy. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric Phillips with our trophy presentation.
Thank you so much, Maria. The champ is here. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson. Alrighty, big guy. You just told me you're sitting here and you're like, gosh, I can only think about the game that I think I threw away. You can't even be happy. What are you thinking about over there?
The game I threw away, Game 4. I'm not thinking about anything else. I'll give you one thing. But what I really think is that the fact that I'm standing here means that the Spanish demon trap worked. If you ever experience the thing that you come to a Monday, you're late for a tournament, and you go into a room and you're like, hey guys, what are we playing? And they all go cheers. Demons! And you think you're getting trolled. Apparently that's a real thing.
Extremely real thing. Your deck was fantastic. You played beautifully. I know you're frustrated about that 4th game. I know you'll review it a bunch, but shout out to the teammates for you, and tell us more about this deck. I mean, how'd you guys get here?
We got here by having a world champion who once upon a time played a 6-mana demon, and suddenly none of the Spanish people will let it go. They're all trying to recur it in. and working with a team of Cosmos who are well dedicated, well prepared, and have some of the best people in the world standing by your side. You don't have to do much to know, crack a pack in once in a while and give your opinion. I promise you, this is more their victory than it's mine for a team fucking effort. I'll give you that much.
Well, I'll say this. Your constructed deck, fantastic, but we can't overlook the limited record. 6-0? 6-0, maybe you underestimate your limited game a little bit. It's a very dominating display.
No, I said all I need to do is crack packs.
Okay.
All I do is crack packs and won a draft. Yeah. And I just have the best of team to tell me the constructed thing. And that is the beauty of the game. It's not all about the magic. It's also about the gathering. And that is what we're here for.
Well, I know your team is off to the side here. So that gathering that you mentioned, you get to do it with this trophy that you earned, my friend. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed champion, Christopher Larson. Soak it in, buddy. Boom. I'm out here. I'm out here. I'm out here.
You heard him say it there. It's all about the gathering. After a full 5-game final, congratulations once again to Christopher Larson as he hoists the trophy very carefully here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. What a fantastic finals, and what a way to end the weekend. This finals will certainly go down as one of the best in history. Congratulations once again to Christopher Larson. And what a way, too, to kick off a new season of competitive Magic from frosty Richmond, Virginia, where one of the coldest weekends of the year featured some of the hottest Magic. From a draft format that felt like visiting old friends to a gigantic standard that boasted a bevy of beautiful decks, it seemed you could play just about anything. But if you wanted to win, I guess you should have been playing the deck no one really saw coming, Dimir Excruciator. After the dust settled and the number of players dwindled from 305 to just one, only Christopher Larson remained standing, the champion of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed, crowning a fantastic Magic career that already featured an utterly fantastic resume. And he put on quite a show for us to get there today, too. Next up is MagicCon Vegas. I hope to see you there. Thanks so much for watching, everyone, and have a great night.